This better work. This better actually work. This unironic. Oh, it's working. Oh my God. It's working. We got it. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me just a minute. Gotta do an announcement now. Hold on, everybody. I gotta get the links. Let me get the links. I gotta get the links. What a mess. What a silly mess. That's so unfortunate. Okay, hold on. Give me the link. Give me the link. There's an echo? Oh, hold on. There shouldn't be that much of an echo. Hold on. There we go. There shouldn't be an echo. Okay, no echo? Okay, good. Everybody's back. Okay. Oh, the camera. Look at that. We're back. Oh, we're back. We're back. We're back. What a mess. Thank you, everybody who helped. The problem, it turns out, was apparently Apple, the Mac audio drivers completely crashed. Completely and utterly crashed. That really sucks. I've never had it happen where it was literally like it was sending to OBS. I could see it in OBS. I can hear it in OBS. I could hear the monitoring from OBS, but it could not send out to YouTube. And it couldn't send out to the actual audio recording that is snatched on the way out of OBS. So somewhere very far in the pipeline, the driver actually broke. It's really wild. Well, this has never happened before, so I can't really blame it on Apple. It's just a very weird issue. Unfortunately, we're gonna lose like all of our viewers, which is really, really unfortunate, but you know, if y'all wouldn't mind pressing the like button. Thank you so much, Hunter Johnson. I'm sorry if I missed any donations. Yeah, goodness. What an absolute mess. I gotta go, hold on. I gotta do some house cleaning. I gotta go hide the wrong streams on the YouTube studio so people don't click on the wrong one. That's so unfortunate. What a mess. Yeah, I'm back. No one can stop me. I'm gonna just completely hide this stream, the one that we failed on. And I'll put part 1. Okay, and then I'm gonna change the name of the old one. I'm gonna change this one to the proper title. Hold on, here we go. All right, here we go. Well, hopefully that was a bit of a mood deflator, but all right, we'll get it back. If you're coming back, please make sure you're smacking that like button. I would love it if we could get our 400 viewers back. Unfortunately, I highly doubt that it will happen. But we might get some. We might get at least some of the people back. We got to jump into the content soon. We can't dilly-dally around. So I'm just gonna have to take the I'm gonna have to take the hit and the sadness that comes with it. We'll see. I'll give it like 5 minutes just to make sure we can get everybody back. But damn, that always sucks to lose the energy like that. Oh well. I gotta remember not to get too bummed about it. It is my literal livelihood. So when people don't show up, it definitely, or when people do show up, but when this type of shit happens and it just kills my numbers for a totally artificial reason that has nothing to do with anything I did, it's a huge mood debooster. But I have to remember this, we've gained 1.3 thousand new subscribers in the last month. So people are definitely feeling the Demon Mama energy, which is good. I'm sorry it makes you sad. Well, of course it makes me sad. I mean, I don't know what to compare it to. It's hard to come up with a comparison because most people don't have a job where it's like that. It would be like if your daily pay completely depended on like how many people came into the building, but a big boulder just happened to block the door and you still had to go to work, but you just weren't gonna make as much money and YouTube wasn't, and your boss was angry at you even though it wasn't your fault. Because like YouTube doesn't care whose fault it is that your stream doesn't get lots of viewers and likes. It's just tough luck, you know? Yeah. Oh well, it's okay. We still have 217 people, and that's pretty exciting. I should be thankful for all of you who do show up, which is cool as hell. It's like a key broke in a lock at work and they expect you to fix it unpaid. Yeah, something like that. It's something like that for sure. It's definitely something like that. It definitely bothers my mood though. I won't lie. I'm a pretty honest person when it comes to stuff like this. It definitely bums me out to have stuff happen, because you do. Like if you have a stream go down, sometimes you'll just lose half of the people who are watching. We had over 400 people watching before. Maybe they'll come back. They might come back. We'll see. Oh well. Anyway, we got to get into this, right? It's time. No more sulking, no feeling bad. Got to keep the energy high. Must be strong and proceed through, even when frustrating and stupid things happen. So, my lovely, lovely imps, today we are going to be reacting to a very, very interesting debate. That's right, there has been a debate between the famous YouTube comedy channel H3H3, specifically Ethan Klein, the front man of the H3H3 group, and a suddenly very popular ex-transgender, ex-transracial conservative pundit by the name of Oli London. Now, Oli London has gathered a lot of infamy by basically going extremely, extremely hard against trans causes after deciding to stop getting surgeries. Now, Oli London is a very interesting person in that he stopped transitioning to female. Oli London was a male to female transgender person, and has stopped transitioning and now goes by he, him pronouns, and stopped citing surgeries as being one of the big issues that was driving them to stop transitioning. However, I think it's important for everyone to note that Oli London was not even getting barely any surgeries for being transgender. Most of the surgeries that Oli London was getting was actually in order to make himself appear like a Korean pop star, to the degree that Oli London at one point considered himself trans-Korean. In fact, Oli London was specifically not just trying to look Korean in general, but was specifically trying to look like a pop star by the name of, I believe Jimin is the name, a BTS, very famous BTS pop star, Jimin. So Oli London is a very strange individual with a very strange story, and it seems very odd to me that Oli London has decided to sort of make the center of this this quitting surgery around trans people, especially given that Oli London has basically been invited on every single anti-trans conservative television show in recent months. Oli London is a very strange person, and I do not believe that Oli London is a very honest individual at all. But we're going to see what Oli has to say for himself in this debate with H3H3. I watched a small amount of this debate, and while I was watching it, I had to stop and go, I need to watch this with my imps. I have absolutely no doubt that this is going to be a super, super interesting thing to cover with my fans. As many of you will know, some of you are probably new to my audience, I am a trans woman. In my past, I actually temporarily medically detransitioned as a result of the horrific mistreatment I was receiving when I first started to transition. This is just a part of my backstory, my life story, I guess. My family did not approve. I was pressured to go into Christian therapy. I was encouraged to stop transitioning, and eventually I threw my pills away in the hopes that it would stop people from being angry at me and not wanting me to be a part of their family. Of course, as you may be able to tell, I have indeed, many years ago, started transitioning again, and I'm very, very happy with that decision. And something I want to be clear about before we go into this is that there is a lot of disinformation, explicitly disinformation that is spread around trans people. However, the overwhelming scientific consensus shows that transition is incredibly, incredibly helpful for trans people. That trans people have better outcomes in life, have better mental health outcomes, and are likely to live longer when they are allowed to transition safely and with the care of a medical professional. Additionally, detransition rates are very, very, very low among trans people. And of the people who do transition, many of them are like I was, where they transitioned because of social pressure, because they were being targeted or ousted from their family, because of financial reasons, they can no longer afford their medical care, or because of severe, like I said, severe societal backlash. You can't get work, people are discriminating against you, stuff like that. Those tend to be the reasons that people most frequently detransition. And even still, the detransition number is very low. And I also want to say one other thing before we jump into this, which is that I support detransitioners. Anybody who decides that transition isn't for them, I believe they should have the full support to pursue their genuine identity, no matter what that is. It is possible that you begin transition and you just go, this isn't for me. Now, thankfully, what is often not talked about by anti-trans demagogues is the fact that it's actually relatively simple to stop transitioning. Most people do not immediately start transitioning and immediately get surgeries therein. It's in fact remarkably rare and very difficult still to this day to actually get access to permanent gender transition surgeries. Most people start on a low dose of hormones and are able to stop at any point with basically no permanent changes whatsoever. And I want to say all of these things because I think it's really, really important that we address what's actually factual and what's actually true around these topics. There is a lot of politically charged messaging around trans issues. There is a lot of politically charged messaging around detransition. And I want people to understand that it's not only is it okay to detransition if you need to, but you should be able to detransition without having a bunch of right-wing vultures circle around and try to rope you into becoming the newest poster child for anti-transition. And again, the statistics are quite clear. Most trans people, the vast, vast majority, do not decide to detransition. And of those who do detransition, the most common reason is societal pressure and financial pressure. So I just want to make sure that that's very, very clear and that everybody who's watching this understands the facts of the issue before we jump into this broader conversation. Because there's going to be a lot of different things discussed by Ethan and Oli, and I want to make sure we have some basics laid out before we have to dive into some, well, debate nonsense. Okay? I hope everybody understands that. Steve Dory says, boobs can be pretty permanent, but literally all humans have them. It's just a sign of full maturity. Yes, it is true that if you get to the point of, like, if you're taking estrogen, if you get to the point of breast development, the breast's development won't go away immediately, but also keep in mind that breast development takes time. It usually takes about at least 6 months to even begin it, and even at that rate, it's quite slow. I have a lot of breast tissue, okay? I'm just gonna be very honest about that. I have a lot of breast tissue, but I've also been on hormones for almost a decade straight with no interruptions. So it takes a long time for these things to happen, and you have a lot of opportunities to stop. And also keep in mind that the breast tissue that does develop is while it's not completely reversible, it's not going to disappear completely. It won't even look the same. Even when I detransitioned, not to get too TMI, but the breast tissue that developed while I was on hormones, there's like swelling basically that happens that disappears when you're off the hormones, and it's basically unnoticeable. I was on hormones for a year and a half when I first started, when I first was sort of forced to detransition, and it was unnoticeable when I went off. There was the most minuscule amount of additional fat on my chest at that point. So it's just simply not true that most of these things aren't mostly reversible. And the ones that aren't are generally relatively easy to deal with if you need to do that. So there you go. Just need to get all this shit out of the way. I know that was a bit of a, long preamble, but I think that given the current hellstorm that's being whipped up around trans people, around transition and detransition, that this type of thing is pretty important. So anyway, let's begin, shall we? Deeply Concerned says, my boobs actually shrank a bit when I started T. That's very common. It's because blood flow changes, fat starts to redistribute. It's actually very normal to have that sort of thing happen. But it's of course complicated, and this is not a deep dive on HRT and the effects of HRT. Is on. All right, so anyway, without any further ado, let us begin. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's watch it. Here is Ethan, and soon we will see Oli London. And without any further ado, let's react. Let's do it. Let's get into it.
The chat, we're graced by the presence of Oli. Let's go ahead and bring him on.
Hi Ethan, how's it going?
Hello, Oli. Nice to
like
meet you and sit and chat with you.
Nice to see you. I like your outfit, very French with the hat.
Oh, thank you so much. And I think you look wonderful too. We're kind of doing the same thing with our hats, aren't we?
Wasn't planned, but yeah.
Let me see your profile. Turn to the side. Let me see how it's looking.
Oh, you know, I've actually quit surgery.
No. I mean the beanie. I'm not commenting on yours.
Okay, that's a great start. That's a great start. I meant the beanie. Oh no, oh God, no. Oh no, here we go.
Surgery.
Has Demon Mama pre-watched this? I've literally only seen a few minutes of this debate. I have not seen the whole thing. I saw a few minutes of it and then I was like, I gotta do this with my chat. So I've seen like 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't remember where I jumped in on it. I don't think it was at the beginning or not. But yeah, let's do it.
Oh, sorry, I thought
want
you
to
meant
see how
my
the
face. I was
beanie's
like,
sitting, you know?
yeah, no, it's very cool. Well, how's
Just
your day so far?
so we're just getting set up here a little bit. So tell me, when was your last surgery? I'm curious.
So I actually quit surgery. Well, my last surgery was last April, but I've completely quit, and I'm never going to do surgery again. I had like recently, I had a non-surgical facelift, but it's no surgery; it's threads. Because you can do the same thing these days without the actual surgery. And I was getting to a point, Ethan, where I would have probably died because
Oh
I've
yeah,
probably
yeah.
gone under anesthetic 3 times every year. I was going under anesthetic, so it was like I
Wow.
could have.
Okay, so again, not to immediately pause this thing, but just to remember, Oli London is talking about going under anesthetic for cosmetic surgeries to look more like a Korean pop star. Not trans-related surgeries. This is the dude who was trying to transition to Korean. Yes, Oli was going under the knife to look more Korean, not just to look more Korean, but specifically to look more like Jimin from BTS. Which is one of the things that makes this conversation so weird and that makes Oli London such a strange character for the right wing to have latched onto. The thread thing is surgery. It's non-invasive, but it's still surgery. Yeah. This is not, okay, Oli London is not a very honest person, and that's going to become apparent even within the first few minutes of this. Like I said, I've seen the first, I think like the first 5 minutes after this point, 5 or 10 minutes after this. So I don't remember how many minutes I watched. Let's go.
Died.
I read somewhere that you spent $300,000 on plastic surgery. I've always wondered, like, where do you get? That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that money?
Well, actually, I used to, before I started doing, social media and K-pop and stuff, I actually was a successful personal shopper. So I had my own personal shopping business.
Oh, yeah. Oli London says, I was doing K-pop. And what Oli London means by I was doing K-pop, Oli London is not a K-pop star. Oli London is a K-pop super fan. So when Oli London says I was doing K-pop, he means as a fan. He was making fan content about K-pop. Just so we're clear.
So, I used to dress like really, like very wealthy ladies, celebrities.
Okay, like a stylist?
Members of the royal family. So, I was dressing them in like Gucci and Tom Ford and stuff, and you get a very high commission for that. So basically, I did all that, spent a lot of the money on the surgery.
I see.
And now I've got like a PR company basically helping influencers get publicity and help them get placements in like television and advertisements and stuff like that, getting them brand deals.
Damn, almost like Oli London's entire job right now is just generating attention. Maybe, just maybe, the fact that Oli London is a professional attention getter, a consultant for influencers, might begin to assemble why Oli London went from being a plastic surgery addicted K-pop fan to going and doing an entire media circuit around every right-wing anti-trans platform that would take him.
Of course, I do my own social media, and I've got a book as well coming out this year.
Right, we'll talk about that. But did you say you dressed members of the royal family?
Not the British royal family. So I'd actually met with Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and she shopped with me. She brought some
you
handbags
with the
and shoes for
Queen?
me.
Damn.
Yeah, no, but I met loads of people. I met, the Prime Minister of Thailand, the ex-Prime Minister. I used to shop with his wives and girlfriends.
Wow. It must have been hard to leave that behind because, you moved.
A professional shopper is what Oli London used to do. That's what Oli is saying here. I used to help rich people shop.
to South Korea, and we're all familiar
Yeah.
with that whole journey. That must have been hard to leave all that behind you if you were doing so well.
Well, actually, that was before. So when I lived in Korea as an English teacher, that was actually before. So it was basically, I was younger. I wanted an experience abroad. Went to do some teaching in Korea, and then after I got back to London, I started like getting into fashion. I had some friends doing fashion, and then over a couple of years, I worked my way up from a stylist to a personal shopper, and
I see.
kind of did that for about 4 or 5 years.
So let's talk, Oli, about. Well, first of all, thank you for coming on. I understand you're promoting a book entitled Gender Madness, which comes out August 1st. So congratulations. This is your first book. Very exciting. Gender Madness. Also, you wanted to announce that you're the new spokesperson for Fairness First PAC, Caitlyn Jenner's organization, who famously ran someone over. But that's actually not the most important thing about Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah, so basically I've got a new book coming out.
What the fuck? That dead silence. See, this is a part I didn't see before. I never saw this part before. That's incredible. This is why I knew I needed to watch this with you all. Oh.
August 1st. And basically, a lot of people have, obviously followed my journey over the years. And obviously, I've struggled a lot with identity, and I had some very unhealthy behaviors, basically due to my addiction to surgery, my body dysmorphia, which later turned into gender dysphoria. So I really struggled with that, and it was unhealthy. And, I completely accept my past. I don't.
Nobody cared until I put on the gender surgery. You notice how that's the case? Do you notice how many people are basically live plastic surgery as a lifestyle, and no one really cares unless they start getting surgery for gender, and then all of a sudden it's the end of Western civilization? Have you ever noticed that? It's weird, isn't it? Kind of strange. It's kind of fucking weird.
Tried to deny the person I was, and I had some kind of bizarre behaviors, basically in an attempt to feel validated and to try and feel loved, because I really resented.
So I want to get into all those things.
Okay.
I'm really interested in your journey from you identified as a trans woman, right? And then you kind of found God and pivoted to becoming a white British Christian man. Do I have the synopsis correct?
Yeah, it sounds complicated, but yes, so I'm back to being myself now, and finally found happiness.
Okay. So I just want to get a few things straight. So do you still identify as gay?
Yes, so I'm still gay, but I have dated girls before, and I still.
So you're bisexual, I guess.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. And you don't identify as Korean anymore.
No, correct.
Obviously. And then also, are you?
Yeah, he did at one point identify as trans Korean.
Pro gay rights?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm part of the LGBT community. I support people. My issue is just what's happening to children, and also the erosion of women's rights. But I fully support people as an adult making an informed decision to change themselves. But I don't support children being medically transitioned.
So you do support trans people in general?
Yeah, according to research, hold on, I want to see where the source of this research is. Yeah, according to numbers that were compiled by WebMD, by doctors who work with WebMD, in 2020 alone, nearly 230,000 cosmetic surgeries and 140,000 non-invasive cosmetic procedures were performed on teens ages 13 to 19. Just in 2020, 230,000 cosmetic surgeries and 140,000 non-invasive cosmetic procedures were performed on teens ages 13 to 19. So keep those numbers in mind once we start talking about gender-related surgeries. And we'll get some numbers on that very soon. 230,000 per year cosmetic surgeries on teenagers, not gender, just cosmetic surgeries, just so we're clear. Let's keep that in mind. And You don't hear conservatives making a culture war out of cosmetic surgery in general. You don't hear them making a culture war out of breast augmentations. You don't hear them making a culture war out of breast reductions. Just keep that in mind.
So absolutely. So I support, people as an adult making a decision if they want to change and they're happy with that. But I feel that unfortunately the trans movement has been hijacked by a small but growing group of trans activists, which are basically pushing kind of an erosion of women's rights. So that's what I really take an issue with. There's a lot of trans people, I have a lot of trans friends. I know what it's like to be trans, that really just want to live their lives. And they're actually having a tough time now because of these trans activists. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
Okay, so you say, here's a tweet of yours from just the end of last month, not that long ago. You say, the goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, and they're willing to do violence to obtain their goals. When you say the trans movement, it seems to me that you are speaking generally about trans people having this goal. And when you say trans movement, I don't know exactly what you mean, because it seems that most trans people that I've seen, maybe with the exception of Caitlyn Jenner, seems to disagree with this, seems to identify as being parts of the trans movement. So what is the difference between, what is the trans movement? Who is a member of that? What is?
See, this is a really good question because I actually really think this is a fantastic question for Ethan to ask because that's one of the things that interestingly happens. You see this too, by the way, with the broader groomer rhetoric generally. Conservatives are interestingly vague when they're tweeting about it, when they're saying that that transgenderism needs to be eradicated from public life entirely, the words of Michael Knowles. See, if you press him on that, which people did, he said, well, I'm just talking about the radical trans movement. But then the rest of the time, they seem to basically paint everyone in that group. If a trans woman reads a book at a school to kids, even if that book is literally just a children's book, all of a sudden that's grooming. If there's a drag event during the day, all of a sudden that's grooming. If there is a non-adult drag event that allows young people to attend, that's grooming. And then, but then they'll say it on media. Do you guys remember Tim Pool? I talked about this after the Colorado Springs shooting, which was a targeted hate crime against trans and gay people at a gay club. Tim Pool said, you should stop grooming then, because there was a drag event during the daytime at that event. The drag event was not targeted at children. It was not a sexual event for children, but Tim Pool said that that was justified. So there's this interesting, weird little sleight of hand that they do where when they're confronted, they'll pretend, oh, we only care about these imaginary radicals who we conveniently don't have names for when pressed. And then they immediately, when they think nobody's looking, they switch back to just broadly denouncing everybody. It's very weird. It's a sneaky rhetorical laundering.
What is this organization?
So what I'm talking about here is the trans movement in the trans activist movement. So the people pushing these ideologies. So we see every single day. Just yesterday, the Texas state capitol was invaded. The trans protesters went there. We see women being attacked at women's rights rallies physically.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't see anything about that. Let's see. Texas capitol invasion. I don't see anything about that. That's weird. You'd think that would be in the news if the Capitol got invaded. Let's see. Maybe if we do Texas Capitol trans protest. Oh, wait a second. Oh, at the beginning of this month. Oh, everybody. This is what they meant. A handful of protesters holding signs peacefully showed up and got detained and handcuffed. Wow. So this is what Oli London meant. This is from May 2nd. So this is a story from May 2nd, a couple of days ago, that happened slightly earlier, or that happened last month. And this is what it looked like. This was the invasion right here. A handful of peaceful protesters who then got arrested. Wow, incredible. Yeah, interesting, interesting. That was an invasion of the Texas Capitol.
Attacked, and we're seeing this trans activist movement pushing for gender affirming care on kids, which is basically putting 11, 12-year-old kids on very harmful hormones. So that's what I'm talking about.
Wrong.
When I talk.
Remember at the beginning when I said that there was going to be a lot of disinformation here? I'm just going to take some time to debunk these points when they come out. No, actually, teens are in fact almost never given HRT. They are given puberty blockers. Puberty blockers delay puberty. They don't do anything else. They just delay puberty with the goal of giving a teenager time to sort out their feelings about gender so they can decide whether they want to resume the puberty of their birth sex or whether they want to take hormones as an adult. That's actually what children are given. Young trans people who approach their doctor and say, I am having gender dysphoria. I do not want to go through a puberty that I don't want to go through. How can you help me? And doctors say, well, we have puberty blockers. So just to real quick, already onto the misinformation, onto the disinformation.
I'm not generalizing every single trans person. I'm talking about the current trans movement, which has been hijacked by trans activists. And I really think that...
And yes, as Fig Fairy in YouTube chat points out, puberty blockers are also predominantly more frequently used for cis kids with hormone imbalances, as we of course know. So we do have research actually on puberty blockers being used mostly on cis people.
Trans people that have been living as a trans person their whole life, they need to speak out against this, because the problem is the LGBT community is being hijacked by these radical people.
Let me ask, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to address things you said already, right? So you say that the people who are demonstrating at the Texas Capitol are part of this trans movement who wants to, sexualize kids and this whole list of things. They were there to protest a bill, SB 14, that would ban gender-related treatment for minors. So these guys are, I guess, see that as an affront, as being transphobic. But you disagree, because what is minor? Anyone 17 and under? Do you believe that ever there would be a 17-year-old that needed gender-affirming care?
So minor is basically classified anyone under 18. And what these people were protesting against was the fact that Texas is trying to pass a law to ban hormones and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery being administered to children.
Banning puberty blockers. Notice that now the truth starts to come out. You get pressed and, oh, it was HRT and surgeries and puberty blockers. Yeah, that's part of the reason. The reason why people are protesting against that is because it's insane to ban puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are needed for all kinds of people, but they are also needed for young trans people who are afraid and are suffering mentally because they do not want to go through a puberty that will make their body feel alien or unhealthy to them. It's a fairly simple thing to understand. This is done with medical supervision. This is done with the consent of the person involved. It's deranged that they would ever want to ban this. So of course people are going to protest it.
Basically. So, I think these people, firstly, that was an unlawful protest. You can't just go into a state capitol and do that. And if they...
You can't just protest in the state capitol peacefully. Oh, who's ever heard of the First Amendment?
Are you in favor of only lawful protests?
Well, I think, people need to follow the law, and if they want to have a protest, they can have that dialogue, but outside the state house, you can't just storm in a state house. I mean, it's comparable to January 6th.
Oh, sorry, I really should. Okay, here we go. Comparable to January 6th. Okay, hold on. I want to bring that picture up just one more time. Comparable to January 6th. There's the picture of the event. That is apparently comparable to January 6th. Right there. Super serious, super honest Oli London.
when people stormed the Capitol, which was unlawful as well. So I think, these people were not protesting about their rights being taken away. It's the fact that they were protesting against a bill that would have actually protected children. So I think that's really harmful.
Some would say that it's actually harming kids, right? To make it illegal.
Yeah, just a reminder, just a reminder, here's a picture from January 6th, okay, everybody? Here's a picture from January 6th, all right? Up here you have an actual crowd of people barreling in with the goal of stopping the election. They erected a noose in front of on the floor because they wanted to, in their words, hang Mike Pence. Same thing though, right guys? Right? Same thing.
Legal to do this because as you probably know, or I think you did at one point, is that gender affirming care on children is exceedingly rare. It's actually so rare that if to express like irreversible gender changes on children is some.
Jade Monkey with the incredibly generous tier 1 sub. I just got here. Is this the guy who's K-pop gendered? Yes! This is Oli London, who formerly identified as trans Korean and was getting surgeries to make himself look identical, quote unquote, to an actual person named Jimin, who is a performer with the K-pop group BTS. So yeah, they were trying to make themselves into somebody else and also identified as a trans person and also transracial. Super wild. Let's continue.
Thing like, I've got the number here. 0.000493% of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible gender changes. So I guess I'm just curious, because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's usually to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal or yeah, right? And they go through like panels, they go through multiple rounds of talking to psychiatrists and doctors. So I guess I'm just curious, why is it you think that this is threatening kids instead of actually helping kids who are at high risk of hurting themselves?
So, Ethan, about 10 years ago, when gender-affirming care was performed on whether that was minors or adults, there was a lot of checks and balances. Now it has become so easy. So they don't have this.
This is not true. This claim, the idea that it has become very easy for people to have access to gender-affirming care is completely and utterly false. And I need to be 100% clear about that. In some places, it's actually become harder than it was 10 years ago. Now, in some places, it has become easier, but nowhere is it easy to get access to gender-affirming care. As an adult, as a 26-year-old adult, I had to go through 2 psychological examinations in order to qualify for a surgery that is given out on a daily basis to cis people. When I got an orchiectomy, the removal of the testicles, I had to have 2 psychological examinations for that to happen, even though it happens to cis guys all the time. It is a constantly, and they don't have to go through any psychological exams when they're getting it done. Isn't that an interesting thing? And that was just a few years ago. That was less than 10 years ago.
Psychiatrist appointments anymore. They don't have, having to wait several years to transition.
Thank you, Louis.
Now it's a very fast track process. And that's the real issue, because many of these teens, and we're seeing thousands of teens being transitioned and put on hormones. The number's really gone up in the last few years. Many of these teens are struggling with other issues. There's a high case, around 1 in 6 of these children have autism. They're being misdiagnosed. There's also kids with depression, bipolar, and they're being told all of these issues must be because they're in the wrong gender.
Oh yeah, totally. This is insanity. The idea that every person who shows up with autism or depression, that every doctor in the United States is just going, yeah, you must be trans. That's insane. It's actually so far from reality, you may as well say that there are wizards that are turning people trans. That is how far from reality it is. The idea that People are screened for and treated for depression, anxiety, and autism every single day, and I assure you that that is always checked long before, unless somebody comes in and says specifically, help, I'm having gender-related stress. I don't like, my body is torturing me. I feel uncomfortable with the role that's being forced on me. Then people might go, maybe it's a gender thing. This is insanity. Absolutely absolute insanity from Oli London.
They are being fast-tracked. There was a case in Missouri at the St. Louis Children's Hospital, and basically a whistleblower unveiled that they only required like one session with a therapist to get a child on hormones and puberty blockers. So that's the issue when a system is being exploited. And there's been trans people forever throughout history. There's so many examples of trans people. But the thing is now is, previously, as difficult as it was, because it's so hard when you're trans to struggle and to think every day that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It is horrific to go through that. But the problem is, years ago, they would have 2 to 3 years they would have to undergo.
Yes, and the suicide rates were unbelievable. When you used to arbitrarily be banned from a willing and informed decision to pursue gender transition, and you would have to sit there and suffer as your body gets further masculinized or feminized against your will, that is a torturous experience. Additionally, it's highly invasive. It's belittling. It's dehumanizing to be treated as if you have no agency over your existence in life, and the suicide rates reflected that, which have gone down in places where they've accepted the actual scientific consensus. We don't even have to talk about science here. It's a simple matter of people should be able to have the freedom to express themselves as they desire. They should have the ability to shape their body as they desire, well within reason, okay? If Oli London can get $300,000 of surgery without needing a single psychological letter, I think that we should let trans people have their hormones without any letters, okay? I'm not saying there aren't extreme situations where somebody is addicted to plastic surgery, but we shouldn't assume that any person who wants to change their body is addicted to plastic surgery. Trans people are so dehumanized, it's not even funny. They're treated like they can't think. They are treated like crazy people. They are treated... Even though, oh my God, the trans people I've known in my life, and I've known a lot of trans people in my life, a lot of them, okay? That's just how it goes, all right? When you're trans, you meet a lot of other trans people. It's how it goes, okay? And you have to in order to survive in a world that treats you like shit. Trans people are so above average educated on medical information, on treatment information, on the ins and outs of the medical system, even on the legal proceedings of various states on how you can change your name. I've taught multiple cis people how to do name changes, not because they're trans, but because they wanted to change their name for their own reasons. Okay? You guys don't like the amount of discrimination and dehumanization that's directed at trans people is absolutely disgusting, and fucking assholes like Oli London are the ones who are pushing this type of shit.
Psychiatrist appointments, doctor's appointments, in order to qualify for a transition. Now it has become so easy, and there are thousands of kids being fast-tracked and put on hormones, prescriptions.
Wrong.
And some kids
numerically false.
Can now go to states like Colorado or Washington State, which have become sanctuary states, and they don't.
I want to
stop.
I want to actually address what you said about you had said something about Jamie Reed's allegations, right? But that was debunked, right? Because the parents and the children there who actually were attending that facility actually told a completely different story. Have you read their account of that?
Yes, so I saw recently that they did an internal investigation. They said it wasn't true, but I don't believe that.
Well, that seems significant.
Yes, but I don't believe that at all because
you don't
they're trying to cover their back.
You don't believe the internal investigation?
No, because
yeah. See, Oli London is doing a classic We hear this from Nazis a lot, interestingly. You guys have seen some arguments with Nazis. When you argue with a Nazi and a Nazi cites some statistic, usually a racist statistic, and then you go, actually, here is hard evidence that shows that you're incorrect about this. And he goes, yeah, well, I don't trust it because it's Jewish science. Oli London is about to do the exact same thing.
Because there were multiple parents, when the Daily Caller originally did the interview with Jamie Reed, there were multiple parents that said basically their kids weren't looked after. Once they left the clinic, there were no checks and balances, and there were parents confirming that. So,
and guess what? The investigation revealed that Jamie Reed was a fucking liar, and that the story that Jamie Reed was fixated on was from a parent who was politically motivated. Imagine that. Imagine that. Somebody lied for political points, and it turns out they were lying. Imagine that.
I believe the investigation has a lot of bias because it's done by the clinic.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to read a comment here. Killjoy says, remember that whenever these people say sterilization, they completely ignore that most states as early as 2014 had sterilization laws in place and required you to out yourself in the newspaper. The statistical reality is that the state sterilizes people en masse while puberty blockers only have a small chance of that outcome. States required it originally, so it was a 100% sterilization rate. That is literally true, okay? Let me tell a quick anecdote, okay? The state that I grew up in required exactly what you are talking about. It required proof of gender-affirming surgery, which according to the laws at the time, this would have been in 2014. At the time, the law stated that it had to be bottom surgery, which means you had to be sterilized in order to qualify for, you had to have proof that you had done that surgery in order to qualify to change your name. And not your name, to change your gender marker. So in order to stop getting misgendered in public, something that keeps you safe, you had to do that. Also, I had to publish my name change in the local newspaper. That was a law, and that is still required in many states in the United States of America, that if you are changing your name for the purpose of gender, you have to list that in a local newspaper. You have to put in a classifieds ad that says, old name is hereby changing their name to new name. I had to do that in my office, or not in, it's actually not in here anymore. It's down in the basement. Down in the basement, I have the news clipping from when I had to do that. I have the clipping from the newspaper when I had to publicly publish that I was changing my name. And that was common and is still the law in some places. Just so you guys understand the state of affairs, when Oli London is talking about fast tracks and blah, 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 it is fantasy that only exists inside of the minds of fear-mongering conservatives. That's such an invasion of privacy? Yes, it is. It's almost like these laws are designed to cause as much pain and as much opportunity for violence as possible. It's almost like these laws are designed to specifically oppress and reduce the population of trans people. Doesn't it almost seem like these laws are genocidal in nature? That the laws are designed to force you to put yourself in a dangerous situation where your family and friends can retaliate against you or harm you, where you can be tracked by people who might hate you? Just a teensy bit, huh? Let's continue.
And they're profiting.
So the internal investigation said there was no wrongdoings. The patients said there was no wrongdoings. So I guess I'm just curious, the people who are claiming that there was something wrong there is like the Daily Caller, Tucker Carlson. Are you saying that they don't have a bias?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have a bias and stuff, but, you know, we have to look at these gender clinics as a whole. Project Veritas exposed multiple clinics the other day talking about medically transitioning 8 to 11-year-olds. So we have to acknowledge that.
Project Veritas. That's what we're going with, is fucking Project Veritas. Oh my God, for real? Just so you guys know, Project Veritas is a literal propaganda outlet. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They don't even pretend to be a news outlet. They are a literal propaganda outlet. They do fake investigations, and they have actually a string of ruining the lives of people who work with them. What they will often do is they will coerce everyday, like, low-paid workers to say certain things, or they will have long conversations with them and get them to say things by mistake that end up getting those workers in trouble. And because Project Veritas doesn't have to protect them, because they're just asking questions to these workers, workers at places like Planned Parenthood, at election offices, etc., will sometimes mess up or literally lie or all kinds of other things because they're just everyday workers. And then Project Veritas will put it into a movie, and then the people that Project Veritas interviews or uses as a source get totally roasted for one way or another. There's actually a really amazing documentary about Project Veritas. It was done by a really popular YouTuber by the name of Timba on Toast, and he went and looked at the history of people that have been interviewed by Project Veritas and how many of them have ended up getting completely and utterly screwed over by working with the propaganda outlet Veritas. It's so fucking funny that Oli London would bring up Veritas here. Oh yeah, also let's not forget that the leader, the face of Project Veritas, a guy named James O'Keefe, has been ousted because of severe, credible allegations of engaging in sex cult behavior. Like, no joke, no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, the Veritas ousted their own founder and leader because the allegations against him are so bad that they can't remain in contact with him.
That this is going on in a lot of clinics, and a lot of these clinics are trying to cover their backs by trying to paint a rosy picture that it's perfect.
Did you say
fine.
Project Veritas?
Yes, they did an undercover investigation.
That's the guy who got ousted for being like a sex criminal and like scam artist, James O'Keefe. That's his organization, right?
He's not part of that organization now. So the organization that left, Project Veritas, the original organization, did this investigation.
They don't have a lot of credibility, Veritas. It seems like every investigation they do is just chock full holes of untruths and just blatant lies. I don't think it's a very credible institution for pulling data from.
Do you guys remember when one of early Project Veritas's early projects, where James O'Keefe epically trolled his university by lodging a human rights complaint for Irishophobia, and then he did an offensive Irish accent to try and pretend, and he just wasted a ton of people's times, and then he published that as a documentary. Remember that? I remember that. Wow, so funny.
Well, there's multiple organizations like Project Veritas that do expose
Which other ones?
So Gays Against Groomism, ambassador for them, they are also exposing this happening in clinics.
Gays Against Groomers. So who's...
Have you heard of them?
I haven't, but who's the groomer then?
So basically, Gays Against Groomers is an organization of hundreds of LGBT people. It includes trans people as well. Basically, this organization is calling out the harms. They're doing investigations of gender clinics, calling out the harms of doing this to kids. Because look,
where's the grooming come in, though? That's the part that I find like really inflammatory. Because grooming implies that trans people or trans activists, and it's what you said here in this tweet, that they're pedophiles, that they're sexualizing kids. So where's that evidence come from? Because it's one thing to say we're against gender affirming care for minors, but it's a whole different thing to say, you know, they're grooming.
Well, that word is basically used because we're seeing many drag shows, like adult drag shows, where kids are attending, and it's very sexually explicit. So that is a form of grooming. We also see these kids' books in public libraries and in schools where they're teaching kids about drag and being trans. You know, that's not a
Notice how vague Ollie has to be here. Oh yeah, we saw there's these drag shows. I don't have any specifics, but yeah, there's totally drag shows where they're doing sex acts on children and nobody's secret, nobody knew about it. It's just secrets. And also they're reading books to kids.
Subject a kid should hear, so that is a form of grooming.
Yeah, like totally. And they're really bad and evil and stuff.
Because it's indoctrinating kids.
I've heard. I know that there was that one drag show with kids that was kind of a hot button issue. What other examples can you think of drag shows with kids involved where they're being
So
groomed?
there's in the last year there's an investigative journalist, Taylor Hanson. He's exposed at least 20 drag shows in Texas that
Oh,
are
really?
called all
20?
ages drag shows. They're called all ages drag shows, and they're basically doing sex acts on stage. They have breasts. You know, they're doing very inappropriate
Oh
things.
my God, they have breasts? Holy shit. You mean to tell me that well over 50% of the population simply for having breasts is doing sex acts on children? These people are insane. Conservatives are insane. If you try to hold if the conservatives actually tried to live by their own standards, we would literally have to live in, it would be burqas. The full coverage burqas is the literal only world that they believe in. Oli London's example was they have breasts. That's, oh God, oh my God, these people are so insane. They're so insane.
So no, it's just.
So hold on, sorry, Ollie.
You're
You're making so many claims, and I just want to get to each one. You mentioned an organization, Gays Against Groomers, which was founded by Jamie Mitchell. Is that right? So Jamie Mitchell and their partner are ultra MAGA Trump followers, and there's nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter, but they're also anti-transgender. They spread anti-transgender propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories, and interestingly,
wow, what a reputable organization.
The founders are straight. So how is it that they can make a Gays Against a Groomers organization when they themselves are not even gay? That seems disingenuous.
Well, you know, they had a gay thought once. Ethan, come on. Ethan, they had a gay thought once, okay? That was it. They were watching porn on Pornhub, and you know, they were starting to have a good time, and the autoplay feature was on, and it started playing gay porn, and they didn't quite stop, and you know, they might have come a little bit, just a tiny bit, maybe just a little bit of pre-cum, you know, to the gay video. Maybe that's what it was, okay, Ethan? Come on, man.
Genuous.
Well, firstly, that's a Wikipedia page. You know, Wikipedia has a lot of bias with the woke people that write.
So Jamie Mitchell is gay.
She's gay. She's a lesbian. All of the people, you have to be LGBT to be a member.
How do they check
of Gays Against Groomers? So there's
how do they verify the credentials?
Okay, sorry. I gotta be honest though for a second. Ethan is doing awesome. One of the things that's making Ethan look so good here is that Ethan is letting Oli London lay out the rope that he will hang himself with, figuratively, of course. Ollie is flying all over the place, saying stupid shit that you can't even imagine. And all that Ethan has to do is go, hey, that's just blatantly false. Hey, here's a small thing. That's blatantly false. By the way, can you be a little clearer about this specific thing? And Ollie has no answers. Ollie has a list of pre-memorized NPC-like dialogue options, and it really, really shows. Oh my God. Let's continue.
No, I mean, you know, if someone says they're gay or bi, you know, you accept that. You don't say, oh, can you prove that you're gay? How can you prove that? So, I mean, you know, Jamie Mitchell is a lesbian. All of the members are lesbians, trans. It's not anti-transgender at all. They support people being trans as an adult, but what they're trying to do is calling out the harm that we're seeing caused to children. And that's the real issue here, is about protecting kids.
Okay, then prove the harm. Prove it. But they never can. They can never prove the harm. They just have to make shit up. Because whenever you ask them to prove the harm, you get a picture of a drag queen just standing there going like this. And then they go, that's the harm, that's the grooming. And you go, how is that grooming? Grooming has a definition. Grooming is when somebody over the course of time trains manipulates a child to be abused. That's what grooming means. And they go, no, well, a drag queen standing there like this is the same. Well, it's grooming, you see? That's, they never have an answer for this because it's all a fucking lie. Because it's all a fucking lie. Oh, also incredible. Oh, incredible. Gays Against Groomers is not a grassroots organization. A report by The Advocate. A new report pulls aside the curtain and reveals the background of those working to spread anti-LGBTQ hatred using the hate account Gays Against Groomers. The founder of Gays Against Groomers, Jamie Mitchell, and her partners are ultra MAGA Trump followers who are spreading anti-transgender propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories and links to extremist militias. According to Media Matters investigation last week. Holy moly. GAG was formed last year to protect trans kids from sexualization and has gained prestige in right-wing circles alongside libs of TikTok. Oh yeah, libs of TikTok. Media Matters found that GAG isn't Mitchell's first venture into far-right social media. She was a prolific MAGA Twitter user in 2016 and 2017, pushing QAnon conspiracy theories. During the 2020 election cycle, she frequently corresponded with Ali Alexander. Ali Alexander, who was just exposed for predating on minors. Yeah, that's right. Ali Alexander is the guy who is literally just exposed for literally sending requests for nudes to minors. He's boasting about it. He's a literal pedo. Insane. Let's continue. Let's continue.
So go back to your claim about grooming. So you brought up the drag show for kids. Is there any other examples, or are we just talking about drag shows? Because I have to assume that the drag shows, even if it's as widespread as Project Veritas claims, which heaven knows how credible they are, there's got to be other examples to make such bold claims as that there's a whole movement trying to sexualize kids.
Yeah, I mean, even if you look at the music industry, you have really shocking performances like Sam Smith, for instance, who is pushing a specific agenda. He has concerts which are allowing all ages. And, you know, if you want to be a musician, do whatever you want, but don't be doing sexually graphic.
So now it's musicians dressing skimpily on stage? That's every fucking musician that's ever lived. Musicians are performers. Yeah, they dress up sexily. That's what they do. They're musicians. What the fuck? Oh my God, this is such a, Oli London is literally just brainworms. There's no human left. There's only brainworms. Oh yeah, I saw people mad at Oli London because Oli London did a performance at the Grammys, and the Grammy performance, well, it was a song called Unholy, and oh my God, and Sam Smith dressed up as a devil. That's evil.
Things he's doing,
literal satanic panic
blowjobs. He has, you know, fetish gear on, and there's kids in the audience. So it's not just about drag queens; it's about protecting kids in general. So even if it's Cardi B, you know, I don't.
By the way, if you support the rise of the demons, you should subscribe to Demon Mama and you should press like on the video right now. Don't wait anymore. Subscribe and like right now, and I'll keep bringing to you this awesome stuff. Don't succumb to the satanic panic. Instead, recognize the power of hell. Let's go.
I don't think kids should be at a Cardi B concert if she's twerking or doing like something very, very sexual. I think it's just about protecting
grooming.
Kids.
I mean, you know, you turn on the TV. I mean, you see stuff worse than that, right? On YouTube and stuff. To say they're grooming them seems pretty disingenuous and actually really homophobic and transphobic to put this label that they're groomers, because you understand the gravity of such a claim, right?
Well, it's a very loaded word. I get that, but it's not an attack on the LGBT community at all. It's about,
of course it is, you idiot,
calling out specific cases. It's not an attack on trans people. Calling out specific cases where children are being exposed to something that's...
Here we see it again. Super vague. Gonna accuse somebody of the crime of grooming, but then you're just super vague about it. Oh yeah, they're groomers. Well, I don't have any examples, but you know, they are. They're totally groomers. Guys, grooming is a severe moral transgression, okay? It's not something you just allege randomly, okay? Jesus fucking Christ, these people.
Highly inappropriate, and trying to raise awareness of that. So it's not a label that's attached to gay people, lesbians, trans people. It's literally about calling out specific instances of,
I want to ask you about something
children.
specific. Actually, since you bring it up, I have seen something troubling from a trans person that I thought was kind of gross. They were selling. It was like a kid's T-shirt with a trans person on it, and then they had like kids' toys with trans people on it, and it was kind of gross and groomy. Have you seen anything like that before?
You know, I've seen T-shirts that the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota wore, "Protect Trans Kids" with a knife on it. You know, things like that. I've seen
Oh
T-shirts.
my God! So literally, Ethan says, "Have you seen an example of a trans person selling something groomy to kids?" And her example is a T-shirt that says "Protect Trans Kids" with a knife on it. This is case in point exactly what I'm talking about. You're a groomer! You're a groomer! Oh, what grooming is happening? Oli London, oh my God, someone's being groomed? Yeah, I saw someone who had a T-shirt, and the T-shirt had a knife on it, and it said "Protect Trans Kids." That's not grooming. That's not even remotely, it's a T-shirt with a knife on it. Apparently, Mark Echo needs to go to prison now because he's put all those shirts out there with skateboards and knives and rhinoceroses and stuff. You gotta arrest Mark Echo.
That says "Protect Trans Rights" with AK-47s on it and stuff. And, you know, I don't think that's helpful messaging for, and that's just trans activists, by the way, Ethan. This is a small number of people, and that's who I'm calling out. That's who Gays Against Groomers are calling out. It's not the trans community as a whole. Specific trans activists who have highlighted, have hijacked the trans movement.
So actually, you know what's interesting, Ollie? If you go to your website right now, your merch website, I was actually talking about your merch.
Oh no!
Bazinga!
No!
You are actually selling kids' lunchboxes with a picture of you depicted as a trans woman, and you're selling it.
No, that's not as a trans woman.
Oh,
That's
it's
not
not.
as a trans woman. That's just a K-pop picture of me.
I had a feeling you would say that because here it is, you wearing that design, and it's pretty obvious to tell that
Yes,
from
correct.
just like a month ago. And this is when you were
Wearing
trans.
my merch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's appropriate to sell this to kids?
Well, it's a lunchbox with a picture of a K-pop cartoon. There's
Well, it's
nothing
you as a
inappropriate with
trans.
that.
It's you as a.
Grooming. According to Oli London, grooming is a shirt that says "Protect Trans Kids" with a knife on it. But according to Oli London, a picture of herself or himself as a trans woman doing the ahegao face is not grooming.
Trans woman.
It's
The logic of conservatives, Republican brain in case in point.
me as a K-pop star. It's nothing to do with being trans or not. That's just a cartoon of me as a K-pop star. So it's not.
But at the
that's not inappropriate.
Right, but at the time you were a trans woman.
Correct. At the time, I was a trans woman, but there's nothing
So
inappropriate.
it's you
with
as
that.
a trans woman.
That I was a trans woman at the time. That picture does not depict me as a trans woman. It depicts me as a K-pop star. But
I find
it
that
doesn't depict
interesting that you're
anything.
willing to make that separation when you're making such
Damn, this is a kill shot from Ethan right here. I know that this is a little silly and it does kind of fall into the hypocritical thing, but Oli London has no response and looks so bad here. And by the way, this is the type of shit that I want to see more of. I want to see people putting conservatives on the spot with this type of shit as frequently as possible. Because let me tell you, normies, normal people who aren't super plugged into the political sphere like myself, and to be fair, most of the people in the political sphere, I make political content. Obviously, we have a niche interest over here. But normal people see this type of bullshit and go, wow, Oli London, you look like a stupid hypocrite and you look like you're full of shit and you sound really bad here. This is such a dunk. Absolute slam dunk from Ethan here.
general claims about groomers and stuff, because to me, by your own definition, this is pretty groomy. And even if you go, and this is all
It's
I'm,
an innocent
well, hold
picture.
on,
It's an
Ollie,
innocent
hold on one
picture.
sec.
Oh, no.
Even if you go on your website right now,
Oh, I just saw it right here, right when he changed it. 3 to 4 years old, 5 to 6 years old, 7 to 8 years old, selling the Ahegao t-shirt to the 3 and 4 year olds. Ooh, oh no!
So on the same graphic, Oli London, Oli Merch Squad, as you depicted as a trans woman. And if you look at the available sizes, it's just kids. 3 to 4? Do you think it's appropriate for a...
Somebody said, Vosh said that the letters look like buttholes. Okay, they do kind of look like that. I think they're supposed to be balloon letters, but I will say, I can see what people are saying when they say they look like butthole letters. They do kind of look like butthole letters. I think they're supposed to be bubbles, charitably, but yeah.
3 to 4 year old to buy this shirt?
Yeah, of course. Any K-pop fan, if they want to buy my merch, they're absolutely entitled to. There's nothing inappropriate with that merch at all. It's
That is a trans woman, Ollie. You're not understanding your own logic.
You're clutching at straws.
How am
That's
I? You were okay. Hold on. Let's follow this through. You were a trans woman when you made this. There's a picture of you wearing it. It's obviously you as a trans woman. Here's you as a trans woman, and here's you as a trans woman on the shirt, on a kid's shirt. How am I clutching at straws?
Well, you're clutching at straws. It's an innocent cartoon. It doesn't say anything about indoctrinating
children. The tongue is
It's
somewhat sexual. How the tongue is out like that, it's a little disturbing.
Yeah, this is an Ahegao face. Like, this is very obviously, no one who's honest at all would not acknowledge that this is an Ahegao face. However, see, rational and smart people would go, an Ahegao face in and of itself is not doing any harm to anyone. Actually, a stupid Ahegao face, while yes, it is a sexual reference, sexual references aren't hurting anybody. There's sexual references in SpongeBob. Guys, like, I always break this one out. I always have to bring this one out. Oh my God. Hold on, let me just show you. This one, the classic in the SpongeBob movie, which played in theaters all across America, okay? Here you go, here we go, perfect, all right? Here you go. The SpongeBob movie, rated PG, played all across America. This is a sexual reference. This doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't scare anybody. It doesn't injure anybody. Nobody is harmed. Nobody is being groomed. It is a joke that is sexual in nature, but it's a joke. See, if you're not a crazy, insane, conservative who believes that trans wizards are mind-controlling children across America, you can actually think about things and go, yeah, actually, a random reference, vague reference to sexuality is not actually harmful to anyone. But of course, Ethan is 100% correct here to say that by Ollie's own logic, this is grooming. If it is grooming to have a t-shirt that says protect trans kids and has a knife on it, then absolutely an Ahegao shirt that is being directly marketed and sold to 3 to 4 year olds is absolutely grooming by Oli London's own logic. Mixed Dizzy says there are actually rape jokes in SpongeBob. Yes, obviously in SpongeBob, there's actually a lot of raunchy jokes. SpongeBob hands Gary a couple of bars of soap and says, whatever you do, don't drop them. Yes, there are all kinds of raunchy jokes in SpongeBob, and nobody cares because it's fucking SpongeBob. Oh yes, and of course there's the scene where SpongeBob watches porn. Yeah, he's watching the invertebrate porn, and it has the sea anemones going like this, and he's getting all sweaty and going, oh yeah, whoa. And then Gary comes to the room and he goes, ah, and he screams and changes the channel. SpongeBob, as it turns out, sex jokes are very commonplace and they don't hurt anybody. But of course, Oli London is an idiot and a hyper-religious psychopath grifter. So, didn't Squidward literally have him dress up in a maid outfit? Yes, SpongeBob dresses up in a maid outfit multiple times. Yes, there are tons and tons of jokes. In SpongeBob that are inappropriate, quote unquote. and sane people go, who cares?
When I'm doing a K-pop pose, you're just clutching at straws.
No, why is the tongue out? I find that a little provocative.
Ethan, it's a cartoon. You're just trying to make a joke
Well, I
out
don't
of
know
it.
because you're no, I'm not trying to make a joke.
Johnny Bravo, Cow and Chicken, Scooby-Doo. Do you know how many jokes there are in Scooby-Doo? Animaniacs?
I think this is a somewhat serious issue to resolve here because I'm being serious, Ollie, because let's at least be consistent. If we're going to accuse people of grooming kids, and which you have made a short-lived but somewhat profitable.
The infamous Animaniacs fingerprints one. That was the one I was thinking about. Yeah, Animaniacs had tons of them. Like, Animaniacs had really raunchy jokes. Not even just slightly raunchy jokes. Animaniacs had really raunchy jokes. And that show was a Saturday morning cartoon. Pepe Le Pew. From the good old days when America used to be upright and proper. Looney Tunes. You guys fucking kidding me? Shrek is absolutely loaded with sexual jokes. These people are such frauds. Just remember, Christians, specifically hyper-conservative Christian nationalists like Oli London, these people are joyless hacks. They don't believe what they say, and the things that they say they believe would lead to a world that is completely and utterly joyless. It would mean you'd have to ban Shrek, you would have to ban every Disney movie that's ever been made, you would have to basically have the Bible and nothing else, and then guess what? They would ignore the fact that the Bible has literal, explicit sex in it. Anyway, let's continue. We got to get through this shit.
Career of doing, then I think we need to, we need to get on top of this. I just don't think it's appropriate to be selling lunch boxes with a trans woman on it.
Ethan, if that lunchbox had something inappropriate or sexual, that would be wrong. But this is an innocent cartoon of me doing a K-pop pose. There's nothing wrong with that particular picture. If it was inappropriate or in a sexual way, that would be completely wrong. And of course, I would never sell that. But that's an innocent drawing of a cartoon, Ethan.
Let's say a kid's at a drag queen show. That's grooming. And let's say they are selling lunch boxes to the kids with a picture of a drag queen on it, doing a cute pose or whatever, right? Not sexual, but they're in drag. Do you think it's appropriate for a kid to carry that lunchbox?
Well, I think it's appropriate if the kid's at a drag show that's inappropriate, because some drag shows are generally not inappropriate. But a lot of them are.
Oh, so now some drag is okay, even though apparently earlier Oli London was saying, oh, this right-wing conservative freak said there was drag shows going on with kids at them. So now some drag shows are okay. Interesting. We got the backpedal on. We're watching a backpedal in live action.
Okay, that's interesting. So some drag shows are appropriate and some aren't.
Correct. It's about, if you're going to do anything in front of kids, it should be PC. It should not have anything sexual. But sadly, a lot of these shows are doing sexual things, so kids should not be there. If the merch is there and it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay, this is interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to drag shows?
I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they should in general, but I'm just saying
if they're not
wait, so kids shouldn't go to drag shows, but some drag shows are okay, but it's grooming for a kid to go to a drag show if they have breasts. This is getting very confusing, isn't it?
And I would assume it's not, because it's for kids, right? I mean, if they're doing sexual stuff, I would consider that. Obviously, everyone would consider that inappropriate. Mm-hmm. But I believe you've just said drag shows are safe for kids. In fact, you would even be okay. Well, hold on. You even said you'd be okay with them carrying a drag show lunchbox.
No, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their heads. If a show is innocent, that's obviously better than it being a sexual show. But I still don't think kids should be exposed to gender ideology.
But what about this lunchbox?
Gender ideology. There comes the gender ideology. So now it's about gender ideology. Now it's not about whether kids are being harmed or not. It's not even about sexuality. Now the truth comes out. It's about gender ideology. And now you have to ask the question, what's gender ideology? And when you say, well, what's gender ideology? They're going to go, oh, well, it's grooming. And you go, well, what's grooming? And they're like, well, it's kids at drag shows. And then you go, well, wait a minute. I thought it was about the gender ideology. They're like, yes, because they don't have an actual logic. It's all bullshit. What they are appealing to is prejudice. What they are appealing to is phobia. What they are appealing to is hate. They aren't making a coherent argument. They don't have a coherent outlook. They just don't like trans people. And Oli London is a grifter who has realized that he can sell these basic talking points for literal money and fame to a conservative audience that hates trans people. Literal, just a string of pointless lies.
That has
Bullshit
nothing
all
to
the
do
way
with
down.
any kind of
True.
ideology. It's a K-pop picture, so
Yeah, but you're in
it's-
drag in the picture. You're trans.
I'm not in drag.
Well, you're
I'm
trans.
not in
Sorry, yeah,
drag.
you're right. You're not in drag. I misspoke. You're trans. You're a woman. You're expressing yourself as a woman on the box.
It's just a cartoon, Ethan. I don't know why you keep going on about it. It's a cartoon.
It's just a cartoon. I mean, I feel like you're trying to downplay the significance of this, Ollie. I just afraid that some of the people that you associate with might consider this grooming by your own standard. I'm just looking out for you and your reputation.
It's just silly, Ethan. It's an innocent cartoon. If it was an
Okay.
inappropriate picture, that would be wrong.
Okay. What do you make of this picture? Are these kids in danger? Your thoughts?
But I haven't seen the video of that particular show, and it depends what book they're reading. If the drag queen is
It
teaching
appears
them
to
about
be
gender ideology.
depicting some fish, a couple of fish in the ocean. It seems like
That's the
Now
rainbow.
remember, these types of pictures are used constantly. Pictures no different than this are spread around all over by the exact same people that Oli London just cited, okay? Oli London cited people like Tucker Carlson, Project Veritas, Gays Against Groomers. They will spread an image like this and say that this is an example of groomer. Now let's listen to what Oli has to say.
Fish.
the rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish, Ollie.
Well, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell.
Oh my God! The rainbow fish is pushing subtle messages of gender ideology. See? Do you see what they actually believe when it comes down to it? A drag queen in normal clothing, dressed like anyone else in the room, okay? Let's look at that. This drag queen is dressed like anyone else. Nothing inappropriate about this outfit. Reading a children's book that is read in every school in America, one of the most popular children's books of all time. The Rainbow Fish is one of the most popular fucking children's books of all time. And all of a sudden, Oli London has to bend over backwards to come up with a reason why this is evil. Why this is secret gender ideology. Holy moly.
The rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish, Ollie.
Well, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell kids you should be trans and become LGBT, and kids should make that decision on their own. So if that book is teaching them about, transitioning or becoming a drag queen, that's inappropriate.
It's
and that's
the rainbow
issue
fish.
Yes, but I haven't read the book. I can't see what the book is. So based on that one picture, does that book contain subtle messaging that's trying to tell kids to change their gender when they shouldn't be thinking about things like that?
What?
And in Florida, they've obviously banned books in the
Florida is okay. So Oli London, he's actually gonna speak in favor of book bans now. Florida, which is banning books en masse to the degree that entire school libraries are being decimated, and now Oli London is going to talk about that in a positive light.
that teach
Holy
gender
fuck.
ideology, and there's a lot of books, kids' books. There's a book called The Gay ABCs, and that pushes gender ideology for 2-year-olds. It's 2+, and I don't think that's
Who
appropriate
cares?
for a kid.
Wait, what gender ideology is being pushed with The Gay ABCs? What is wrong with a book that's called The Gay ABCs? What's wrong with that? Tell me.
Just should be reading kids' books that are completely innocent. They shouldn't
But
even be.
what do you make of
kind
this? What do you make of this lunchbox, though?
Why do you keep going back to the lunchbox?
Well, because it's got a picture of a trans woman on a kid's lunchbox.
Got a picture of a K-pop star on the lunchbox.
Who's the K-pop star? Who is the K?
Come on,
It's
Ethan,
you, right?
It's me.
Yeah, it's
would
you.
write a
As a
lunchbox?
and
Oh
you,
my God. He's describing himself as a K-pop star. Just remember, he's not a K-pop star. He's never been a K-pop star. He tried to make himself look like an actual K-pop star with surgery. And Oli London wants to tell you that you are insane. You're the insane one. All of the trans people in America who just want to use she, her pronouns, you're the real crazy people, not a person who obsessively fanboyed over a Korean pop star and got surgeries to pretend to be that pop star and still sometimes confuses his own life story with that of somebody else's life story. Remember, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Killjoy says, I pointed this out earlier. He still acts like he's actually Jimin. Oh my God, that's so deranged. Oh my God, that's so insane.
and this K-pop star is a trans woman, right?
I was trans at the time. The
Right.
image doesn't necessarily depict any
Did
kind
that
of...
photo of you, so is
Not
this,
even, it's not even a photo of me. It's literally a
It's a
cartoon.
cartoon,
I had an
right.
anime cartoon drawn of me.
right?
Would you buy it
Anime,
for your
huh?
kids?
I mean, I
Would you
wouldn't
find it
want to.
inappropriate?
I wouldn't, just because I don't want to support you financially. But
Okay.
but theoretically, I don't think I'd have a problem with. No, I wouldn't have a problem with my children looking up to a trans person. Of course not. What would be wrong with that?
No, and Ethan, look, I don't have a problem with trans people at all. I'm just saying that certain things, when it comes to gender ideology, if transgenderism is being pushed on young kids in preschool or even elementary school when they shouldn't be thinking about that, I think it's wrong to expose them to that. I think it's
Exposing
important
them to
kids
trans
discover who they
people.
are.
Exposing them to trans
Sorry?
people, like this lunchbox is. Right.
You're really obsessed with that lunchbox.
No, he's
You forget-
right. Oli London does not want to answer the question, but Ethan is actually just right here. Oli London just said we shouldn't be exposing, and word for word, Oli London said we shouldn't be exposing young people to trans people. Ethan said to trans people, right? Oli London says yes, and then Ethan goes, you mean like the lunchbox, which depicts you as a trans person, which you are deliberately selling to 3 to 4-year-olds. And then Oli London just goes and short circuits and restarts. Jesus fucking Christ. These people are broken.
But no, but I think it's a really important point that you're not, coming to terms with. We're exposing kids to a trans woman. Don't you think that's wrong? Why is it still on your website, at least,
You know, it's come on, Ethan. I don't know what to say. It's a cartoon of a
Right,
K-pop star,
right.
and it's very innocent. It's just like a little anime drawing. It's nothing. If I was doing something inappropriate, if I had, protect trans kids on there, that would have a message. That would have a loaded gender ideology message.
The gender ideology of protecting trans kids from harm. Insanity. Insane person. Just so mentally broken.
But it literally says Ollie Squad with a cartoon of me doing the peace sign. It's like super cute, super innocent. Just like most K-pop stars are like super cute, Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't you making like the Ahigo face a little bit?
What do you think?
Yes, that's the point I made. It is the Ahegao face. Ahigo, I've never heard that pronunciation before. But yes, that's the point I made. It is an Ahegao face. Yeah, look, we even have a goofy emoji right there. You can see it in the chat. Look in the chat, everybody. We have one. We have an Ahegao. It's the exact same face. Look at this shit. Okay, this is it. The Ahegao face, this is the iconic one that everybody memes about. This is the one that everybody uses in every meme forever. And it's literally the face that she's making. There's no sweat marks, but the eyes are the same, the eyebrows are the same, and the mouth is especially the same. Here's another one, just as another example of how common and well-known this image is. And notice that Oli London even said it's an anime. Oli, just like 2 seconds ago, he said that it's an anime face.
I think I should make it more masculine.
No, the Ahigo face is like some kind of hentai thing, isn't it?
I have no idea.
That's when
I
you
don't watch
cross
it.
your
Yeah,
eyes and stick out.
lying! You can tell Oli is lying here! Oli is literally just lying! Oh my God! I have no idea. Trying not to laugh. Oh my fucking God.
Your tongue.
Oh, really? Well, my eyes are
You don't
wide
know
open.
about that?
My eyes are wide
My
open.
eyes
I do
are
watch
wide
some anime,
open.
but I
Hold
don't
on.
know.
Wait, my
You
eyes
don't know
are
about
wide
the
open. Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? All of the ones, the Ahegao face has open eyes too. It's literally the Ahegao face. Oh my God. Ollie is such a fucking bullshitter.
Ego face?
What a fucking
No.
bullshitter.
I don't believe you. Come on.
No, I watch anime like I watch Attack of the Titans and
That's
stuff,
straight
but I'm
cap,
not
my
familiar with-
brother. This is it. And you,
Attack of the Titans. Oh, I love it. I love it.
you can see the resemblance, right? Here's the Ahigo face.
Go on.
It's from,
Oh,
it's
it
like a
even shows it.
hentai
Wait,
rep.
this is like the same. Well, wait, this is actually a slightly different one, but a perfect example. A different face, but yeah.
Reference. But
Okay.
but you see the resemblance, right?
Can you put them side by side?
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to.
I mean, that's quite a cute drawing.
Right, but that's like a woman like orgasming is what that is.
Well,
Or like
Well, that's not
lustful. It's like a
romantic.
lustful kind of sexual gratification
April, you're
face.
really clutching at straws.
Am I?
I've
No,
got my-
no, I'm sorry. He's not clutching at straws here. Hold on, watch. Ready, guys? I'm gonna do it. This is for you, okay, everybody? There you go. Now you have it, okay? It's the Ahegao face.
eyes open, I'm doing the peace sign, and
What
you're
is-
trying to dissect it and say this, honestly.
Right. It just seems to me that even as a trans person, you shouldn't be exposing kids to that. It seems like you're shoving gender ideology down kids' throats by selling
Everybody's gonna clip that. Of course they are. I hope my tongue looked fine there.
a
God damn it.
lunchbox with a trans woman on it. You don't
I
see
just
my
don't-
I finally fucking did it. I have not done that. I have not done that on stream. I've managed to avoid it, and now I'm gonna get clipped. And it's gonna look like shit or something.
point at all? You don't get it?
No, I don't. You know, if I would see your point completely. If, for instance, it had messaging on there, like some political, because I don't think kids should be exposed to politics either. You know, political or gender ideology message. If that was on there, that would be different. If it was a sexually suggestive image, but this is literally an innocent cartoon. I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign. You could not get innocent. What do I need to do, Ethan, like to please people? Do I have to like close my eyes?
Come on.
Well, I personally
Come
don't necessarily have a
on.
problem. What is your fascination with the eye wideness? I haven't said anything about that.
About what? Sorry.
You said, what do I have to close my eyes? I didn't know what that meant. You kept mentioning about like the eye wideness of how wide it is. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
No, I'm just saying that. Look, in the picture, my eyes. It's got very. It's not even me, by the way. It's a cartoon, but the eyes are very wide open,
Right.
like
Of you.
glistening.
It's
I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with having my eyes open? Like, we're human beings. We have to have
I
our
don't
eyes
know
open.
why you're
Like, would it
talking
be
about
better if
eyes
I closed
open.
my eyes?
I don't know what that means, Ollie. Here's a reference to popular culture with the Ahigo face. It's, you know, like kind of an e-girl thing. You're probably aware of that.
Well, I'm not an e-girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you're on the internet, and it's from anime, which you seem to be. Okay, but let's move
No,
on.
I do know anime and stuff. I don't know anything to do with that pose. Literally, I've got my mouth open like this. Peace. I always have my mouth open, you know, like,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
come on.
Let me see that again. Looks really natural when you do it.
Thanks.
Yes. Yes, girl. So are you, so the trans, but you identify as a male now. You're not trans. We're over that.
Oh.
No, I'm like, well, basically, I got to a point where I was going to probably die from all the surgery I was doing. And, you know, I was really mentally.
Oh, good. Nasty, you're watching right now. Never mind. I just sent a timestamp to chat. So, now you're watching. I don't even need to message you. You can grab it if you want to. Oh, now we have the clip. Posadas John, make sure you put that in the clip channel. Just put it in the clip channel. I won't be able to save it for later. Merrick rushed in from another room to see Demon Mama's Ahegao face. I'm not Merrick, I'm just at her computer. Well, hello, not Merrick. Welcome to the chat. I hope you're enjoying your time. Also, oh my God, welcome to Earth with the unbelievably generous $50 donation. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous tip. It is tips like yours that make this show keep going. This is a viewer-supported show, 100% viewer-supported. So please, and thank you very, very much for the support. And all of you who might want to tip, consider throwing some my way, like the amazing Welcome to Earth. Welcome to Earth asks, you have 653 videos. Any fun plans for video 666? That's a good idea. I should do a special video. I'm gonna think on that. That's a really good idea. Let's continue.
Struggling, had a lot of mental health struggles based on a variety of issues, which I talk about in my book, from when I was being bullied very severely as a kid.
Damn, Mama, you didn't have anything planned. To be fair, I didn't really think about it. I didn't really think about the video number, but it is true, actually. Video number 666 would be relatively special. I need to keep an eye on that. That's gonna be how many days from now, approximately? That'll be 13 days from now, which means, oh goodness. Okay, hold on, I need to send a message. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna put a note for myself so I can think about that, because I usually don't do that. Okay, I put it in my chat, in my group chat. All right, 13 days from episode 666. I'm gonna have to think about that. Maybe I'll do something special. I mean, that's too soon. 13 days is too short for me to do my new spiritual deconstruction, which I am working on my new spiritual deconstruction video. Anyway, we got to get back to the React. Everybody, okay, thank you for the suggestion, but we got to get back to the React, everybody. That was funny, but let's get reacting. We got to react. Let's finish this reaction.
I was always told I was like ugly, or I looked like a monster, or I was more feminine, or I had man boobs.
Good idea,
I just
Killjoy.
used to have all those things, and it left me with traumas. So it kind of messed up my head. And as an adult, I didn't deal with that in the way that I should have.
You got made fun of for having man boobs. You got made fun of for being effeminate. Hey, you want to know what might help that? Maybe the thing that you call gender ideology. Maybe the world would be a better place if people weren't mocked for deviating slightly from gender norms. Maybe if people weren't ruthlessly mocked for being slightly effeminate while being perceived as boys, maybe the world would be a better place. Holy moly. But again, Oli London, not an honest bone in his body, just a grifter.
I should have had therapy. I should have spoke to someone. Instead, it was almost like self-harming. So all this crazy surgery was me kind of lashing out at the bullies, and it was very, very destructive for me and for other people. So I'm glad to be over that.
Do you think that people who are bullied are at a higher chance of becoming trans?
Yes, definitely. So I talk about this in my book. There's a lot of studies. There was a study in Finland by the top transgender clinic that was basically transitioning a lot of kids, and they said I think it was around 45% of the kids had experienced severe bullying, so that led to their gender.
Do you think just maybe you're confusing correlation and causation? Don't you think it would be more likely that people are getting bullied because they're deviating from gender norms, which you just admitted to having experienced? Do you think maybe people who are likely to be trans in the future might be more likely to deviate from gender norms? And in our psychopathic society, they might be getting bullied because they're not 100% normal in their gender perception? Do you think maybe that is a more accurate interpretation of that? Maybe, just maybe? Or are you gonna jump to conclusions to say the most transphobic thing imaginable? Well, we already know the answer, don't we? We already know the answer, don't we?
Dysphoria identity, but there's also the other side.
Your theory is that the bullying leads to the dysphoria, not the dysphoria leading to the bullying, which would be more logical.
No, I was just about to say as well, but there is also the flip side of that, where the kids are being bullied because of their identity, because maybe a boy is more feminine or a girl is more like a tomboy. So they're also being bullied for that. But in certain studies, the one in Finland at Tampere University, they found that there was a significant correlation between a kid being bullied and then the onset of their gender dysphoria coming afterwards rather than before. But, of course, it works both ways.
I have that theory you're citing in front of me.
Tampere University, Finland, yeah.
Here it is. Let's read the conclusion. Here. There's the abstract and everything.
Witch Night Melody with the incredibly generous $10 says, "You made me snarf lemonade when you did the ah heck out face, and my laughter woke all my cats up. Still, that made my night. Keep boosting the signal, Demon Mama. You know it." Thank you very much for the support.
See. The conclusion says gender identity, especially non-binary identity.
Tiaho says, "Did we just watch Cleaning Mama?" Yeah, I was just wiping off the screen. There was dust on my screen and it was annoying me. So I wanted to get rid of it.
Is associated with both being
Tidiness.
bullied and perpetrating bullying, even when a range of variables, including internal stress and involvement in bullying and the opposite role, are taken into account. This suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality, which I...
Interesting that. This is from the study itself. How interesting. Isn't it funny how conservatives will literally cite studies that actually openly and blatantly disagree with them, and the conservatives will just lie about what the study actually says? Incredible, isn't it? Incredible.
I think what that means is that the bullying actually results in people rejecting their transness in favor of heteronormality. So it seems to be saying the opposite, actually, of what you've claimed it said. Do you see what I'm referring to? Heteronormality?
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that article. That, you know, if you actually read the full study, which
That's
I've read
the
the full
conclusion.
study, you can find it on the National Institute of Health.
Oh no, this is the study. Yeah, no, this is the study. It's the .gov.
Finland.
Having the study on hand just like that is so perfect. Excellent move by Ethan to be able to bring up the study right away and reference it right away. Excellent move. Just completely obliterated Oli.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. And then this is the author's conclusion right there. I mean, that's pretty much that. This is the one you're talking about. Do you disagree?
Yes, but it's, look, the study's also saying it's associated with being bullied and being the perpetrator. So it's basically saying
Yes,
that either...
but the message, this is the last sentence, so let's read this together carefully. It suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality. Do we understand what
Heteronormativity, but yes.
that says?
No, I get what it's saying. It's basically saying that some of these kids that are being bullied will maintain their original identity.
No. It's saying that the bullying is used to pressure people to not express themselves honestly. That it is pushing people into the closet. The bullying is about keeping people in line, and that's what the study shows. You fucking dishonest piece of shit.
The bullying, correct. But the study also, if you read the full study, the study also speaks, there's a high correlation between, there's two different findings in the study. There's a finding that around 45% of the kids are bullied, and that causes the gender dysphoria. And there's also part of the study which also says, like the conclusion is finding that some of these kids are bullied because of their gender dysphoria, and it makes it worse. So there's
it
two
seems
different
like
findings.
if two outcomes are possible, then it doesn't seem that interesting. I wonder why you bring it up.
Well, no, read the full study. It also talks about
This
the
is it,
correlation
man.
between autism.
I mean, this is the author. They wrote the conclusion right here. This is their...
That's a small summary on
yeah, but
Yahoo
that's
News.
the
If you
author.
actually read,
Come on, this is mad
That's their
coke.
conclusion.
correct.
Right.
But if you read in the
Who
National
better to
Institute
draw
of
a
Health,
conclusion than the author of the study?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've read the full study multiple times on the
multiple
National
times.
Institute of Health.
According to this, bullying prevents more kids from transitioning. Do you believe that we need more bullying?
No, I'm an advocate against bullying. I think whoever gets bullied, it's so wrong. I've been bullied myself, and I'm an advocate.
But if
for trying to
bullying
stop that.
results in
Nobody
less
deserves to be bullied.
transitioning, then that, according to what you're saying, is the best outcome for these kids.
No, I don't agree at all. No kid, even if a kid is feminine or a girl is a tomboy, they should not get bullied. No one should get bullied. They should be provided with support. But if somebody wants to transition, I'm not against people transitioning. I just don't think it's right as a kid, because a lot of these kids are going through so many issues during that time. They are not in the right frame of mind to make an informed consent decision.
If a
Look,
child
Ethan,
is suicidal, do you believe that they should transition?
so there's a lot of clinics and doctors that use this argument. There's a clinic called Kaiser Permanente.
Oh, love the direct question here. Let's see how Oli responds. Let's see how Oli responds to a very direct question.
So there's a lot of clinics and doctors that use this argument. There's a clinic called Kaiser Permanente in California.
Kaiser Permanente.
Kaiser Permanente, by the way, is one of the largest medical insurance and hospital groups in the entire country. Just so we're clear, this is not like a tiny thing. And to be clear, all medical institutions have problems. This is not me saying they're flawless, but just so we're clear, Kaiser Permanente is not a small organization, okay? Just so we're clear. It's just an insurance conglomerate, not a clinic. Yeah, but don't they have, doesn't Kaiser Permanente, don't they set up hospitals? Yes, they do. They set up hospitals. So they're not just insurance. They also do medical research, and they also set up clinics. Insomnia Noir says, I have the 400-page report that was published by Kaiser Permanente. It explicitly states several times that the mental health concerns of transgender youth are especially important.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, so basically they have used with multiple people that have since detransitioned, Chloe Cole and Layla, another detransitioner. They basically told them your kids are going to commit suicide if you don't transition them. But what they said afterwards is they actually felt worse 6 months down the line after their transition because they've got hormones in their body, they've got puberty blockers, and they even had double mastectomy.
That the vast majority of people that transition don't regret it. I think it's like 95%.
Yeah, it's literally, I believe it's actually 96%, but still. Chloe Cole is another gays against groomers detransition grifter. Wow, what a surprise there. Who could have, wow, isn't it weird that the only detransitioners that you ever hear about are ones that are astroturfed to hell by groups like Gays Against Groomers and the Heritage Foundation? Isn't that fucking weird? And Fox News, isn't it weird? So fucking weird. Almost like these people like Oli London don't actually give a shit about the actual problems that detransitioners face and only care about the ones who are willing to mindlessly repeat the message that they want them to. Almost like it's a fucking propaganda campaign.
99%. Are you aware of that stat?
You don't hear the cases of the detransitions.
Are you aware, Oli, that 99% of kids that transition do not regret it?
No, I don't support that statistic. I think it's wrong because these clinics...
I don't care. Ooh, I ignore the science. I cite science when it is in favor of me, and I ignore science when it disagrees with me. I don't actually have a real critique of that number. I just don't agree with it because it doesn't agree with me. Oli London is such a fraud.
From what authority do you disprove that statistic?
Well, look, these clinics make these studies. They don't even do follow-up studies. There's an example of a clinic.
Do you not trust studies? Because you just told me to read one.
Look, what I'm saying is the gender clinics make billions of dollars every year. Their studies are skewed and biased.
Gender clinics make billions of dollars every year? Name one. Name one fucking gender clinic that's even making money. Most gender clinics, the very few devoted gender clinics that exist, do not make billions of dollars. Most gender clinics that exist are charity projects that are done by non-profits, you fucking psycho. Literally just lying. Oh my God.
A review of 27 studies involving almost 8,000 teens and adults who had transgender surgeries, mostly in Europe, US, and Canada, 1% on average expressed regret. For some, regret was temporary, but a small number went on to detransition. But that's 1%. That seems like
1%.
A very small amount to be singularly focused on. And this is 27 studies, so this is a massive kind of conclusion, right? A scientific conclusion, a consensus, if you would.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a clinic, for instance, Tavistock Clinic, which was the main clinic in the UK. They were actually exposed. They were doing studies as well. They weren't bothering to check with the detransitioners. They didn't bother to check with the detransition. They didn't check how the hormones were affecting them over a year.
I know what you're talking about. That English one for
yeah.
Yeah, so that one, if I recall, I looked into that. people say it was shut down. It was actually, wasn't it?
It's being
They
shut down.
right,
It's
but
still open.
they're actually making a bigger one so they can serve more needs. I actually, so it's not really being shut down actually.
That
Say
one
the name
is
again.
still,
What is it?
it's called Tavistock.
Tavistock. Yeah.
By the way, if you this is the whole Tavistock clinic situation, Ethan is correct in that the Tavistock clinic is closing down and they are opening other clinics to service more people. However, the general situation around the NHS and gender care is very complicated, and I would recommend watching a video. Let me just get this real quick. Let me get the title of the video. I'm going to recommend a video real quick, a fantastic video. Hold on, let me just get the title of this video. It is called, I emailed my doctor 133 times, the crisis in the British healthcare system. I'm gonna link this in chat, so anybody who wants to watch this one, I highly recommend it. This is by, I emailed my doctor 133 times by PhilosophyTube. This is a video that in great depths explores exactly what is going on with gender-related care in the UK. Gender-related care in the UK is brutally difficult to access. The waiting lists have people waiting sometimes as long as half a decade to get care that they're already approved for. The system in the UK is a literal death by waiting system. And it's only like this for gender care. Other types of care do not have this type of wait time, but because of the way that the system is designed, people who need gender-related care are basically forced to go underground or to use gray market or even black market sources because of the way that it's designed, and it is a severe problem. That video outlines how the problem functions. It's very complicated because, of course, you're talking about a national healthcare system and the policies of a national healthcare system. But if you're watching this and you're interested in learning more about the problem specifically, which includes the Tavistock Clinic, you should go watch that video because that's a very, very important video, and it's a complex issue that is not easily hashed out in a debate form. You can't just sum up this very complicated issue easily in a debate. Yeah, so check out that video by PhilosophyTube. I emailed my doctor 133 times. Rock says, you have one of the best sounding keyboards I've ever heard. Thank you very, very much. This is a custom keyboard that was made just for me with my sound setup in mind, and I get compliments on it constantly. It was made for me by my wonderful friend Grime Dango, and it is like I said, a fully custom keyboard. I adore it. It is my pride and joy. I absolutely love this keyboard, so I'm happy you also enjoy the sound. It was designed for your ears. Seriously. All right, let's continue.
So that one's actually being shut down this year because basically the National Health Service, which is basically looks after all the hospitals in the UK for the government, they actually said that there were a lot of ethical violations and stuff, and they also changed their policy based on what happened at that clinic via internal investigations. They found that many of these kids were being pushed to transition without having checks on their mental health, and they're basically being pushed into it and fast-tracked very quickly.
Do you think it's significant, though, that...
The irony, the disgusting dishonesty of Oli London claiming that trans people are being fast-tracked in the UK, it is so blatantly false. It is the literal opposite. They are being slow-tracked. It has been heavily documented. It has been admitted even by the NHS itself. Oli London is such a disgusting liar. This is beyond a lie. This is like the lie of lies. I already mentioned before that Oli was lying about people being fast-tracked in the United States, but in the UK, it's like a super lie. Slow-tracked? I don't know. What do you want? What do you want from me?
of the patients, of the actual people who that transition, only 1% regret it. Do you? You're not acknowledging that.
No, I don't. I don't trust studies, even
Why?
if you're saying it's 27 studies.
27 studies. Then why did you tell me to read this one, Ollie? You use studies when it's convenient for you, but you don't.
People are also mentioning that the NHS has extremely long times for chronic pain and endometriosis as well. Good to know. I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. Just wanted to make sure I shouted that out. Let's go.
When it goes against your thesis. I don't understand your consistency with studies. Do we like them or no?
What I'm trying to say, Ethan, is the gender clinics are very, very powerful.
Do we?
They
No.
control
Ollie,
a
do
lot of
we
studies.
like studies or not? All studies or no
I
studies?
like studies.
Oh, we do.
No, I like studies.
You do
but
like
you
studies.
have to. But you have to always look at bias. You know, the clinic in Finland was a transgender clinic that made the study. So they had different findings to many of the clinics in America that are saying there's a low detransition rate. But there are thousands of detransitioners out there. They're just not sharing their stories because of fear of being attacked. And, you know, they get abuse every single day from trans activists. So there's thousands of kids out there.
By the way, just real quick, there are... Take a listen to this, okay? This is from Reuters, okay? So a very, very reliable. This is from 2021, okay? December 6, 2021. Trans people waiting years for gender health care as demand surges. When British tattoo artist Eva Echo found the courage to come out as transgender, she quickly sought specialist care to help her transition. More than 4 years later, she is still waiting for her first appointment. Echo, who is part of a potential legal challenge to England's NHS service over waiting times, said the delay left her drowning in gender dysphoria, the distress caused by someone's gender identity not matching their body. I feel like I'm in limbo. My life is on hold. I want to see if they've got averages here. Echo estimated she had to spend £30,000, approximately $40,000, on private doctors since she first went to her doctor in August of 2017. She's one of 4 people, 2 under 18, who are supported by legal advocacy groups considering legal action over wait times for a first consultation that can stretch between 4 and 5 years for adults. Adults waiting 4 to 5 years just to be seen by a doctor after you've already talked to your psychiatrist and psychologist. Just think about that. That's a fast track in Oli London's mind. Just kidding. Oli London isn't thinking about facts at all. Oli London is just a liar who is telling you a fantastic story he made up in his head.
That there's 50,000 detransitioners on a Reddit subreddit forum speaking about detransitioning, but they're scared to come out and talk about it because they're going to get attacked. So there's a lot of people hiding.
You seem to be in denial, Ollie, that the vast, vast majority of these people, let's say there's a bias. Let's say instead of 1%, it's 10% regret it. And that's a huge deviation. So I'm giving you a lot of doubt here. If 10% only regret it, do you think that on whole, of the 90% who don't regret it and who had what they consider life-changing care, health care,
true, Acelaces.
Why would you seek to deny them life-changing health care? When they,
well, Ethan,
they say, this saved my life.
Well,
oh, yeah. As a trans person, I'm just going to take this moment. As a trans person who's been through a lot, gender transition saved my life. I would not live my life any other way. There is nothing on earth that would force me back into the closet. Gender transition, the ability to change my body to the way that I want it to be, was a life-saving endeavor for me, okay? It completely and utterly changed my life. Even considering all of the hell that I went through socially, from family rejection to people treating me like absolute shit, online and offline, even with the discrimination, even with the familial nonsense from my at the time hyper-Christian family. Thankfully, some of my family has now left the cult. Still worth it. I still do not regret gender transition. I just want to make that clear from me reacting to this conversation. I count myself among one of those.
Ethan, children can't get tattoos, children can't buy cigarettes or buy alcohol. So how on earth can they consent to doing something they don't even understand about? we have to look at many of these kids. They don't understand. They don't think about the future.
Cigarettes and alcohol are dangerous and addictive substances. You're comparing cigarettes and alcohol to fucking medical and mental health care, you fucking freak.
Like, if a kid changes their body, they have gender reassignment surgery or take hormones, they might not be able to have a baby when they're older. They don't think about those things because they're kids. So the issue is just, we shouldn't be doing this to kids. It should happen, you know, as an adult, they can make informed consent. But even with...
And remember, Oli London doesn't actually support this for adults either, because Oli London lies about the wait times for adults too. So Oli London is just a fucking liar.
Some of the parents agreeing
Hey, Oli,
to it.
do you know how many kids between the age of 6 and 17 went through irreversible surgery in the United States?
I know the number rises every year. Now it will be several thousand.
So the number of patients, of children between 6 and 17 who went through irreversible surgery in the United States, what was the years on that one?
3 years, 2019 through 2021.
So this is the most comprehensive data we have, and this comes straight from the government stats. It was 250 per year. Does that seem significant to you?
So across 3 years, a grand total of 750 kids in the entirety of the US, young people, were given gender-related surgeries. Now remember, I'm gonna bring back a number from the beginning real quick, okay everybody? I told you to remember this number. Ready? According to the American Society of Plastic and Reconstructive Surgeons, in just 2020, nearly 230,000 cosmetic surgeries and nearly 140,000 non-invasive cosmetic procedures were performed on teens aged 13 to 19. $750 total across 3 years were minors whose dysphoria was severe enough to warrant surgery. 750. But every single year, 230,000 cosmetic surgeries are done on teenagers. Interesting how it's only ever a problem when it's trans people. And when it's trans people, they want you to wait 3 years and have psychoanalysis and have invasive doctors poke and prod you and ask you questions and treat you like you're a crazy person. Isn't that fucking interesting? It's almost like all of the noise, all of the culture war is a bunch of bullshit, and what they actually really feel is they just hate trans people. They just don't like trans people, and they don't want trans people to have good lives. Almost like that's all it boils down to. They want you to fucking die. Do you guys know, everybody in my community, what the fuck is rule number 1? Does everybody remember what rule number 1 is? Do not fucking die. That is rule number 1 of the Demon Mama community. Do not fucking die. And the reason why that is rule number 1 of the Demon Mama community is specifically because in this particular moment, we live in a time in which an entire political wing has decided that their main goal is to do everything in their power to try and make trans people die and disappear. And so we say, do not fucking die.
That's completely incorrect, because there's a clinic in Oregon. It's in the thousands now. There's a clinic in Oregon that's done at least
the thousands.
300.
Is that significant? 1,000? I mean, we have 50 million children in the United States. Do you think 1,000 is statistically significant?
There's thousands, and this study probably only takes into account people on Medicaid or Medicare. There are also the parents of patients that pay out.
True, everyone is pointing out rule number 2 is always raid with love. Honestly, we should just call it rule number 2. We should just make a rule number 2. Originally I wanted it to be just the one rule is the only really rule, but I guess it is fair for us to have a rule number 2 be always raid with love. We do say always raid with love, and it's a pretty good rule. Maybe I should just call it rule number 2. But then we need a rule number 2 command. Whatever, we'll work it out. True. It's a de facto rule. Yeah, they're both good rules. But rule number 1 is more important because I don't want you to die. Obviously, everyone dies eventually, but do not die is specifically about adopting a position of defiance. It is rule number 1 is about embracing liberation and a fight against the death that is constantly being pushed upon us. And I'm gonna take a minute here from the react. This has been a really great react, but it's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on in this conversation, and I just want people to remember that the people who are pushing this culture war against trans people, the people who are pushing this groomer panic, the reason why they jump to talking about groomers is because they want to have justification in dehumanizing you and justifying your death. They want to have excuses for why it's okay to hurt you. They want to have excuses for why it's okay to dehumanize you. And that is not an easy world to live in, okay? It is not, being trans or being gay is not an easy life, okay? And that doesn't mean that suffering is all that our life is about, because it's not. However, I think it's very important to remind people to fight. And it's especially hard right now to feel good about life. It's especially hard right now to look out at the world and the atmosphere around trans people. If you're a trans person, no matter what social media you go on, no matter how insulated you are from politics, no matter how much you avoid politics, if you're a trans person, no matter where you go, you will be bombarded with anti-trans messages. People don't understand how bad it is. If you're not trans, you can go out into the world, and the chance of you engaging with something that is going to be undermining you as a person is very, very low. The likelihood that you're gonna log on to YouTube and watch a video that's like specifically targeting you and saying that you're a problem and that you're a part of like a civilization destroying nemesis, it's not likely to happen. But if you're trans, you see that every day. You see it even if you try to avoid it. It is a very difficult time right now to be trans. It is a very difficult time right now to be gay. Not that it's ever been super easy, but adopting a position of defiance against that type of thing is very important. It's very important, okay? We cover it a lot on this stream because I, for some reason, have decided that that part of what I want to do with my platform, with my ability to entertain, is mock and debunk anti-trans people. I want to use my voice to push back against this stuff because that's what I can do. I am a filmy talker, okay? I like to set up my camera. I like to talk about stuff. So that's what I do. But it's not just in this space that these messages are getting out. It's not just in these spaces that this hateful nonsense is dumping out and it's ruining people's lives. It is very difficult to have to bear the burden of knowing that even if those people are a minority, and it's true, transphobes are a minority. People who hate trans people do not represent a majority faction in any way, shape, or form. They aren't the majority, but they're really loud and they're horrible. And there are an unfortunate amount of them with an unfortunate amount of reach. They're blasting this message from all over the place and it's hard to deal with. Nobody should have to deal with that type of shit. So I'm rambling here, but the point that I'm trying to say is this culture war shit takes a toll on people, and it's very easy to start to lose focus on why you're going on at all when there's so much hatred being shoveled out on top of you. And I just want to remind people, it's worth it to keep going. Life is worth living, and these people are not going to win. They can't win. Even when they're winning in their mind, they are still losing because they can't actually control anything at all. They only have a paranoia that they chase endlessly. They chase it endlessly, and the harder they squeeze, the harder it is for them to control. The more people defy them, the more sand slips through their fingers. And just remember that and do not react. I just wanted to make sure I said that. This shit gets me going. Oh my God.
Out of pocket. So
even if
I
it's
think the study
thousands,
was,
Ollie, let's say it's thousands. Is this significantly significant when we have 51 million children in the United States between ages 6 and 17?
it's significant even because it's growing every day. If you look at any chart or graph of kids being medically transitioned, it's now in the tens of thousands across the US. California has thousands alone. Florida, before Governor DeSantis banned, there's a clinic, Dr. Gallagher, who performs at least five surgeries on minors every month. So that's just one clinic.
Can you
so
cite
it's in the
those numbers? Is it possible to get a reference?
Dr. Gallagher is a clinic in Florida, and she operates on minors.
Okay. And so what is wrong with the number
Okay.
going up? I mean, let's say it goes up
You have a clinic that has done surgeries on minors? Okay, that wasn't even... Ollie didn't even finish the point there.
1,000 to 2,000 in the whole United States. I mean, so obviously one would assume, right, Ollie, as people become more educated and aware of transgenderism, and we've seen the same thing with homosexuality, which of course you are a member of the LGBT community. In the 50s, as being gay became more acceptable, you saw the numbers significantly rising during that time. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yeah, of course, because
what's
it
the
became more
difference?
acceptable.
What is the difference between the hysteria that took place then about there was, on the right, that they're turning our kids gay? That turned out not to be true. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely
So
correct.
hold on to that. So now today we see the same
This is
graph.
so good. This is so strong from Ethan right here. I actually love this. Pushing Ollie on this point is really strong.
Going up of trans kids getting surgery or gender affirming care or whatever. So why is it that you today can draw a conclusion that was the same conclusion in the 50s that you disagree with, that trans kids are being influenced societal to become trans? It seems to be a glaring contradiction in logic.
It's not just random based on the fact that it's easier for people to come out these days or identify in different ways. It is a concerted push, Ethan. So there's now
That's what
over
they said
60,
about gay people.
Ethan, there's now over 60 pediatric gender clinics that have opened within the last 15 years across the US. They weren't there.
60 whole clinics across the entire United States. Does Oli London forget how big the United States is? There are 50 states and there are only 60 clinics, and some of those states are larger than multiple of Oli London's home country. Oli London is so bad at fear-mongering on this platform, it's not even funny.
Before, so they are profiting from this. They're opening clinics because they know they can profit. So when they push, through popular culture or push transitioning via TikTok trends, they are profiting from that. So
who's they? Who's they that's pushing transitioning via TikTok trends? Who are you talking about? Who has secret control over the TikTok trends? Oh my God, this is so sus.
It benefits them if society and children are being confused and indoctrinated in schools or via social media, because they can get more patients through their door.
So that's good, but let's focus on this issue that I want to nail down. They said that gay kids were being influenced to be gay. You disagree with that now, and you're one of the people that says kids are being influenced to become trans, and it's the same curve. Why is that curve not just the result of it becoming more acceptable in society? Because it's the same curve, right? Same curve.
It's a huge curve, and it's really in the last 5 years since TikTok came about. We're seeing so many. There's about 2.2 billion views.
What does it matter how they become aware of it? I'm telling you, it's the same curve.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are influences now that didn't exist 10 years ago that are pushing kids. for instance, TikTok, there's about
TikTok-
2.2.
So TikTok is turning people
TikTok is turning people trans.
trans, where back in the 50s, people said it was like rock and roll music, it was movies,
True.
it was hippie movements. That
Elvis.
wasn't accessible.
Goddamn Elvis, that guy with his hip thrusting and his dancing and his hound dog and his thrusting and his dancing and his fancy sequined outfits, he's turning all the kids gay. Jesus Christ.
To the generation before them. I don't see the difference.
What I'm saying is that kids are being exposed to influences that they didn't have before.
Same
you know,
in the
if kids
50s.
are being
Yeah, like you, Oli London, kids are being exposed to serial liars like you. Kids are being exposed to all kinds of stuff, including gigantic lying pieces of shit like you and your disgusting cohort. You and all of the other people on the right wing who push this fucking disinformation.
The same in the 50s. The kids who were coming out as gay were also exposed to things that weren't accessible to generations before them.
Well, I don't agree with that. They didn't have phones
No?
back then. Kids are now being pushed trends, and the AI algorithm recognizes a kid's vulnerabilities,
Well,
and they push videos.
music, popular music,
Yeah, music.
pop
as
music
always.
is, well, pop music was something that was, rock and roll was something that was new back then.
No, correct.
Radio,
and you could also
TV.
argue that in the 80s, more people came out because, music like George Michael was, and songs about freedom
So
and
then
stuff
why
and
are
coming
you
out was.
concluding that TikTok is making people trans? I don't understand the logic. You just contradicted yourself.
No. What I'm saying is, in the last 5 years, there is an increase in gender clinics opening because they are exploiting these children that are being pushed trends. You know, there's a lot of lobby groups, Ethan, the Human Rights Campaign.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're making up a fiction. They opened up gender clinics to take advantage of kids because they were secretly advertising gender transition via TikTok trends, and they opened up clinics to take advantage. This is insanity. This is nonsense. Nonsense and derangement. Again, I've said this 100 times. I'll say it again. If conservatives just believed in orcs and goblins, if they actually were just like the orcs and the goblins and orcs are coming for you. The TikTok is being controlled by the Grand Goblin Wizard. He uses his crystal ball to convert children into new goblins. The world would be a better place. If they were just at the exact same level of fantastical thinking, if they just stopped obsessing over trans people and instead just fucking talked about ghosts and ghouls and zombies and goblins, the world would be a better place. Sorry.
It's a massive lobby group. They're going around.
Ollie, you were
trying to
trans
push,
before TikTok.
I've struggled with gender dysphoria for all of my life.
Before
Correct,
TikTok.
but yes, but my identity struggles came about because I was using social media too much, and
But
I
Ollie,
started
you
to
were
see.
born in 1990. You're not that much younger than me. When I grew up, there was no social media. I don't believe you probably had social media until you were in your 20s, well into your 20s.
Yeah, correct. And the reason I struggled with my identity was because of bullying in childhood. But then I only transitioned as an
But
adult.
bullying in
because
childhood,
firstly,
we established from the report that you told me to read that bullying in childhood results in less people transitioning.
Sorry, say it again.
The study you sent me
Yeah,
about
the Finland study.
bullying, the conclusion was that bullying results in less people transitioning. So you says it's a result of social media. Well, you didn't have social media. Then you says it
Ethan,
was a
I'm
result
one
of bullying.
person.
But this study you told me to read says bullying reduces the amount of people who transition. So how is it that you were trans before, outside of all of these influences that are turning people trans?
Well, firstly, I'm an individual, so I'm one person. So my experience is not reflective of every
Okay.
single person that becomes trans out there.
And
But the thing is, I became trans as an adult because I really struggled with my identity throughout my whole life. And yes, I did get bullying. Every case is different as well. Some
remember, when Oli London says I struggled with my identity, Oli London isn't just talking about being trans. Oli London is talking about how he literally sometimes forgets that he's not Jimin from BTS. He is Jimin from BTS is a real artist who actually exists. Oli London got surgeries to look more like Jimin and sometimes refers in the first person to himself doing things that Jimin did. So that's what Oli London is actually talking about when Oli London is talking about identity confusion. Newsflash, trans people don't have the type of identity problems that Oli London has. I'm sure some of them do. Obviously, Oli London exists, but the average trans person does not have that type of identity problem. They're not having an identity problem. Trans people know who they are. They want to change their body to fit who they are. It's fairly simple.
People are bullied because of their gender identity. Some people are not. So every single case is different, but the reason I became trans was, you follow my journey, the Korean stuff. That was me trying to find myself and trying to, fit in because I hated the way I looked.
If your journey is a personal one, which I totally understand, then what gives you the right to project your personal experience onto others?
Well, I speak to
what does give you the right to project onto others? And the answer is conservatives who are giving Oli London a platform because Oli London is willing to recite horrifically anti-trans messaging for money.
Transitioners every day. I speak to parents, I speak to women.
So that assumes a bias, Oli. You're talking all day to detransitioners. We've also established, because I think, like studies, or I don't know if we decided, I think you said you like studies, because 27 of them made a consensus that 99% of people that transition don't regret it. So if you spend all day talking to the 1% that do regret it, don't you believe that underlies a bias?
Well, no, I don't believe it because I talk to all sorts of people.
No, it's not a bias. I have no bias. Oh my God. This is such an expose. It's such a fucking, you are so exposed. This is absolutely, you are obliterated. The clothes of the fucking curtains have been blown open and the Wizard of Oz is nowhere to be found. Oli London is completely and utterly exposed.
Parents that have trans kids and they're trying to navigate through that, and the general consensus with everyone I speak to, because I'm not right wing or left wing, I'm just very much in the center. I'm just trying to help people using my platform to try and help people. The general consensus is we shouldn't be doing this to kids, and there generally is a concerted push over the last 5 years to medically transition children. If kids want to experiment, if a girl wants to be a tomboy, nobody has a problem with that. If they want to become trans.
Oli London, you just talked about right now, in this literally within minutes, you talked about, Oli London just talked about how he was bullied ruthlessly for being effeminate as a child. And now just moments later, Oli London is trying to say no one has a problem with children experimenting with their identity. Who the fuck do you think is bullying people because they're too effeminate or too masculine as a kid? Fucking conservatives have a problem with that. They always have. The tomboys and tom girls have never been treated well historically, okay? There's a huge fucking problem with that. You even admitted it. Jesus fucking Christ.
As an adult, that's on them. But the issue that I talk about every day, I talk with parents, I talk with all these detransitions, is when this happens to kids. That's the issue I'm speaking about.
Right,
it's
but that's
not
so
about
rare.
people being trans.
Let me ask you another question, just to pivot a little bit. I'm one of the people that would say Oli London is willing to do anything for attention. You have probably some kind of, I don't want to diagnose you, I'm not a psychiatrist, but there is some craving for attention, clearly, right? Good or bad. You said your pronouns were core Ian, you said you were going to get your penis size reduced so that you could look more, you could be a more authentic Korean. I mean, these are not serious things. You seem to be a provocateur. Is it possible that you are participating in this right-wing grift because, one, it's making you a lot of money, and two, it's getting you a lot of attention? Is that possible, that you actually don't care and that your beliefs are empty? that
No,
possible?
absolutely not. So when I struggle with my identity for years,
Yeah, of course not. Yeah, of course. No. That's I actually think that is what I like to call a dirty tactic, okay? What Ethan just did there is a dirty debate tactic. It's a dirty rhetorical trap. No matter what Oli London says after that, Ethan has already set up a characterization. This is called poisoning the well. No answer there is going to look good. But I have to say, I think it's very effective here because this entire conversation, we've already seen Oli London lying about everything else. So what Ethan has done, while that is indeed generally considered to be a dirty tactic, Ethan has already gotten Oli London to acknowledge that he is lying about everything else. He's lied so much in this conversation. So at this point, pulling this tactic basically just means that Ethan gets to make a declaration on who Oli London is, but he can frame it as a question. And because everyone has already seen Oli London lying about everything else, Ethan comes out on top no matter what Oli London says here. It's a really good move. It is a little bit of a sneaky debate tactic, but it's a really good move.
I generally was struggling and I was lashing out at bullies. And the more I would get bullied online by YouTubers and people on TikTok, the more I would act crazy because I was trying to feel validated and loved. And it was very unhealthy.
The conservative movement has offered you quite an open hand. They're very glad to be using you as a mouthpiece against trans people. So it must feel good to be being accepted from somebody, even if it is at the detriment of many people who are at risk, trans people. It must feel nice to have people supporting you.
No, it's nothing to do with that at all. I could have easily continued doing K-pop. I could have focused on TikTok, which, I used to really enjoy doing TikTok. I'm not the best singer. I like to make fun, entertaining videos. I could have stuck with that.
Yeah,
in actual fact, when I detransitioned, I lost so many brand deals. I lost all my invites to New York Fashion.
Do you think maybe the reason why people stopped wanting to engage with you after you detransitioned is because you immediately transitioned into being an insanely hateful person who says horrible shit and accuses people of being pedophiles without evidence? Maybe that's the reason that you lost your special little brand deals. Maybe it's because you started acting like a giant bigoted piece of shit.
Fashion Week, I was front row every
Yeah, but now
season.
you're
I
on
lost all
Tucker
my
Carlson. I mean, that's the biggest show in the world, or it was. Rest in peace to the GOAT.
Yeah, he was the original GOAT. But no, it's nothing to do with that.
So you say it's not possible that you are just doing this for attention. If we go back, here's a recording of you saying that you're using the BLM movement for attention and for cameos. Here, listen.
Oh, shit.
So it's basically every time I do a music video, it's like, if it's $1 million, it's £1,000. So, if I just keep releasing music videos, that's like enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking about me on Twitter because I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter and protests and stuff. So I had 200,000 views on the video. So because of that as well, I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just, I'm just staying relevant in the news, on TV and stuff, because, the more exposure I have, if I'm trending on Twitter or whatever on TV, then the more cameos I get. So yeah, just.
So here you say you're supporting BLM to stay relevant and because
that's a spicy clip to have on hand there. Oh, props to Ethan's team. Props to the H3H3 team for having that clip on hand. That is a brutal clip to be able to play. Oof.
Gets you more.
This is why receipts are excellent. Always have the receipts. Oof.
Cameos. Have you been getting more cameos since you went right wing?
Well, firstly, that audio was from a number of years ago. It was edited deceptively by somebody that was completely uncredible and just basically desperate for attention.
It's your voice, correct?
It's my voice, but it was edited deceptively to try and make me look bad.
So what's the deception?
So I'm not doing any of this. What I'm doing now is to try and help people. Previously.
Okay. Ethan asks what was edited to make it deceptive, and Oli goes, "Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not dishonest. I'm not dishonest. I swear to God." Holy shit! Oli London is getting fucking bodied.
And I'll admit
What's
it.
the
Previously, I had
deception,
some
Ollie?
very
You told me
unhealthy
it's
behavior.
deceptive. I'm open to hearing you out. How is it deceptive?
I'm explaining. So, you know,
Okay.
previously I had unhealthy behavior where I was generally like thinking, oh, how many likes can I get? How many views can I get? Because I was in a really crazy mental health place. And, you know, the more surgery I would get, I would feel worse about myself. So I would try and be validated via online views and things. But in fact, you know,
Unlike
talking
now.
to BLM, actually, no, I'm not doing it now. If I
Right.
wanted to, Ethan,
Which is
if
why
I
you're on
wanted
the
to,
show.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
no, if I
Which is why
wanted
you're on
to get
Tucker.
attention and stuff,
Yeah.
I would stick to doing TikToks. I would stick to doing my K-pop music
You're getting a
videos.
lot more attention right now. I mean, you're getting
Still no answer about how it was deceptively edited. Just insisting I'm not dishonest and I'm definitely not doing it for attention now. It's the new me. I'm the new me. That was the old me.
a lot of attention right now. In fact, you wrote a whole damn book about it, Gender Madness.
Well, what I'm doing now is because I've actually come to a realization that I have had some very unhealthy behaviors in the past, and I'm trying to remedy that. You know, because I can't
remedy
sleep
that by attacking trans people and by going to every single right-wing platform you possibly can and propagating an anti-trans message in the middle of a trans genocide. Incredible, you fucking disgusting grifter piece of shit. Fuck Oli London. And huge props to Ethan for putting Oli London on the spot.
night when I think, you know, have I done something bad? Have I been a bad influence? So I'm actually trying to remedy that and devote my
I
time
hate to tell you, if
activism.
that's what you're concerned about, you're going to feel really bad when your next phase comes around and you realize that
It's
you
not
were
a
the
phase, Ethan.
the mouthpiece for really hateful people.
Ethan, it's not a phase, and I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally just trying to speak up about issues that I have finally woken up to see what's going on in the
It
world.
seems
and I'm
to
actually
me,
thinking,
Ollie, that if we look at all of your different iterations of your personality, the one consistent thing is a need for attention.
you could say that about Trisha Paytas, who was your best friend and you used to do a podcast
Oh, I do say
with.
that.
You
I
know,
mean,
she
yeah, I would
had-
say that about Trisha Paytas. Sure. Are you like
she
Trisha
had different
Paytas?
identities, but she had a wake up call, and then she realized that, you know, she could be an influence to others, and she's really a positive girl. She's doing amazing things at the moment, and you know, I had a wake up
Trisha
call
was
as well
a
because
chicken
I was,
nugget, I believe. Do you empathize with that, Ollie, as a former trans person?
Ethan, I'm vegetarian, so I wouldn't empathize with her being
So you're saying
chicken
you're
nugget.
like yeah, and congratulations on that. We support that. Ollie, do you believe you're like Trisha Paytas?
No, not at all. I'm not comparing myself
okay.
to her. I'm just saying that
But you
she
just,
had a lot of ideas.
Oli London literally did, Oli just compared himself to Trisha Paytas and then just said right now, I'm not comparing myself to Trisha Paytas after comparing himself to Trisha Paytas. Brain soup. Absolute and utter brain soup. I feel like I need to bring the clock back, the dementia clock, because as this goes on, Oli London is getting more and more incoherent and nonsensical, literally contradicting himself within a single sentence.
She struggled. She had some unhealthy behaviors. I had some unhealthy behaviors. I struggled, but I'm remedying that now. I'm working hard every day
Trisha.
to try and be a better person, to try and help people. And that's what I'm focused on. So people can call me what they want. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally trying to help
Okay,
make
let's
the world
pivot.
a better place.
Let's pivot. This came about when you found God, right? You and you can fill in the blanks here. You were confused. You were a transgender woman. You were selling kids' lunch boxes depicting a trans woman on it. That's pretty low by your own definition. And then you were walking around and you found God. You entered a church and then you realized, hey, this is a cool vibe, maybe.
Well, no, actually, before that, I started to go to therapy. So basically, I lost a lot of my friends. People thought I was really like crazy, and I was very mentally unwell with all of these different crazy identities that I struggled with. So I actually started therapy first, and I started going to sessions twice a week. And then they actually told me, you know, you need to speak about this. You need to find a community that.
So Ada Stardust says, oh my God, not the Jesus freak grift. Okay, you guys need to understand, okay? I was actually talking with my partner, Doe. Doe, we love Doe. Everybody loves Doe. I was talking to my partner, Doe, about this earlier. Christianity, the Christian nationalist movement, is, in my opinion, the only future for the right in America. I don't think that the right has any other options. Part of that is because, obviously, they hate everything. Conservatives are angry about Disney. They're angry about literally everything. They hate everything is woke. They hate M&Ms. They hate everything. They have nothing else to latch on. Except the Bible. See, the Bible and the Christian nationalist movement provides them this incredible justification for their bigotry. We're doing it in the name of God. God told me that we need to save America in the name of God. Now, for a couple of years, the predominant online, on the internet, mind you, not in the real world, but on the internet, the atheism movement had a lot of success in basically making Jesus shit really cringy on the internet. But let me tell you, that is not the case anymore, okay? There are enormous hyper-Christian, hyper-fundamentalist sects all over the internet now. The Jesus freak stuff is like, people are able to grift. I mean, even Dave Rubin reconverted to Christianity. You guys remember when that happened? Remember when Dave Rubin was like, I'm an atheist and I like to question everything. And then Dave Rubin was like, actually, I believe in God now. All the conservatives are converting to Christ. In fact, we talked about this. Remember just like a few weeks ago, we covered the Quartering having a meltdown on a bunch of other conservatives because he said, he was like, the Jesus stuff is fucking bullshit. I can't handle all this crazy Jesus crap. You guys are a bunch of hypocrites and I don't fucking buy it. You guys remember that shit? I had a literal video up. It's about the Quartering freaking out and calling all of the Christian conservatives hypocrites. He doesn't like it, but the fact that the Quartering is being roasted so much on the lines of Christianity is just showing to you how much the far right is pivoting to Christianity. So it makes absolute sense to me that Oli London is a born again, oh, I found God. I'm still super gay though. Like, you know, Milo, remember Milo did that too? He's now the trad cath ex-gay. Yeah, the Christian nationalist movement is, in my opinion, the future of the far right. And we need to be aware of that because all of the stuff, all of the arguments and conversations that happened during the internet atheist era, which failed to stick, mind you, are going to become relevant again. But this time, we need to make sure that they stick. We need to be able to fight against fundamentalist Christianity because Christian nationalism and fundamentalist Christianity purports a worldview that is a literal nightmare of torture for the vast majority of the world, okay? Christianity and the rule of Christianity on the globe has been an ongoing dark age for our entire planet, okay? I don't hate all Christians. I think there are some really wonderful Christians out there, but Christian fundamentalism is a psychotic, inherently domineering religion that is forcible. It believes in slavery. It justifies and believes in slavery. It justifies and believes in the killing of gay people, the killing of trans people, the subjugation of women. We have to be ready to push back against this shit. And by the way, it's no surprise that in this conversation, all centered around anti-trans bigotry, that the central character, Oli London, is a born-again Christian preaching the gospel of God against the gays and the queers. No surprise there, huh? Louis Boy says, Vosh says that Christianity is fundamentally homophobic. Is that true? I do not believe that that is true. There are homophobic verses in the Bible. However, there are numerous theological interpretations. However, what I will say is that Christianity is fundamentally vulnerable to homophobia. It is not actually fundamentally homophobic. And in fact, like I said, serious theologians have discussed the anti-gay verses in the Bible, all of which come from the Old Testament, which I don't know if you guys know this. The reason that it's called the Old Testament is because Jesus created the New Testament. So the Old Testament laws are not for the born-again Christian. The born-again Christian is, according to the Bible, supposed to learn from the past, but not literally live by the Levitical laws that weren't intended for them. They're, by their own religion, supposed to live by the New Testament. So while this is not true, they do not all come from the Old Testament. You might be right. I might be, there might be 1 or 2 verses in the New Testament, but I could be wrong about this. My apologies if I'm forgetting a New Testament quote. If somebody has a New Testament verse that I'm forgetting, please hit me with it. I was pretty sure that the main verses that people reference are from the Old Testament. Regardless, serious theologians will argue that though even the homophobic verses in the Old Testament were not designed to actually be anti-gay. They were supposed to they were supposed to be illustrating the position of a man. This is really complicated. No, I don't believe that that Christianity is fundamentally homophobic. However, I do believe that Christianity is highly susceptible to homophobia. Oh, true. Okay, true. Sorry, I should have mentioned, yes, Paul does have, actually, I do believe you're right. Yes, I stand corrected. There is writings from Paul, and yes, Paul does have weird issues with sex. I completely blanked on that. I am incorrect on that particular one. Regardless, that's not the subject of this video. The point is, I don't believe that Christianity is fundamentally homophobic. However, I do believe that Christianity is highly vulnerable to it, and I do believe that Christian fundamentalism is fundamentally homophobic. But fundamentalism is a certain sect of Christianity. There are many interpretations of Christianity. Anyway, let's continue this video. I just wanted to make a point about Christianity. So, Rock says, Demon Mama, I still identify as a Christian, but I went through a deconstruction reconstruction phase recently, and to be honest, I feel like most people on the left live in a more Christ-like way than most Christians. I agree with you. I am not a Christian. I used to be a Christian. I grew up in a fundamentalist cult, and I was Christian until about the age of 18 when I deconverted, and since then I have done an incredible amount of writing, meditation, reflection on my history with Christianity, and my thoughts about my general beliefs since then. And I do agree that I do think that leftist, specifically serious communists, people who are very serious, not about communism as a governmental form, but about communism as a way of life, living together, sharing with others. I do believe those people are more accurate to the life of Christ than most professing Christians. Most professing Christians live identically to capitalists. They do not actually live or attempt to shape their life to the life of Christ at all, despite the fact that they are explicitly called by their holy text to do so. It's a long conversation, and I will be talking about it more in the future. Yeah. When will you do your spiritual deconstruction again? I want to be there when you do it soon. My old spiritual deconstruction is visible. You guys can see it. Actually, if you, it's literally right over there. Somebody just posted it. You guys can grab it from chat right there. Boop, 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 boop. Go check out, just search Demon Mama Spiritual Deconstruction. It's my old video. The production value is much lower, but I talk about my history with the church. I talk about my experiences growing up super Christian, and it's a very big project. I am working on the Spiritual Deconstruction 2, which when you watch the first one, you will see me mention that I intend to do I intend to go through the spiritual deconstruction process multiple times throughout my life with my new thoughts, and as I gain more skills for video making, and as I gain more skills generally and more experience in life. So I don't know exactly when I'll be done. I'm putting a lot of thought into it, but it will be soon, TM. Anyway, let's continue. By the way, if you've been enjoying this very React-filled react, as you can see, Demon Mama adds a lot of content to anything that I react to. If you've been enjoying it, please make sure that you're subscribed to my channel. Press the subscribe button down below. Press the like button. The likes are deeply appreciated. They really help the channel, and I would love to have you come back and check out my other stuff. So press those buttons down below. We're gonna get right back into the react. As you guys can tell, I like to add a lot to the things that I react to, use them as a jumping point for further conversation, and I always will be like that. Anyway, let's continue.
Accepting, non-judgmental, and kind.
So hold on, your therapist told you that you're not trans?
No, my therapist didn't tell me I wasn't trans, but they said if I'm having issues and struggling with who I am, perhaps I should find a community that's very welcoming and might make me feel like I can belong, you know, take some time off social media. So they didn't tell me not to be trans. It's nothing to do with that. So they literally told me to try and find myself.
So you took a break off social media, and then you took your your time to find God and find your new self?
I stopped spending hours and hours a day on TikTok and YouTube, which was, messing up my mind. And I actually left my phone at home. I would go to therapy sessions, and then I started going to church. And it made me realize, there's more to life than just being online or whatever. I need to actually make a difference in this world. And I've spoken to so many people that are concerned at the direction the world's going in. And, if I can try and help parents and help, women and stuff and speak up for people, then, I can feel good.
I want to show you this clip from an interview from Piers Morgan, okay?
B-Sadu says, so Oli London touched Christian grass? Yeah, okay, guys. Again, I know we're immediately jumping back into commentary again, but I just want to, that's why I'm here, and specifically about Christianity, but yes, actually, unironically though, YouTube, I am a YouTuber, okay? I make YouTube videos for a living. I do long streams that people like to listen to while they're doing other things, while they're working, while they're playing video games, whatever. I am a YouTuber. And let me tell you, YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and Instagram are not a replacement for an actual social existence. In fact, they're a poor replacement. They don't even come close to doing the real job. This is part of the reason why I think that the fundamentalist Christians are going to have an advantage in the coming years in recruiting far-righters to their side, because they offer something other than social media. Social media is, pardon me using some spiritual language, but soulless. Social media is a wasteland, and the only reason that everybody clings to social media so much is because the rest of our social lives have been completely and utterly devastated by the ravages of late capitalism and a pandemic. People don't have social engagements the way that they used to. People rely on social media and have relied on social media, and that doesn't make people bad for doing that. They're not. It's just all that we have. But it's a piss poor replacement for actual social connections. This is one of the reasons why with my platform, I constantly encourage people to reach beyond the internet, to use social media as a springboard to make real connections, to actually connect with people, to make real friends, to connect with them in the real world, and to build long-lasting connections with those people. Because the internet leaves people feeling empty. The internet cannot give you a sense of meaning. It isn't. It's meant to sell you products. And products, as we all know, consumerism has never been fulfilling. It will never be fulfilling. It doesn't fulfill people. It leaves people feeling empty and like they are on a treadmill, because they are. Consumerism is a treadmill of always having to get the next new thing, but that's not sustainable. And this is the danger of Christian nationalism, because it offers a sense of meaning to people, a heinous sense of meaning, a sense of meaning that teaches you that you should judge, that you need to build the kingdom of heaven and crush all other things that do not align with your interpretation of the will of God. And we have to be cautious and serious about that. It's one of the reasons why I take the time to talk about Christianity in this way. And I also encourage people to, all of my viewers, I have 500 viewers right now. Those of you who are watching, I encourage you to start building connections, reaching out and connecting with others, building networks of people, scooping the people up who might otherwise be lost and pulled into these horrible manipulative structures. The internet is the ultimate escape in a lot of ways. Our lives are painful. Our social lives are more fraught than ever before. At any point in recent history, has there ever been such a devastation of social connections? People literally can't hang out with each other or haven't been able to for years because of the pandemic and the pandemic restrictions. The pandemic is obviously officially over, but of course, tons of people are still getting sick. People still have to be very cautious and are paying the price for not being cautious. And of course, already we live in a world in which you are encouraged to constantly disrupt your social groups. It is more common than ever for jobs to offer you, to fly you to somewhere that you're not from, to land you and so that in a place and set you up in a place where and demand all your time so that your only friends are also your coworkers. Your social life becomes dependent on the job. But jobs and consumerism and social media are not a replacement for actual social connections, for people being able to be there when you're hurting, for people being able to help you move some stuff around your house, real people that you know, that you're connected to and can share a meal with. And we need to be aware of that. And I encourage people to embrace a life beyond the net, because unfortunately the internet, especially in its current form, interestingly, actually, just to drive this home, I want to point out the fact that the internet used to be a lot better at fostering long-term connections, but now, more and more, everything is driven around algorithm content serving. It's not actually, even social media is not actually about actually connecting you with people. It's about plugging you into influencers who can advertise products for you, who can serve content to you. Gone are the days of forum friends and Discord groups where you make friends to play video games with, who you end up learning about their lives and they learn about your lives, and you meet each other in person and you become real friends and you go on adventures together. More and more that is getting disrupted by the day in service of a never-ending flow of advertisement, product, advertisement, product. It's something to keep in mind, is all I'm saying. Okay? It's what I'm saying. And we need to be careful about the allure of the Christian fundamentalist movement, because people like Oli London and all these other people are pushing this shit like crazy. Proving Beetle says, I really want to see a post-capitalist anarchist world in my lifetime where people are truly free and happy. The motive for profit is such a wasteful and soul-draining process. I don't know if we will ever see a post-capitalist anarchist world in our lifetimes, but what we can do is we can start to live our lives in post-capitalist ways. We can resist intentionally together the flows of capital. We can choose to live our lives in ways that are contrary to the never-ending need to consume. It's hard, but it's worth it. Let's continue.
Lots of pictures here of you as a woman. So how long ago was that? Was that quite recently?
That was actually at London Fashion Week, so that was literally a month ago, so kind of a drastic change.
So you went from a month, you went from trans woman at Fashion Week, a month later to being on Piers Morgan denouncing the trans movement. When you said get off, take your time and talk and figure out who you are, that all happened within a month.
No, actually, since I originally transitioned, I felt great for a couple of months, and then I really started to question it. I started to think, okay, I can even do more surgery to make myself physically become a transgender woman, or I can take a step back. So I was having a lot of thoughts of regret, but it was too late at that point. I'd already done facial feminization. I'd already changed myself. I was very confused. So I'd been having those thoughts for a number of months. And then within a month from that particular picture being taken, I actually detransitioned.
So tell me about finding God. Tell me about when you were in the church and you had like an awakening.
Well, I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of loved ones because they thought my behavior was very unhealthy. And, it was a now or never moment. I could have continued down a very destructive path, destructive for myself and people around me, and destructive for...
Yes, as Fefella points out, that surgery, that facial surgery was to look more like Jimin. That wasn't just gender surgery. That was a Jiminization surgery. I'm a little lost. What is Oli trying to say? Oli is floundering desperately because he's realized he's been completely and utterly exposed. And so now he's just trying to waste time while saving face. But unfortunately, Ethan has him dead to rights.
People that see me online, I think I was, not a good role model. And
John Fallon says, speaking of Christian nationalism, I currently don't have a social circle and everyone I know keeps telling me to fix it by joining a church. See what I mean? That's one of the areas where the far right has something figured out. They know that people, humans, being social creatures, even those of us who like our privacy, even those of us who need our time alone, are still social creatures. That's why they push churches. That's why they push these entangling things. Be careful around churches. Not all churches are terrible, but a lot of churches have, even if they're not openly fundamentalist, a lot of them have fundamentalist messages, and a lot of them are very political. I encourage you to seek out other types of socializing, not just online. There are all kinds of different things you can get involved with. Might I recommend, if you are looking for a way to do good, if you want to participate in things like charity and feel better about the world, look for local mutual aid groups. Almost every major city in America and a lot of small cities have local mutual aid groups that are open to accepting new members. Seriously, just search it. Search your area and mutual aid groups. Those are a non-Christian, non-religious social group that get together to help people meet their needs. They often do gardening. They often do food deliveries. They often help transport people to medical appointments, and you're going to meet a ton of really cool people along the way. So keep that in mind. There's just an option for, oh yeah, another example. Discordant Vol says, look up a local Food Not Bombs. Food Not Bombs is a perfect example of that. Food Not Bombs is a organization that it specifically aims to engage in mutual aid and provide social connections for people. An excellent, excellent example. Perfect example. Louis Boy says, oh yeah, Demon Mama, I've used your advice and I've made some LGBTQ friends from my local LGBTQ group. I still struggle to hang out with them, but nevertheless, I feel way better with them than without them. There you go. Meeting new people will not solve all social anxiety or anything like that, but I promise you, you will feel better knowing you're not alone. And so will everyone else. It's a mutual process.
I deeply regret that. So
were you trying to be a role model? I find that interesting.
No, well, at the time in my delusion, I thought I was a role model for people that liked K-pop and wanted to be a K-pop star. But, so then I started going to church to try and take some time out to think about my life and think, what is the next step for me? And then, after spending some time going to church sessions and sermons, it made me realize, just try to find acceptance with who I am and stop doing all this craziness and try to get back to the real me. And that's the most important thing.
John Fallon says, I have no transportation and I'm very mobility limited. Pop disc in my local back. I can't stand for any length of time. I can't make personal recommendations for everybody. However, if doing stuff like mutual aid is not possible for you, consider tabletop gaming. Tabletop gaming communities are remarkably progressive. They are incredibly, incredibly welcoming. They are really active right now. Tabletop gaming is more popular than ever before, and there are really cool people that you can meet in tabletop gaming groups, and they tend to be very progressive and left-leaning spaces. It is not just 40K, not just Dungeons and Dragons. There's a whole bunch of different games. Sometimes people just play casual games, and most of the goal is just to hang out and meet people, and that's a perfect option. Because I'm telling you, the people that are there are really, really chill. The broad tabletop community in the Seattle area, for example, where I live, is unbelievably large, and there are so many cool people involved with it. It's a really, really good option. Sometimes you can even do it online, and it can start as an online thing, and those connections can flourish. Mick Bidens asks, what is mutual aid? Mutual aid is it's a term that refers to basically volunteering what you have, and in return, other people will be willing to help you. Mutual aid refers to basically being willing to work together with other people to meet needs. Mutual aid takes many different forms. It's a rather general term, but it often in our society takes the form of helping people get food, helping people get transportation, community gardening, things that people engage in freely, and you're not required to pay anything. It's not transactional. It is mutual assistance for one another. And these groups are designed to make sure that people don't fall through the cracks, that people can get help. And once you become known in those groups, you can also receive help if you need it too. Anyway, let's continue this, huh? Let's continue this. It is a fundamental idea. It's like volunteering for your community. Yes, it is. Volunteering for your community is absolutely a form of mutual aid. Sometimes people when they say volunteering, they mean like volunteering for an organization. That's not always the same thing, but generally mutual aid refers to freely giving what you have so that you can meet people's needs together. And yes, it is a fundamentally anarchistic principle that is believed in very strongly by most anarcho types. Anyway, let's continue. We gotta finish the react, everybody. Much love to all of you, but we have to finish this react. Let's get through. I do think these are valuable topics, though. Let's go.
I've heard you mention the real you being a British man. But if you talk to other people, I think they might say the real them. And as I think you would agree, people are born gay. They don't choose to be gay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then why?
And I agree. And I believe that some people generally feel trans since they're born. I do believe that.
So God made them that way, right? So God would have made them that way.
I just believe that some people are born as trans, but my issue is kids being indoctrinated to transition when they didn't think about that before. So however you're born, that's the way you feel, then that's okay. But I don't believe in people that wouldn't think about these things being indoctrinated to change.
Because you said you want it, because when you're on these shows, you kind of make a point about being like, I'm going back and I'm being true to myself, implying almost that like this trans thing is just some kind of silly psychosis you had. But you're saying now being born trans is actually a state that God creates people in.
I'm saying that some people are born trans, some people are born gay.
Does God make people trans?
I'm not saying anything on that subject.
Why?
I'm just saying that
Oh, interesting. Gotta dodge that question, Ollie. Don't have an answer for that, huh?
People feel, everybody feels different. You know, everybody feels different.
Wait,
inside.
why are you not unwilling to say that God makes people trans?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways. They feel different. Some people might be born intersex. Some people are born gay.
You talk about God going back to how God or Jesus intended me. So I feel like this is an interesting point to resolve, because this is something that you bring up in your interviews. God makes people trans. I find that to be.
I never said God made people trans. I never said God didn't make people trans.
You just did.
Gay? Does God make people gay?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways.
Because you said you were born gay, and so
I was born a man, and then as a teenager I became gay. So it didn't happen from birth, but I struggled with I was very feminine. I struggled with my identity as a kid.
Was that your choice or God's choice?
You know, there's a lot of influences that influence people in life. You know,
God is all powerful, right?
No, perhaps.
Oh no, Oli London is fucking losing it, short-circuiting. I didn't prepare for this. Oh shit.
I wouldn't have turned out the way I did if I wasn't bullied, or perhaps
is God all powerful?
Yeah, God is very powerful. Yes, absolutely.
All powerful.
But
is God all powerful?
God is all powerful, but there are.
So then He made you gay and trans people trans.
No, there are.
Why would He make? Why would God all powerful make someone so confused that they wanted to be trans? Well, actually, logically, it doesn't even make sense. If God is all powerful and He creates a being, and then this being lives through their lives and then says, "Oh, I want to transition," God made them that way. If God is all powerful, it's all part of His design. God wants people to be trans.
Well, there are societal, environmental
God created society.
Yes, correct. But I'm just saying there are. There's a lot of There's a lot of human factors that influence.
God created
people.
humans.
If people are, yes, I know that, but if people are exposed to gender ideology,
God created gender ideology.
What I'm saying is a lot of these people would not have felt this way when they're born, but they're being pushed by society.
God created society
to think that they're going to transition.
God.
We got Spinozist Ethan coming in here. God is the universe and God lives in all things. Oh, Spinozist Ethan coming into body. Fucking weak Calvinist Oli London.
Created society and transitioning as an operation. I mean, just where am I logically wrong? I don't.
Spinozist. Spinoza was a philosopher, a very influential on leftism, by the way, philosopher, who he basically believed that the universe itself was God in action, that there is no singular being God, there is no man in the sky, but rather that the universe itself is what we call God, that the universe existing at all is what we would refer to as God. And therefore all parts of the universe are a part of God. Any cruelty done to the universe is a cruelty done to God. And of course it gets much more complicated from there. I don't want to misrepresent Spinoza, but what Ethan is saying here, that society itself is an expression of God, is certainly in line with certain schools of Spinoza's thought. Anyway, and then I was referencing Calvin, John Calvin, who Calvinism is like the predominant philosophy that most modern Christianity follows. It's basically the idea that there are people who are chosen to be God's chosen people, and you will see that reflected in their actions, that all people are predestined at birth to either follow God's path or not. But the way that you know you're one of the good ones is if you're a good Christian who expresses themselves Christianly. Calvinism is the fundamental, like one of the fundamental forms of modern Christianity, even if people don't admit it. So anyway, yeah, it is where, yes, Calvinism was very influential on the Protestant work ethic, etc. So yeah.
I don't see any logical conclusion that doesn't come to the idea that God made people trans.
I never said God made anyone trans. I just said that society and the environment around people influence people.
He's all powerful, right? You said he's all powerful?
Yes, God.
Oli is Catholic. If he recognizes John Calvin at all, he's supposed to consider him a heretic. You would not believe how many modern Catholics, they will never admit it, obviously, because John Calvin was a heretic to them, but tons of modern Catholicism is heavily influenced by the philosophies of John Calvin, and tons of other Protestantism has leaked into modern Catholicism in so many ways it's hard to even track. But yes, I just wanted to be clear about that.
God is all powerful, but also humans have influences on other humans.
But he made humans.
But this isn't going anywhere.
It's not, is it? Okay, let's go on. Do you believe that the Bible is against transgenderism, or what's your thought on that as a I guess a newborn Christian?
Well, you know, the Bible was written a long time ago, and there are things in the Bible, such as in the Old Testament, that aren't relevant to today's society. We know that. So we have to adapt what was written 2,000 years ago to the modern day. But you know, I'm not one for policing how adults live their lives, but I think, you know, transgenderism wasn't in the Bible because there weren't trans people visible back then. Of course, no. Look, I've even got this in my book. Even there was a Roman emperor that was trans. He used to dress as a woman. So we know there's instances, but I'm just saying in the Bible itself, there's no reference to that.
Did society influence the emperor to be trans?
Well, I wasn't alive then.
Well,
but,
hold on. You wrote about it in your book. God.
Come in.
Dang, man.
Yes, but so there were some Roman scholars that were around at the time, and taken from their writings, he used to dress as a woman, he used to act like a woman, and his wife would have to call him ma'am. Now, I wasn't around back then, so I don't know the exact details, but he thought he was a woman. So, you know, maybe he could have been born like that. Some people are born like that, and they generally think that they're in the wrong body. So
you don't have an opinion on if the Bible supports transgenderism or not, or homosexuality even.
No, the Bible was written a long time ago.
Yeah, then why? But surely, I mean, you know, why use the Bible as a guide for anything in your life if it was written so long ago? I don't understand that point.
Because, Ethan, there's many teachings in the Bible that are very, very positive, you know, about love and acceptance and kindness, and trying to help humanity. It was written a long time ago. So like I said, the Old Testament.
There's also a story about this, like sisters raping their dad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Old Testament
don't like that
has
one.
things.
Okay, I like your optimism. So
I'm saying the Old Testament has things.
We're not doing the Old Testament. Okay, cool. So we don't believe. Okay.
Real quick, I want to cite you guys something real quick, okay? I want to read you guys something, all right? This is a verse from the New Testament, okay? Just because this is very relevant, okay? Matthew 19:12. There are different reasons why some men cannot marry. Some men are born without the ability to become fathers. Others were made that way later in life by other people. And some men have given up marriage because of the kingdom of heaven. But the person who can marry should accept this teaching about marriage. Let's read the original King James Version, or the King James Version, which I think is a little better. There are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Interesting. Just an interesting little New Testament Bible verse, specifically talking about an ancient concept of somebody who is a eunuch, somebody who does not have genitalia.
Okay, good.
Catholics don't use King James Version. Hold on. I believe they do. Or do they use, they use the New Revised Standard Edition? Is that the one that people use? Is that what Catholics use now? I'm pretty sure that lots of Catholics do favor the King James Bible, even still. The KJV is the Anglican version. The preferred version is the NRSV. Okay. No, they don't? Former Catholic? Okay, my bad. I am not a Catholic. I did not grow up Catholic. I feel like I remember Milo Yiannopoulos selling a King James Version. But I guess they're not. I guess they're not Catholics because they're Anglicans. They're an offshoot. Whatever. Thank you. New International Version? No, I doubt they use New International Version. New International Version is clowned on by all kinds of Christians.
When you're on these shows, I notice you talk a lot about this specific story of Jesus that inspired you, how he helped the lepers when nobody else would, and that you, at the time when you found Jesus, you felt like the leper. That's a nice story.
Well, I thought it was a good analogy because I felt like for many years I was rejected by society. I was treated like an outcast, just like the leper. So I thought it was a good analogy to me. Actually,
I agree. It is a really good analogy. What other Bible stories do you like?
Yes. I recognize that there's the Apocrypha, as it's referred to, or the Deuteron canon that aren't in Protestant Bibles, but not all. I don't believe all Catholic Bibles include the Apocrypha. I could be wrong though. Like I said, I didn't grow up Catholic. I do know that there is some stuff that is in the Catholic Bible that is not in like the King James Version. Catholics use that in their Bible? No, they all do. Okay, fair enough. Protestants are barely Christian. All right, we're not going to get into that. They do. It's canon that it has to. Oh, okay. There are some apocrypha that Catholics don't even include. Yes, I know that. Of course, everybody, okay, all of you arguing about this here are going to get proven wrong, because keep in mind there's been like 900 different designations throughout history of what books are going to be included and unincluded. Let's continue.
So there's the tale of the lost sheep in Luke, the parable of the lost sheep, where a sheep goes missing from a flock of 100, and the shepherd decides, should he stay with the flock or should he go and help this sheep? And he actually goes into the wilderness to help the sheep, because he realizes that every sheep is one of God's children, so he needs to help them and be responsible for them.
Which verse was that? I want to read that one.
It's in Luke and Matthew.
Luke and Matthew? Do you know the number?
I can't give you the exact chapter, but you can look it up.
Is there any other Bible stories you like? I'm looking for good recommendations.
Yeah, there's also when Jesus met a Roman officer, and this Roman officer had a lot of power, but instead of, abusing that power like many Roman officers did, he was actually kind to his servants. He had servants that were captured from battles, and they were working in his house, but he treated them the same he treated everyone else. So that's another great analogy that, Jesus looked at people and helped people that helped other people. And, kindness is very important.
Do you know the verse on that one so I can reference it?
I can't quote it off the top of my head.
I don't know where that one is.
Well, there's a lot of verses in the Bible, there's a lot of chapters, but I can tell you specific stories that I like.
Okay. I was just testing you, Oli. You know what I mean?
I know.
I was just trying to test you. I was trying to do a fast one on you. Yeah, but I want to ask, if we're talking about protecting kids, it all comes down to protecting kids, right? I mean, this is the thesis I've heard you explain. So as a Catholic, what do you think poses a greater threat? Drag shows or clergy members?
Well, actually, there's a lot of scandals and very bad things that have happened with the clergy. And, I'm against all forms of abuse. So there's a lot that the Catholic Church has done in the past. There was even a cardinal that I believe he died earlier this year, an Australian cardinal that was accused of some horrific things. And there's a lot of that going on as well. So that needs to be addressed. And I will call that out as well as calling out drag shows that are sexualizing kids, because all forms of child abuse, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a religious organization, or what,
all forms are super bad. And yet Oli London has chosen to make his entire platform about groomers that he vaguely references, and not the verified systemic child abuse that has taken place in the Catholic Church. The overwhelmingly verified, systemic, not well-known and documented even within the church child abuse. Oli London hasn't made his entire platform about that. Kind of odd, isn't it?
If you had kids, would you feel more comfortable leaving them at a drag story time, or with a clergy member?
If I had kids, I would actually be with them all the time. I wouldn't leave them anywhere.
You would never leave them?
No, because, as a parent,
hypothetically, you don't have to do it. I'm just talking hypothetically. Would you feel more comfortable leaving them with a clergyman, a member of the Catholic Church, or at the the drag queen story time hour?
Again, neither. I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
It's just a theoretical. It's just theoretical.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, even if it was, leaving a kid.
Right, but you have to choose one. Which one do you trust
this is deranged cope, of course, just deranged cope, and of course, Oli London is truly struggling now.
Well, I wouldn't leave my kid anyway. Like, I wouldn't leave a kid, and I think parents have a duty to protect
their kids. Right, but just theoretically, which one would you choose?
I'm not going to answer that, because I wouldn't choose either.
You wouldn't. Okay, let's put it this way. There's a dude named Barry. He's got kids, and he goes, I have no choice. I have to leave my kids either with the clergyman or at the drag show. I don't have a choice. Something crazy's happening. They're right next to each other. He says, where do I leave my kids? Where do you think Barry should leave his kids?
Well, again, I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
But Barry doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. He's in this horrible predicament.
But Ethan, I'm not Barry. I can't answer that question.
Ethan is trolling so hard. If Oli London was... See, Oli London is in a rough position because if Oli London leaves here, then forever, the entire internet will say, Oli London runs from H3H3. But instead, staying... Ethan is just running circles around Oli London and trolling the shit out of Oli London, making him look like trash. This is, oh God. This is, oh God, it's the pain. Oh, it's wonderful to witness.
Thank you for advice. Quick, Oli, where should I put my kids?
You put me on the spot. You know, I wouldn't, as an adult, like I would say
Oli,
to Barry,
as a
just
Catholic,
be with your kids.
True, tipster. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. It is actually true. Oli London is, the title of this video is Ethan obliterates Oli London in a brutal debate. And it is so true. The least clickbait title that has ever been seen. Oli London hasn't had a single moment of looking good in this entire thing. Not even a little. From the very beginning until this moment, every single thing that Oli has said has been torn apart by Ethan, and Ethan has done it with this sort of like casual approach that's just so funny to watch. It's so funny.
Catholic, I find it very concerning that you are hesitant to even answer that question.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter whether it's a Catholic church, a drag show, or even an after-school club.
That's fair,
where
tipster.
It's, you know, the teachers aren't present. I wouldn't leave the kid anywhere. I wouldn't leave the kid at some weekend activity, like a sports activity. I think the parents should always be there.
Right.
So it's not a question of the church versus, you know, whatever. It's a question of just in general, parents should always be with their kids.
But that's not reasonable. Parents can't always be with their kids. I mean, that's
no, of course, of course, it's not always reasonable. But I'm just saying, in an ideal scenario, you know, because look, there are cases that happen, many cases that don't happen. But I'm just saying, you've always got to be careful because there are people out there. Well, let's
assume that you're a good Christian.
Yeah, God is so powerful that you can't trust leaving your kids around His servants on earth. Ah, yes, what a powerful and amazing God, and what a great church too. That you don't feel comfortable leaving your kids around the representatives of God on earth and the registered and decorated members of your church. Incredible, unbelievable,
amazing. You say I'd leave them with the Catholic Church. We've talked about the number of kids who are doing irreversible transitioning.
All powerful God moment. God whispering in your ear, hey, sorry about those guys I set up as my representatives on earth. They're a little creepy. Don't leave your kids around them. They'll rape you.
In America, it's very, very small. We're talking like 250 a year by my estimate. And that's based on government data. I know you dispute it. You know, there's a recent report that came out in France, and the reason I bring this one up is just because it's the most recent and comprehensive one. Quite disturbing. This came out, I believe, in 2021, called the Independent Commission on Sexual Abuse in the Church. It was a huge government commission to look at this openly and honestly and try to figure out what's going on. 2,900 and 3,200 clergy members were involved in sexual abuse of minors during that period in France.
Oh my God.
It's estimated that they abused around 330,000 kids. Now, if you do a percentage of that, and this is really kind of surprising to me, and tell me what you think. Assuming there are around 15,000 to 20,000 clergy members in France at any given time, the percentage of clergymen involved in abuse of minors would be 15 to 20%.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrifying. And also there's in Ireland as well, there was a lot of abuse that was covered up. And no, it doesn't matter.
Seems like that affects more kids than
that is equally wrong. Whoever exposed...
Literally just ignored what Ethan said. Seems like that's a bigger issue than this thing that you're making up about drag queens reading the Rainbow Fish book. Seems like you should, if you really care, seems like you should actually be devoting your platform to the 15 to 20% of priests that are abusing children. And God forbid that we look into the colonial history of the Catholic Church, because we already know what happens if you look into the colonial history of the Catholic Church. We already know what the legacy of boarding schools designed to torture and punish and abuse Native children in Canada, what boarding schools and missionary groups all across South America and Africa. God forbid.
It doesn't matter whether it's a church or not.
Raping a kid is equally as wrong as going to a drag show?
Look, it's equally wrong if someone abuses a kid. So that's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
So if a kid is being abused,
is there any history of a child being abused at a drag show?
When drag shows are sexually explicit,
is that the same as raping them?
That is also child abuse. I'm just saying, if a drag queen performs a sexually explicit act in front of kids, that is abuse.
If we're worried about
Oli London downplaying the abuse of the church. How interesting.
Kids, you're a member of an organization which, by my estimate, which again, it's just an estimate, but 15 to 20% of the clergy members are sexual predators. Why is it that you're focused on the drag shows and not the Catholic Church, when per capita and the volume is way more in the Catholic Church?
Well, the specific organization, Gays Against Groomers, is focused solely on the issue of indoctrinating children, exposing them to sex. If it was called, Catholics Against Groomers, that would be focused on that issue. But it's a specific issue. Not every organization can focus on every issue, but their job is to expose a specific issue within a specific group. And granted, like you said, in France, there was in Ireland some horrific cases. And, it's the job of the Pope and the Catholic Church to vigorously investigate that, because it's disgusting for any person, whether a clergy member or not, to abuse it.
This really, really does lay bare just how empty this conservative save the children movement is. They look the other way when there is blatant evidence of widespread child abuse in institutions that are designed to give leaders access to children, to give leaders protection. They look the other way, and then they freak out and scream and point at drag queens doing their own thing, at a drag queen reading a book for kids, and say, this is the same thing. We need to be super concerned. Where's the culture war? Where's the culture war over the ritualistic abuse, the systemic abuse of children? And guess what, guys? Sorry to the Protestantoids out there. It's not just the Catholic Church. The Southern Baptist Convention just had an unbelievably massive expose, a multi-journalistic report published showing that here in America, in those Protestant churches, those Southern Baptist righteous preachers are doing the exact same thing. They are utilizing their access to the community. They are utilizing their social power, their God-given power to abuse children. No culture war over that, huh? Where's the culture war over that? Where's the freak out over that, conservatives? You want to protect the children? Start protecting them from your fucking selves.
The child is absolutely wrong, and it should be investigated to the full, and every single victim deserves justice. It just seems to me
a little disingenuous when you're going to point, let's say, you've got the whole hotel, a whole building, it's on fire. But in the backyard, there's like a doghouse that's on fire. There's no dog in it, by the way. It's just a small structure. And you're telling the fire department, we need to put out the doghouse fire. Don't worry about the fucking massive apartment building that's on fire. Let's put out the doghouse. To me, that seems like you're focused on the wrong thing. What's the point of focusing on the doghouse when the whole building is on fire, right?
Well, no, I mean, I talk up on my Twitter about all forms of abuse. If there's somebody that abuses a kid, if there's a news story, I do share on that. So
if you haven't provided evidence, all Oli London can do is cope and say, well, if. There's verified systemic abuse, systematic abuse of children going on in the church that you pledge your loyalty and faith to. and you're sitting here worried about drag shows in America.
But I'm just saying the specific organization Gays Against Groomers focuses on a specific subject. But you're right, all forms of abuse are incredibly wrong, and they should also get light shed on them, 100%.
Are you interested in firearm deaths of kids? Because that's the leading death, actually, of kids in America today.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrific. What we see every day with schools being shut up, it's absolutely horrifying.
Right, but somehow the drag show.
No, children should be. Ethan, we're on the same page.
I just don't understand why the drag show is more pertinent, because you're doing a tour, right? You're doing all the right wings. You even wrote a book, for Pete's sake, called Gender Madness. Why is this topic so important when we're talking about protecting kids, and there's just these incredibly more pertinent issues? Firearm deaths, the leading cause of death in kids, and you're talking about an organization with 15 to 20% of sexual predators.
I hope he pushes this further. I want to see if he pushes it to get Oli to try and to force Oli to try and take a anti-Second Amendment position. Because by the way, one of the greatest things that you can do to destroy a conservative's career is get them to publicly take an anti-Second Amendment stance. The Second Amendment is one of the biggest wedge issues for conservatives. It's stronger than almost any other issue. If a conservative goes anti-Second Amendment or is even, perceived as anti-Second Amendment, they'll be done. It's like a career ender.
By my estimate, I just don't understand the focus on the drag show. Don't you think that the conservative movement is overly focused on transgender issues?
Well, I mean, there's you've just highlighted there are so many different issues in the world, and I'm trying to focus on one specific issue that we have seen a rise in the last few years, a very shocking rise, But equally, the issue of kids in schools, that is horrific. Every kid should be protected and safe going to a school. Just like if a kid is at a church, they should be protected. No child should be getting abused. But I'm specifically focused on one subject right now because I've struggled with gender ideology. I've seen the trend. This is my
But it's like the whole
knowledge.
right-wing apparatus is focused on that. Isn't that odd? I mean, it just seems odd that the entire right-wing apparatus is focused on trans issues. Do you find that odd? Why are they all so focused on trans issues?
Well, I mean, they talk about a lot of other issues as well, but what's happening at the moment is there is a lot of...
Right, they talk about a lot of issues, but I think we can all agree that that's kind of the most pertinent for them, right? Even in polls, even in polls, people say trans issues is the most important to them, of conservatives. Why is that?
Well, I mean, correct, because it is a very big subject right now, because we're seeing...
Remember, 0.0049% of the population of kids in the U.S. were even getting access to trans surgeries. That was the number that Ethan was posting, or that Ethan brought up in the beginning, that Oli agreed to. Oli agreed that was an accurate number, and Oli is now trying to pretend that it's a big issue. This is such a masterful move by Ethan. Ethan absolutely nailed Oli London on this one.
Every day these news stories of children with horrific stories at gender clinics. We're seeing, drag queens, not all drag queens, like I said, but we're seeing drag shows where they're doing very sexually explicit things. And it's become a real recent phenomenon in the last few years, and it's rising every day. So the reason conservatives speak up is because it's a rising issue. They're trying to counter it before it gets even more out of hand, because, we're seeing some very sad things. The Nashville police still haven't released the manifesto, but when Audrey Hale initially shut up that school, they said that...
Hold on. Oli London just said they haven't released the manifesto, although journalists did read it, and they explicitly stated that the political motivations of the Nashville shooter were essentially not present. The journalists who the police allowed to read the manifesto, the Nashville Police, which the Nashville Police is not a woke organization, okay? The Nashville Police is not a democratic organization, all right? They gave it to journalists to allow journalists to read and report on the manifesto, and the predominant takeaway from the manifesto was an idolization of previous mass shooters. Now, it's funny, because today, we learned something about a pretty nasty shooting that happened yesterday or day before yesterday, didn't we? And if you look at the FBI statistics on mass shootings, there's one particular political association that comes out on top and one particular identity group that comes out on top. And if you want to know what that is, according to the super woke FBI, it's right-wing white men, specifically white supremacist right-wing white men.
The person's gender ideology may have played a role. They believe there was.
Oh, but that's silly. Because I mean, a lot of the. Well, have I mentioned that you're selling a lunchbox with a trans woman on it?
I don't think you mentioned it, Ethan. No, I don't think you said it at all, actually.
Okay. So how do you just...
Oli literally says, the manifesto hasn't been released, but I'm just going to make up that gender ideology had something to do with the Nashville shooting. Even though every single person who has seen and reported on the manifesto has said it actually did not have any references to major political movements, and that the manifesto was fixated on idolizing previous shooters. Amazing level of dishonesty. On video forever. Oli London is on video forever being this much of a disgusting liar.
If I haven't mentioned it, how do you justify this?
I've already gone through it.
Oh, we have talked about it. Okay. I'm just curious. Let me look at the photos. I mean, this is definitely for kids. It's pretty small. It can't even fit like a little bread in it, barely. And like, look how, I mean, these blueberries look monsters next to that. That's certainly for kids, right? Yeah. It's too small for an adult. What's that?
No, it's for anyone that likes K-pop.
For anyone that likes K-pop. But grown-ups, I mean, my God, what are they eating for lunch? 5 blueberries?
No, I would buy that because it's cute. You know, I think grown-ups like that.
Wait, you would buy a lunchbox with a trans woman on it? Why would you do that?
It's a K-pop. It's an image of a K-pop. I would buy it because it's cute. You know, I like K-pop stuff. I love Korean culture. It's a cute K-pop lunchbox.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly, you're not going to be buying it.
Well, just because I don't want to support you financially, like I said.
Thanks.
Have you seen Bella Delphine's new merch? Interestingly, it looks quite similar to what you're selling.
Oh my God! The fucking team whipped that up. What? That is, come on. All right, that's just unfair. When you have a production team that can edit that up in real time, oh, come on. Fucking rolled.
Obviously, you've just photoshopped that.
Oh, wait, how dare you accuse me of that? Excuse me, Ollie. I'll have you know that's defamation.
Oh,
kind of obvious because
no.
it says Ollie's squad.
Do you think
even Ollie had to crack up at that one? Holy shit.
The New Testament is child appropriate?
Yeah, there's great teachings in the Bible that is all about kindness and loving thy neighbor.
Roman 1:26-27. For this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women, and were consumed with passion for one another. Men committing shameless acts with men, and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. Why is it that you feel entitled to be gay, when it clearly states
like I said, Ethan, like I said earlier, this book was written, a long time ago, where ideologies were different. And
Ollie, come on, we can't play that game where you pick and choose the ones you like. That's silly.
You can't interpret every single line and take it as gospel. You have to choose the bits that are relevant to modern society and that are relevant to.
Well, what's the point of doing the whole God's word thing if you're just going to pick the ones you like? I thought God's word was infallible. You can't be like, yo, God, I love you and you're infallible and all, but this one, it's a little outdated. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Ethan, just like with other textbooks from religions like the Quran, people interpret it differently.
Everybody in chat saying Oli London can't take the gospel as gospel. True.
Timothy
I can't
1:9
have credit
through
to that
1:10
one.
says, understanding this, the law is not laid down for the...
Wait, did Oli London actually say that? Hold on a second.
And take it as gospel. You have to choose.
Wait.
with passion for
Oli
one
London
another.
actually said that, and I missed it because I was laughing. Wait a minute.
Men committing shameless acts with men. You feel entitled to be gay when it clearly states
Well, like I said,
that
Ethan, like I said earlier, this book was written, a long time ago where ideologies were different, and
Ollie,
you can't
come
interpret.
on, we can't play that game where you pick and choose the
Ethan,
ones
you
you
can't
like. That's
interpret.
silly.
You can't interpret every single line and take it as gospel. You have to choose the.
Oh my God! This clip needs to be immortalized as associated. You can't take the gospel as gospels. You can't take the New Testament as gospel. Insane. I thought that was Chatters just being funny, but I was laughing and I didn't hear the original line. Holy shit. By the way, Tipster, let me give you a fancy name in the site chat. Hold on a second. I gotta give you that fancy name. You deserve a fancy name. Gotta get that creator tag. There you go. Boing. There you are. Try typing now. You got a fancy one. Let's continue. Holy moly.
The bits that are relevant to modern society and that are relevant
Well, what's
to
the point of doing the whole God's word thing if you're just going to pick the ones you like? I thought God's word was infallible. You can't be like, yo, God, I love you and you're infallible and all, but this one, it's a little outdated. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Ethan, just like with other textbooks from religions like the Quran, people interpret it differently.
Timothy 1:9 through 1:10 says, understanding this, the law is not laid down for the just, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and sinners, for the unholy and profane, and for those who strike their father and mothers, for murderers, the sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality, enslavers, liars, perjurers, and whatever else is contrary to sound doctrine. What about Corinthians 6:9? Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. There's a lot of lines that speak against homosexuality, but not a lot of lines that speak against transgender. So why is it that transgender, you should be more concerned about the fact that you are a homosexual? That seems to be a great sin.
He's got him.
Well, again, like I told you, you don't have to interpret every single thing from the Bible because
there's like a lot of anti-gay lines.
This was written in a time society.
Okay, let me ask you this then: what's the difference?
Every single word, but you can choose parts of the Bible that are relevant to you and the modern society, and learn from them, like kindness, which is a very important message.
Do you think it's kind to tell a suicidal child that they can't transition?
No, but I think adults have a responsibility to help that child's mental health support. So whether that's therapy sessions,
if a child
Killjoy says, see Demon Mama, the smart Catholic cope would be to say that non-Christians can't interpret the gospel properly and then clap back with some kind of other line. But Oli London is a fake Catholic with no media training, so he's just getting bodied. True! If you wanted to be the Giga Chad Cathloid, you would go, that is not the original Latin, and you are not a priest. How dare you step into the realm of God? How dare you step between man and God, as is the role of a priest? And then you'd start chanting in Latin, that's the real Catholic response. And if you were, that's what Ollie should be doing, but Ollie is literally not prepared.
is suicidal, do you believe it's okay for them to transition?
Ollie's too fucking virgin pilled.
That's the argument that many gender clinics use to coerce parents to transition their kids, but you actually have to treat the real issues, which is maybe the kid is suffering from depression or they have struggles with other
What do you mean the real issues? No, but this is a real issue. Kids are suicidal because of their gender dysphoria. I mean, that's a real issue.
But Ethan, what I'm trying to say is if you put a vulnerable kid that's already struggling with a mental health on very high doses of hormones or puberty blockers,
Well, no.
that is only,
No,
that's only going to
that's
lead to more
after they
issues.
decide. That's after they decide. This kid is suicidal. The only way to save their life, as you hear from a lot of people, is to help them transition. What is wrong with that?
No, correct. You hear that a lot, but
Has it
people
ever
need to
happened?
address.
Demon Mama, you did that a little too well. Listen, okay? I have a lot of experience dealing with Christians, okay? I wasn't raised Catholic, but I've dealt with a lot of Catholics. I was raised fundamentalist evangelical, and my God, have I dealt with them a lot, okay? Listen, I've had a lot of history with Christians, okay? I kind of know what I'm dealing with, okay?
Has a child transitioning ever saved a child's life?
Well, you need to address the mental health issues. If a kid is
Has it
feeling
ever
that
saved
way,
a child's life?
Transitioning.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, there will be cases where.
So if
kids
it
feel
saved
happy.
even one child's life, then where do you get off preventing this from happening? You say one child's all that matters. If you can admit to me that a child transitioning saved their life, even one of them, why would you support a movement that outlaws it? You support legislation that makes it illegal. Why is that?
Because firstly, these are kids, they cannot consent to this. They do not understand the long-term consequences. But you don't look at what happens later down the line, Ethan,
You
like
said,
6 years down the line.
we got to stick on this point. You said that transitioning has saved a child's life. Let's forget about all the other static. Let's forget about all the other static. Why is it that you would want to outlaw a medical procedure that saved a child's life? That's not kind, is it?
No, you have to support the kids' mental health, but you cannot put them on hormones.
Do you believe that it should be illegal? Do you believe that it should be illegal for kids to transition?
I believe for medical transitions, it should be 18 plus, yes.
Even if the kid is going to kill himself, as you admitted, it saved the child's life. You said that. So you believe this kid should kill themselves rather than transition?
Absolutely not. Don't try to put words in my mouth. Kids need mental health.
No, hey, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm just trying to reconcile. You are saying, on one hand, that transitioning saved the kid's life, and also saying that transitioning shouldn't be allowed until they're 18 plus. So this child has no recourse other than to kill themselves in this hypothetical situation we've created.
In this hypothetical situation, instead of that, actually take the kid.
This hypothetical is reality, Oli. You've admitted it already in this conversation that there are children who are experiencing dysphoria who want to have puberty blockers, and you don't believe they should be allowed to. You believe, you just stated 10 seconds ago, this is just an unambiguous win on Ethan's part. Oli has nothing here and looks like shit. Oli unironically looks like a deranged psychopath. Like, not just literally, Oli does actually look like a deranged psychopath, like an actual scary skeleton from a Halloween store with fucked up eyes and a fucked up face, but also Oli just comes off as a evil psychopath who's willing to look the other way when it comes to the Catholic Church, but is hyper fixated on calling random queer people groomers with no evidence.
To somewhere that's a safe place where they can be surrounded by therapists.
Right, they do that, but again, I don't want to focus on the static because this is a real situation. And let's say, even if it's just one kid, let's stay focused here, Oli. One kid saved his life. You're telling that kid you cannot get that procedure. That's correct?
I'm saying that kids can't consent to this. Kids need better mental health support, so there should be a focus on
18
mental
plus.
health
You're
support
saying this kid cannot get the procedure that saved his life. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that 18 plus for all procedures on kids because kids cannot consent, so they need mental health support instead.
Right. So the kid would kill himself.
No, you give the kid.
But then why did you say that it saves kids' lives, Oli? Don't you understand? You're not making sense.
I'm saying that there will be some kids that may feel better and feel like their life has been saved after that, but
they.
I'm gonna be really mean here for a second. I'm gonna be really, really mean for a second. I think Oli deserves it. Gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. Gotta be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I could get, I wish we could get one of the times when Oli was smiling, because that was when it really stuck out. That was when it really stuck out. The really, really fucked up, uneven, but slightly beady and spooky eyes, the fucked up camera, nearly non-existent, almost invisible nose. Sorry, just saying. Just saying.
No. You agreed with me, Oli, just a few minutes ago that transitioning has saved kids' lives.
Oh, like anything in life, it can save lives, but also a lot of people.
Like anything in life? What does that mean?
A thing?
What
no,
else?
A lot of people will become suicidal later down the line because their body is completely messed up. There, so many different issues with their health.
No, no one is talking about surgeries right now. Ethan is specifically talking about general gender-affirming care, which you are saying people shouldn't have access to until they're after 18. You're an idiot. You look horrible. You look like a complete and utter psychopath. Here we go. Here's a little bit more of an accurate one. See what I'm talking about? See what I'm talking about here? You guys, I don't think I'm exaggerating too much. I'm sorry. I just don't think I am. Sorry, everybody.
That they're not being informed about. So it's about
99% don't regret it.
No, I'm just saying that it's informed consent. Kids can't consent. If a kid is feeling that way,
kids can't consent to anything. What are we doing? We're not allowing them to. Kids can't consent to go to church. Kid can't consent to go to school. Kids can't consent to anything. We as parents make the best decision we can for the welfare of the kid. Don't you agree? I mean, this whole idea of consent is kind of moot when you consider all the things kids do in their lives every day.
Well, it's like a little kid that wants to be a dinosaur. Do you suddenly give them a surgery?
Do you think that wanting to be a dinosaur?
Do you suddenly give them a surgery? Do you see how quickly Oli London goes back to the fucking Lord of the Rings argument? The moment that you stop being absolutely specific, Oli London is like, well, say that a child wants to be a dinosaur. Do you send him to the Gandalf gender clinic to have him teleported into the dinosaur realm? Do you, Ethan? Do you teleport him to the wizard in the dinosaur realm? They just immediately, the second you give them any wiggle room, they fucking fly off the handle into some psychopathic fictional world. Oh, you're saying that kids should be able to reasonably get access to gender care? You mean you want to turn them into dinosaurs with a wizard? God, I hate these people. Fuck, I can't stand. God, I can't fucking I can't stand. Conservatives are driving me crazy. They're making me lose my mind again. Holy fuck.
Is comparable to gender dysphoria, which is a known medical condition.
I'm saying that some kids.
You said it's like kids wanting to be dinosaurs, Oli. I don't understand the comparison.
Well, no, it is. It's like some kids change their mind about certain things. They're not mature enough to make these decisions.
Do you think wanting to be a dinosaur is comparable to being trans?
I'm saying if a 10-year-old kid dresses up as a dinosaur every day, they tell their dad they're a Tyrannosaurus.
Has that happened? Can you cite that happening?
You've been speaking about theoretical things. I'm speaking about.
Well, no. Well, we're talking about theoretical. We're talking about theoretical situations, but they are happening in the real world. There are kids whose lives are being saved because, and this is the small amount of kids who undergo it, very small amount, that do it under doctors' supervision and panels and stuff. It's saving their lives. This is happening, okay? People are not, as far as I know, and maybe you can correct me, saying I'm a dinosaur, I need to transit.
Yeah, of course, as Tipster points out, the unbelievable, the grand cosmic irony of this coming from someone who spent $300,000 trying to transition into Jimin from BTS. The incredible irony. As an adult! As a fucking adult!
Into a dinosaur.
Yeah, I'm saying, kids want different things. They don't understand or comprehend.
I notice you're saying I'm saying a lot. You say things, but you don't like to stay accountable to it. You say, no, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. Why won't you give me definitive answers?
Well, I'm equating it. You know what? It is the same. If a child wants to be a dinosaur, you don't cut off their
it's the same
body parts.
It's the
It's
same.
the same as being
Gender.
It's the same as medically transitioning a child and giving them surgery.
Good. I'm glad you said that. Gender dysmorphia is a known medical condition. Is there any literature about transitioning to be a dinosaur? Not that you know of. Right. But you said it's the same. But clearly it's not, right? Because
I'm equating a kid
destroyed.
I'm equating a kid
destroyed.
Sorry, I'm equating a kid identifying in a different way. You don't just suddenly say, if a kid feels a certain way, oh, we're going to do this operation, we're going to give you hormones. Kids
of course that doesn't happen, Oli.
Feel like that
doesn't happen.
Do it as an adult.
That doesn't happen. You have a child who's experiencing gender dysmorphia so severe that they're going to kill themselves. Dysphoria, excuse me. They're undergoing panels and doctors and stuff. And this kid, we know, and this has happened, either we intervene or the child kills themselves. What's your decision?
Most kids grow out of gender
That's
dysphoria,
not what I asked. Why can't you answer? Most kids do not grow out of gender
Yep, that is a blatantly false statement. All evidence we have points to the fact that no, actually, all kids do not grow out of gender dysphoria. The desistance rate is incredibly, incredibly low. Kids who end up receiving puberty blockers, the rate of desistance is unbelievably low, because as it turns out, you have to be pretty sure about something about yourself to get to the point of talking to your doctor, talking to your parents, being willing to be questioned in the unnecessarily invasive procedures in this country. It's actually a lot of work to get to that point.
Morphia. That's a small number of them, and 99% who get the operations don't regret it. You have to answer this, Oli. This is important. If there's a child that's going to kill itself unless it gets gender-affirming care, what is your decision? Give them the treatment or not?
No, you give them mental health support instead. You do not.
No. That's not what I am asking. If this kid is suicidal, which is a known phenomenon, this happens, do you let them get the treatment or do you make them wait till they're 18?
You give them other support instead.
So they kill themselves.
No,
How is that kind,
Ollie?
How is that kind that you're letting children kill themselves instead of letting them get gender-affirming, life-saving care, which, by the way, happens only irreversible gender care, gender surgeries and stuff only happens like 250 times a year.
No, it doesn't. It happens.
Well, you have no statistics to back that up.
Well, there's a clinic in Oregon. I can send you the statistics of. There's a clinic in Oregon that does at least 300 surgeries on kids a year. So that's just one clinic.
That's impossible. That's not true.
There's 60 clinics in the U.S. that are pediatric.
Over years. Yes, 60 over years.
No. See, notice now Oli London has just resolved to literally is so broken. Oli is so brain broken that Oli is mixing up the statistics and just lying. There are 60, according to Oli London earlier in this video, there are 60 gender clinics. These clinics aren't surgical centers and they aren't the ones doing the surgery. There are just 60 gender clinics in general. Now all of a sudden, there's 350 surgeries being done at 60 surgical centers per day, per year, per month. Oli London has been utterly and completely exposed as a total fraud, a complete and utter misinformation machine.
So, but again, there's 50 million kids in America, Oli. That's not a lot.
But I'm saying there's 60 gender clinics that are performing these surgeries every single week across the country. So look it up.
Every single week? I just said, exactly like I just said, Oli London is just ripping numbers out of his ass now. No, I didn't fucking pre-watch this. The only portion that I saw was the portion with the lunchbox. Earlier on, I saw a clip of somebody reacting to the lunchbox portion, and I have seen nothing else. I'm not a fucking pre-watcher.
Let's say that of the 1,000, there's 10 kids who are going to kill themselves. Do we let them get this treatment or not?
Again, you give the kids mental health support.
You're choosing for them to kill themselves, Oli.
No, I'm not. Don't
Yes, you
try to
are.
say that. Cause
Yes,
But you
Ollie.
are.
Yes, Ollie
But
is.
that's what you're saying, Ollie.
Undeniably.
I'm not saying
That is
Ethan.
what
I'm
you're
saying
saying.
give the
You're
kids-
denying them life-saving, gender-affirming care.
No, I'm saying
Instead of getting life-saving care, just have a condescending Christian therapist tell you you should wait until you're 30. That's what happened to me, by the way. When my family pressured me into going into Christian therapy instead of transitioning, by the way, I was an adult when this happened. I was an adult when my family pressured me into going to a Christian therapist. And I went because I really wanted to show them that I was being genuine. And that Christian therapist told me that I should wait until I was 30 to try transition. I'm not kidding you. That was the actual direct advice of the Christian therapist that I went to. You should wait until you're 30. Your 20s are a tumultuous time.
give the kids mental health support.
Yeah, you're saying use
adult.
this avenue that doesn't work, that's not going to work to prevent you from killing yourself. You're telling them you cannot have the antidote that's going to save your life. You can only do the therapy that I approve of. You can only do the therapy that I say is okay for you, Ollie. You went through this whole gender transition. Why do you deny people the journey that you yourself had?
Because I had that journey as an adult, and even though I regret it, I was an adult. But kids cannot consent.
You had the journey of trying to turn yourself into Jimin from BTS. You do not represent the trans community. You do not represent the children who are simply trying to save their lives, who are simply trying to live genuinely as yourself. Oli London is such an unbelievably disgusting fraud. And huge props to Ethan for absolutely exposing this piece of shit grifter.
So I'll say it again.
Kids can't consent to anything. Kids can't consent to anything.
But Ethan, this is irreversible. We're not just talking about
it's not. Sometimes it's not. Most of the times it is irreversible. And when it's not reversible, it's done under extreme care, under doctor supervision. You want this kid to kill themselves, Ollie. How do you live with that? How do you betray the community, the trans community that you're a part of? You sold yourself out for some attention and some money. You are dooming kids to kill themselves. How do you live with that? Before it was cute, silly stuff about transracial and BTS and pop stuff, and it was just silly nonsense about little racist stuff about Korean people having tiny penises. But now you're actually delving into transphobic, violent transphobia that is going to result in kids dying. You're going to have to reckon with that, Ollie.
No, absolutely not. You're trying to paint me out as saying this.
I'm only
trying
saying
to say
what
that
you
kids
said.
Cannot consent. No, Ethan,
Kids
I'm not
can't
saying
consent to anything.
Kids cannot consent to irreversible hormones or surgeries, Ethan.
Okay, a kid needs to get his leg removed because he has leg cancer. Should he be able to get the leg removed?
Well, if he has a cancer, yes. But
okay, so what's the fucking difference? He can't consent to have his...
Ethan right now? This is Ethan right now. Unironically, this is Ethan at Oli London right now. How do you fucking live with yourself? Good fucking question, Ethan. Good question to ask this fucking grifter piece of shit.
Leg removed, that's irreversible.
Well, many of these kids are being pushed into it. Many grow out of gender dysphoria. If you Google right now...
But I'm telling you, kids kill themselves if they don't get this treatment. In the rare case that it's that severe, about 250 a year.
Well, show me... Okay, pull up a case then.
I'm sure we can do that. That's not a problem. Give me 1 second. Gender-affirming care is mental health support.
There are other ways.
It's actually
there are other ways of helping kids.
The American Institute of Psychiatry and Kids Health Pediatrics, they all agree that the correct care for children with dysmorphia is gender-affirming care. Do you know more than Pediatrics Association and Psychiatrists Association?
Yeah, because all of these companies, they made $2.2 billion transitioning kids last year.
A trade association and a medical association that's job is to help organize research made $2 billion off of gender transition care. Are you sure that's the argument you want to go with, you absolute brain dead rock? You're trying to tell me that a non-profit association of doctors that is there to organize and share information. These are not, they're not businesses. You don't walk up to the American Psychology Association and go, hello, I would like to pay $1 million for gender transition today. Jesus fucking Christ. This is one of the worst showings I've ever seen. I hope this ends Oli London's career. I truly, truly hope this ends Oli London's career.
So it's a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of powerful.
So people make money from it. So therefore, we shouldn't let kids save their lives.
No, you can provide. I'm not going to keep going on about this same thing. You can provide kids with the right mental health support that doesn't include putting them on harmful hormones that can cause irreversible issues. And when they
You're
become
right. We
adults,
should make it free. People shouldn't be charged for it.
Oh, Oli London broke.
No.
No, I'm just not going to keep going on about the same thing, Ethan. I need to go anyway. It's quite late.
I want to tell you something. You really have sold your soul in this one. You know what I mean? Like before, it was
Ethan,
cute
I
and
haven't
innocent,
sold my
but this
soul. I'm
new
trying to
one
help
is
people.
really sick. And I mean, the
Ethan.
galls of you to sell a fucking lunch pail with a trans person on it while telling people that they're grooming kids. I mean, you're just a fucking hypocrite, dude.
Ethan, you said some horrific comments about Ben Shapiro saying that he should be gassed, like in the Holocaust. So you shouldn't be.
I didn't say
lecturing people
that.
on what to say.
I said,
I'll
tell you exactly what I said. And how dare you say such a...
You said that.
I made a
no,
joke
you
that
said that about Ben Shapiro.
he's perpetuating anti-Semitism, and therefore, if there's another, then he can go, and I'd be
But it's
happy
not something to joke
I'd be
about,
happy to
Ethan.
go
It's
right
not
behind
something
him.
to joke
I am
about.
Jewish though, so chill out.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying it's not something to joke about. So, when you're trying to criticize me for certain things, you've also said some things that are very harmful as well.
Well, hold
so you
on.
should also take accountability.
So you're admitting that what you say about trans people is offensive?
No, I'm talking about
how
my
does it compare
past
to
behavior
what I
has
said?
been harmful.
Literally just fucking, oh my God, Ethan is just straight up like, whoosh, 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 literally dodging every single fucking blow from Oli and firing right back. Oh my God.
I'm talking about my past behaviors, have been harmful.
I'm
but
not talking about your past behavior. I'm talking
about
about what you're doing now that endangers children, because you're trying to make a
now
quick
I'm helping
buck.
people. No, I'm helping people, Ethan.
You're helping Tucker Carlson spread propaganda that's going to kill trans people. And you're selling a book called Gender Madness. After you, how long have you been how long have you been a man? How long have you been detransitioned? And you're writing a book already?
It's been 7 months.
7 months?
Wow.
Oli? I mean, you were
7
trans for
months.
years. How are you going to spend 7 months as a man and then presume to tell people how to live their lives? Doesn't even make sense, Oli. That's not enough time to give me an informed decision about what it means to transition, especially when you lived as a trans person for so long.
Yeah, but the book is about how I got to where I was, what led me to that, and how people struggle with different identities. It's actually a self-help book, so it's very positive, empowering about different ways people can help themselves.
Gender Madness. Here's your best friend, Jamie Mitchell, who's the founder of Gays Against Groomers, supporting... Well, here, just watch.
What's happening now would make, I think Joseph Mengele, I believe that was his name, the Nazi doctor, this puts him to shame.
Do you believe that's an appropriate analogy?
Well, Joseph Mengele tortured and performed horrific medical procedures on kids. What
Jewish
they're doing
kids
today.
during the Holocaust.
He also committed a genocide against trans people, by the way.
He committed a genocide.
Fucking true! Holy fuck. Oli London is done for.
Against trans people as well.
He killed a lot
if
of
jokes
LGBT
about the
people.
Holocaust are off the limit, Oli, let's be consistent.
They are basically using an entire generation
How dare you?
of children as lab rats for this sick ideology. And
She sounds
they're full
like
steam
him right now.
Like
any abuse of kids,
And within an
any
MAC is a
experimentation on
definite
kids is wrong.
and a threat to that.
You've been very open about,
You heard it here. Oli London in this debate says that trans people getting necessary medical treatment, willingly getting necessary medical treatment, is the same as a Holocaust doctor doing human experiments on unwilling prisoners. You got it. You heard it here, folks. Oli London is a disgusting and pathetic fraud. And I hope this is the absolute end of Oli London's measly, pathetic, attention-seeking career.
Your conservative voice as well. Is it hard to be, to have a conservative voice now?
Yeah, I mean, I am personally conservative. I've actually had an online presence as the Gay Who's Straight on Instagram primarily for over 6 years. And we.
Do you believe that doctors are performing Nazi-like experiments on trans kids?
Doctors are experimenting on kids.
To what end? What is the experiment?
Any medical mutilation on kids is bad. And,
the experiment underlies a thesis. What is their thesis?
I'm saying there's no long-term data on how does this affect a kid's
Yes, there is. 99% don't regret it. 27.
How does this affect a kid 20 years down the line? Because
they're happy.
We see issues
99% are happy.
We see issues
27
with their bone
studies.
density. Look at the study by Dr. Bradley, Canadian. She was the pioneer for performing these gender-affirming cares on kids.
What if I told you Dr. Bradley was a quack?
Well, they're all quacks. Anyone that experiments on kids in the first place is a quack.
All right, Oli. We're gonna anyway. Thank you for spending your time. I do appreciate you coming on.
No, it's good to talk.
It was something, but I do think that since God created,
No, Ethan,
God created
what
trans
you're
people. You know what I mean? And when kingdom come, you're gonna have to answer for what you're doing. This is not kindness. Jesus does not hate trans kids.
Jesus doesn't hate anyone, but what I've been saying throughout the interview, and we've spoke about this already, is I'm simply speaking up about we shouldn't do this to kids. I know you're trying to make the argument that this can lead to.
It's not happening to kids, Oli. It's 250 a year.
It's not 250.
Yes, it
there
is.
are thousands.
You're just making that up. That's bullshit.
No, you can look on Google.
I've looked up every single thing you've said. I fact-checked every single thing you said. It's all propaganda. It's all lies.
But look at
I've
Dr.
systematically dismantled every single point you have.
But you can look at Dr. Gallagher in Miami and see how many operations she does on kids. That's just one clinic. There are 60 clinics plus that are doing this. So imagine every single clinic added up. They're profiting from this. It's $70,000 they make from a girl.
All right,
to a
Oli
boy.
London, who is in favor of kids killing themselves. Thank you for calling. But
It's not even funny to joke about things like that.
Oh, I'm
It's
not
even
joking,
nice.
my friend.
I've been talking about mental health support. That's the real issue here. We need to help people with their struggles and not be putting them on medication.
Oli London,
it's wrong.
who's in
But anyway,
favor of kids killing themselves.
Ethan, not cool. Right. Anyway, thank you for your time
Well,
today.
it is not cool. Actually, that's putting it mildly. It's actually demonic.
No, it's not cool that you're trying to say that I'm pro for
But
that.
that's
You're just
literally
putting
what
words in
you're
my mouth
doing.
for
It's what
clickbait.
you've said, my friend.
No, it's not. It's about, I've been saying about we need to give mental health support instead of putting all of these kids on
Gender
hormones. But
affirmation
anyway,
is mental health support.
we'll agree to disagree, and good luck.
Okay, you're a demon.
Oh my God. That was such an unbelievably incredible watch. Do you see why I needed to watch this with you all? Boy, was that cathartic. It is so awesome to see these anti-trans grifters being taken down a peg and to have their points disassembled in real time. Now, unfortunately, people like Oli London are a dime a dozen, but they can be educational. This type of takedown inoculates people to future misinformation about trans people. This type of takedown makes people stronger against disinformation about trans people. It deflates the anti-trans movement. And I gotta say, Ethan absolutely knocked it out of the park here. Just every single point, just severe, and then kept all of the anger until the end. What a great, you absolutely love to see it. Oli London failed on every single point. Oli London looked like one of the craziest people you could possibly imagine. And it really goes to show you how weak conservatives are outside of their bubble. The moment that conservatives step outside of the gigantic circle jerk that is the conservative media sphere, where Oli London has been going and getting clapped and back patted for weeks, months, Oli London has been getting sucked up to by every single anti-trans talking head, because how convenient. You have a trans detransitioner, an ex-trans who's going around and willing to say, yes, look at what they did to me. They made me turn into Jimin. I looked just like Jimin and I put out a K-pop album. They did it to me. And all the conservatives are like, yeah, keep talking. Yeah, roll the cameras. It's great. It's absolutely amazing to see somebody like this get disassembled in real time. His Cope tweet thread. Let's see the Cope tweet thread. Yeah, let's look at the Cope real quick. What the fuck is a Jimin? Jimin is a performer. Let's look at the Cope tweet real quick. Oh, damn it. Oh, my button stopped working. I hate that when that happens. Oh, whatever. Tonight, I did an interview on Far Left H3 podcast because I believe the importance of educating people about what's going on in regards to the gender-affirming care industry, even if they are pro-gender-affirming care. Oh, yeah. Citing Project Veritas and Tucker Carlson, super educational, saying that drag people are potentially grooming children by reading the rainbow fish to children in normal clothing. Yeah, totally educational. Out of all of the interviews I've ever done, this was the rudest and most unprofessional person I've ever spoken to. The unprofessionalness literally only occurred at the end. This is that's pure Cope, just raw Cope. The whole time I was interrupted while the host tried to twist words into my mouth, saying that because I'm against children being medically transitioned, that I support child suicide. No, you weren't. You were allowed to talk so much. In fact, the entire first half was mostly Oli talking uninterrupted. In fact, Ethan barely talked until the very end. The very tail end, the last third of the interview. The rest of it was Oli laying out just endless blathering that Ethan just asked questions to. This is, again, mad Cope. I am against children being medically transitioned, that I support child suicide for not affirming their gender identity and blaming me for children killing themselves, and then ending the interview calling me a demon. Yeah, you do. When you were asked point blank directly, when Oli was asked point blank directly, would you rather a kid that is suicidal receive supervised medical care, or would you deny them that care? Oli London said, I would deny them that care. Didn't say it like that. Oli London said, I would give them something else. But what that means is I would deny them the care that they needed. So yes, Ethan was correct to say that. Absolutely below the belt interviewer who desperately tried to twist my words for clickbait and views. Well, the views for sure are going to roll in, Oli London. This video alone has 36,000 views, and the full episode, real quick, the full episode has 839,000 views. The original episode, almost 1 million views. So yeah, the views are definitely coming in, but I don't think it was because of any desperate twisting. You did the desperate slithering and the desperate twisting yourself. I believe in the importance of respecting others despite their opinions. And I believe, like when you call people groomers, you fucking sick fuck, and believe in the importance of having sensible and respectable debate. You mean when you call people groomers without evidence and you say that a drag queen might be doing grooming by reading the rainbow fish to kids in normal clothing? You fucking sick piece of shit. Sadly, this person has no idea what respect really means. L ratio, true. L plus ratio. It's about trying to educate people. Jamie Mitchell, there you go. There you go. There's the fucking gays against groomers coming to cope in. Come on in, let me jerk you off again. Don't worry, Oli, you'll feel better. Here, let me jerk off your surgically altered Korean dick. Holy fuck. Holy motherfucking God. Left-wing outlets tend to hate anyone that has a slightly different opinion. Oh my God, what is this profile picture? Oh no. Oh God, there's Oli London with facial hair. I think it's drawn on facial hair. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh God. Oh yeah, by the way, just so we know, this is Oli London creepily stalking Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney, who, to my knowledge, has done nothing to Oli London. Dylan Mulvaney, who is basically the most milquetoast TikToker you can imagine. Just look at this. Stalking. Look at the media tab, the entire media tab for the last day is just repeatedly posting pictures of Dylan Mulvaney and misgendering Dylan Mulvaney. Oli London is the biggest piece of shit. I truly hope that Oli London never sees the light of day after this fucking nightmare of an interview. Huge props to Ethan. Ethan completely outmaneuvered Oli and and literally just allowed Oli to talk himself into a corner and then capitalized on that fact. Oli London did the most damage to Oli London. Ethan just helped Oli London along. Literally Google Oli right now and the top images of him are so much worse than anything of Dylan's. Yeah, of course. Oli London is a complete and utter blatant grifter, a weird, creepy stalker, a totally deranged. Oh my God, literally, oh my God, look, it continues. This is all within like 10 hours. Dylan Mulvaney tweet, Dylan Mulvaney tweet. Hold on. Dylan Mulvaney tweet, 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 all day tweeting about Dylan Mulvaney. Oli London is a genuinely unwell person, a truly truly upsetting individual to witness. And also, Ethan is 100% right. God will judge Oli London. Oli London will be judged by the God that he so-called believes in, that he lies about, because obviously I believe that's a grift too. What fucking trash. Oh yeah, here's more of this, by the way. This is an event, okay? I can't show this on stream. God damn it, I can't show this on stream because it's sexually promiscuous. One of the images is sexually promiscuous. Oli London has a picture of a drag performer with fake exposed breasts at one event next to pictures of this drag queen at different events where they do not have their exposed breasts. And they are saying, they are calling them dangerous to children because of an event that they did at one point where they were topless with fake breasts. The fake breasts were the topless part. And they're saying they're dangerous to be around kids because they put two pictures of two separate events next to each other. Just so disgusting. I fucking despise people like Oli London. People like Oli London do damage to to trans people. They harm children. They are assisting in a genocide against trans people. And worst of all, perhaps worst of all, they do so for purely self-enriching reasons. Oli London is such a short-sighted person. Oli London doesn't even have any beliefs. Oli London can't even figure out who he is. And when I say that Oli London has identity issues, it's not about gender. Oli London has identity issues in general. 7 months ago, Oli London was a out trans woman, and now Oli London is doing the right-wing circuit and writing a book targeting anti-trans people purely for self-enriching purposes. What a disgusting individual. What a hollowed out and empty person. Huge props to Ethan from H3H3 for absolutely demolishing this complete and utter fraud. My lovely, lovely imps, if you enjoyed this react, if you enjoyed watching all of my additional jokes, the added context and whatever else, all the other stuff that I talked about, please make sure that you press the like button below, subscribe to the Demon Mama channel, and of course, leave me a comment. I would love to hear your thoughts. Your comments help this channel grow massively. So leave me a like, comment, and press subscribe. And thank you for tuning in. Wow. That is that's that react. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. That was a long segment. Well, yeah, but debate reviews are always very long. Don't worry, we have more. We're not done yet. We're not wrapping up yet. Do you think this is Hassan rubbing off on him? I don't want to deny him credit, but I don't remember Ethan being quite this based. Well, Ethan's been in the business for a long time. Ethan used to kind of stay away from explicit politics, but no, Ethan has always been a savage. If you go and watch Ethan's old content where he was like exposing YouTube grifters, Ethan has always been really, really, really good at tearing into dishonest people. It's just that more recently, Ethan has actually started to engage in political topics. And I think part of it is because I genuinely just think that like people don't have as much of a choice. If you're a public figure, the political atmosphere in America is getting so severe and so wild that it's hard to stay silent. Like it's hard to not talk about politics. And I think Ethan has just decided that he's gonna do a good job with it. He's always had an eye for quality. Ethan has always put his heart into the things that he does. So it makes sense to me that he would go all in, especially now that he has the support of a team. Now that he's not like, you know, he used to make his content with like a really small team. It was basically him and his wife. And now he's got a full team. So I think it makes sense that he would go into it. Yeah. I've been watching H3H3 forever. You guys don't understand. Like, I am an old school H3H3 fans. Some of you, twos, you probably remember me back in the day admitting how much I love H3H3 and watching and reacting to H3H3 on stream back in the old days, some of the other ones. Some of you who've been here for a long time. Yeah, I've been a fan of H3H3 for a really long time, and I love this shit. I love this arc. Yeah. It's good stuff. I remember seeing you react to him a while ago. It was a long time ago that I last reacted to H3H3. Was H3H3 the podcast where we also got Oh No Sam Cedar? Yes, that was also Ethan Klein. Ethan did set up the Sam Cedar. Oh no, what a nightmare. The Peep and Creep? We could watch the Peep and Creep. Oh God, the Peep and Creep is so good. Should we watch Peep and Creep? It's been so, every time I do it, everybody loves it. Everybody wants it. All right, we're doing Peep and Creep. All right, we're doing, in honor, this one right here, this goes out to Ethan Klein, who has for years kept me entertained and has proven to be unbelievably based, unfathomably based. So we'll do Peep and Creep real quick. There we go. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, this is the one. Here we go, everybody. Let's do it. Classic H3H3. This is from way back in the day, okay? Let's enjoy. It's a short video. We'll do a little bit of a react. You guys are gonna fucking love this, I promise. If you guys haven't seen old school Ethan, You guys are gonna love this shit.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh? What? I'm talking to my mom, Hila. It's kind of private. Do you mind? Hila, I'm wearing the Hush Me. Obviously, I'm having a private conversation. What don't you understand about the Hush Me? Excuse me. Hila, it's the Hush Me. It's a new product that cloaks your talking so people in public can't hear what you're saying. It's stylish, sleek, and it's private. Best of all, people won't notice you at all when you're in public looking like a shitty sci-fi character.
Does it come with the shirt?
Hush Me is the product that you never knew you needed, and now that you know that it exists, you know that you still don't need it. It's the Hush Me, the amazing new smart device that cloaks your voice and plays sound so that you can have phone sex with your girlfriend in an airport terminal without some nerd getting hard and trying to jerk his little ding dong next to you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The Hush Me is changing the game for people like me.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Dino Joe says, your spiritual deconstruction video was one of your first vids I ever watched. It really stuck with me. Much love to you. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Oh my God, thank you so much. This is so fucking good. Oh God.
Have you ever felt uncomfortable when speaking over the phone in public places or open space?
Has getting up from the library and stepping outside for 30 seconds ever been way too much of an inconvenience for you? Now you can look like a dollar store Batman supervillain that never made the cut. Everybody's gonna be sure to lighten up to you when you look like you've recently developed rabies.
Hush Me is a personal acoustic device that protects speech privacy in open space environments. A stylish, ergonomic design for long-term wear.
Stylish.
A stylish.
That's generous. This stylish design will make you look like Bane, who's about to suicide bomb a library.
A stylish, 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 ergonomic design for long-term wear.
They are pretty much literally advertising this as a way to have phone sex with your girlfriend in a classroom, library, or airport terminal, which I can get down with. Another thing is, there's no way this product actually works, right? Is there any way that you actually couldn't possibly hear what they're saying? And then the other thing it does is that it plays sound while you're talking. It plays like birds chirping.
Minion, R2-D2, Darth Vader, monkey, squirrel, rain, ocean, wind, and birds.
Chirping and waterfalls, which is super low key. People will not notice you sitting there like a mobile rainforest while you attempt to make your girlfriend pregnant over the phone. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, touch me.
A stylish.
Oh, touch me, baby. Nothing to see here, folks.
Hush Me. Keep talking.
I love the amount of accessories you're expected to carry around these days. And now the Hush Me's getting into the mix. I'm supposed to carry this around my neck all the time in the event that I take a call that's way too private to take in public and I can't walk outside. Okay, so here's the Hush Me. I got my sunglasses, I got my headphones, and this is just how we're supposed to walk around for the next 5 years.
A stylish, ergonomic design.
Excuse me, guys, I gotta take a call. As an inventor, the Hush Me was the greatest inspiration I could have possibly asked for. I needed to invent a product that was just as innovative as the Hush Me. The Hush Me was so revolutionary because it fulfilled a market need that didn't even exist. There must be an idea like that out there for me. I just had to find it. The Hush Me let the user talk without being heard. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I needed a similar invention. Mine would let the user see without being beeped.
You guys have no idea how hard this is about to go.
Imagine being able to look wherever you wanted and nobody could see your eyes. Nobody could tell where you were looking, but you were watching. Always watching. Does that sound like a product that you know you'd never need? Now, then you're talking my language now. Introducing the Peep and Creep. To market this bad boy, first I need a jingle that'll let the world know the Peep and Creep is open for business. Michael, are you there?
Yeah, right here. On the screen.
Oh, hey Michael, what's up, man? How are you? Currently, we're not giving out equity, but what I can do is give you a $20 voucher to TGI Fridays.
Okay. Yeah, I think this jingle should sound groundbreaking, like the product, because, you know, you're like Steve Jobs of the 2010s, right?
Yes. So I wanted to say something like, yes, I'm on the beach with VR goggles, and there's a chance that I'm looking at your cleavage, right? But maybe not necessarily.
Okay, let's get a... Yeah.
Wait, and then, right, I like that tempo. Because it's almost like the beat of like this, you know? Peep or creep, I'm looking at the cuties on the beach. Peep and creep, I'm locked onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard. I'm getting hard. So thanks for your help on that, Michael. I thought that was really good. I'll be sure to get you one of the early prototypes because knowing you, I think.
Yes, people who are saying, isn't that guy, isn't the musician guy here a huge musician? Yes, he was at the time too. I believe that's Michael from Shmoyoho, one of the biggest channels in the history of YouTube.
I think you would really want and need one of these, right?
Cool. That sounds perfect. I just noticed that the TGI Fridays wasn't in my inbox, the gift card.
Thanks, Michael. I'll talk to you later. All right. Now that I had the jingle, I needed the brains. So I headed out to Vsauce offices to meet with the Vsauces.
Can you please be more productive, Jake?
I was looking to secure some funding, promotion, and some science to help bring the Creep and Peep to the next level of success.
I'm so
Hi,
happy
Michael. How are you?
For all of you who haven't seen this yet.
What's up?
How'd you know we were here?
Give me a hug, dude. Come on, it's good to see you. It's been a while, right?
Yeah.
How are you?
What are you wearing on your face here?
Okay, I'm so happy you noticed. It's a new product that I'm looking for investors. I think because of the
You want
level
money?
Yeah, money, and promotion. I think you're gonna want to promote this after I tell you about it, right?
All right, well, come on in.
Hey guys. Can I get your attention, please?
Yeah, you can. Sorry, what's up?
So I prepared a presentation for you guys.
Yeah.
A little song, a little dance for the Peep and Creep. I'm hoping that after my presentation.
Why don't you just dance?
From the top. Peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your teeth. I'll be watching you and your mother too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. Sing along, Jake, sing along. Peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm peeking at your cheeks. Locked onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard, and I'm getting hard. What you think is just VR, or talking with my mom, or looking at a tree, but most. And anyway, yada yada yada. Peep and creep, changing the game for creeps like me. And then it just kind of goes with onto the chorus, which I'm getting hard. I'm getting hard. Yeah, I'm getting hard. Right? Do you want? I noticed you guys didn't sing along at all, or?
I get the gist of it.
And I'm getting hard. I'm getting hard. Right there. I'm getting hard. Right there, Michael. We're right there. And you think it's just VR. After my presentation, I could tell that they were super interested in investing in my product. $100, I'll leave. I'll never come back.
3 sodas.
$100, you guys will never see me again.
$4.
No, touch
No, Ethan.
No. I mean,
Eric, call
You guys said you never want to see me again? Well, I'm taking my I'm taking these. Okay. Oh, wow. You like this? You've been working on this for a while? Sorry, dude.
That is actually very upsetting.
That's a platonic solid.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well, this is a platonic ass that you can kiss goodbye forever. I'm gonna do amazing things with this can. I'm gonna put Bluetooth in it. I'm gonna put VR goggles. I'm gonna walk around the Venice Beach getting accused, and this is gonna be worth millions of dollars. And you guys are gonna be wishing that you gave me $500,000 for 3% equity.
Hey, give us a scooter back.
Help me with that, please. If you just put that on the... Yeah, you just put it down. You just put that down.
Put down the scooter.
That's Michael's scooter.
Peep and Creep.
Here we go. Here we go.
Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your teeth. I'll be watching you and your mother too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. I'm locked onto those jugs and I'm peeping hard. Yeah, I'm getting hard, but you think it's just VR or talking with my mom, or I'm looking at a tree, but most definitely not checking out your booty. Except I am, and I'm not ashamed, because the peep and creep has changed the game. Peep and creep has changed the game. I'm peeping and creeping, it will set you free. To look at memories and to look at booties. It's good for you, and it's good for me. I'm sorry, but I've been this way since puberty. Yeah, peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm just peeping at two cheeks. Woo! Peep and creep will set you free, or maybe I'm just peeping at two booties. I'll be watching you, or maybe your mom and friend too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. I'll be watching you, or maybe your mom and friend too. Society can't judge me for what my eyes do. Peep and creep, peep and creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and creep, peep and creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and creep.
Don't chase me.
Peep and creep, peep and creep. Changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can tell just what I can see. Peep and creep, peep the cuties at the beach. You might think I'm asleep, but I'm looking at your teeth. I'll be watching you and your mother too.
Let me tell you, the Peep and Creep virus has infested our house multiple times, and now it's back again. There is no doubt that I will inevitably be saying Peep and Creep and singing the stupid Peep and Creep song over and over and over again in the coming days. My partner got really mad at me last time I got hooked on the Peep and Creep song. Yeah. It's so good. By the way, I have a couple of donations I need to read off. Thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous super chat, Brutus Magnuson. Step 1, trans the kids for reasons. Step 2, question. Step 3, profit. They forgot the motive part of making a conspiracy theory. They always forget the motive part. Dino Joe, already read that one out, but thank you very much again for the $5 super chat. Andy L for the $2 super chat with the text, thank you. You're very welcome, Andy L. Elaboo with the $5 in 2012. This was sandwich money, but I used the time to doodle my imp OC, so there's that. Thank you very, very much, Elaboo. Hunter Johnson with the $5. My new job is video security for a major electric distributor. The baked-in stability is so different. Congratulations. That sounds awesome. And Hunter Johnson with another $5, one more for continued luck. Thank you all for your incredible generosity. It seriously means the world to me. This is a 100% viewer-supported show, so your donations mean the world to me. Because, you know, Ethan came up with the Peep and Creep, but who knows what I'm gonna come up with now. It's 2023. The horizon for new wacky inventions is greater than you know, and it's only possible if you fund me. So there you go. Oh yeah, my beer goggles. I already did invent those. It's actually funny. I've done 2 different inventor bits on this channel. One was in the ancient days. Anybody remember the Zoom food? Yeah, some of you will. Some of the old school viewers will remember the Zoom food. Yeah. Yeah, the Zoom food. That was before Elon Musk. I did a segment a million years ago making fun of Elon Musk before he bought Twitter, way in the early era. I did this whole segment and I started it by doing a Zoom food pitch. Yeah, it's an old one. It's a lot of people, yeah, there we go. So many people remember the Zoom food. And then recently we had the anti-woke particle beer goggles. Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. Changing the game, changing the game for creeps like me. Nobody can know what my eyes see. Peep and Creep. Peep some cuties at the beach. I actually don't know if the Demon Mama Zoom food episode is on YouTube. I think it might be one of the lost VODs, unfortunately, but it might be. It might actually be up there. You missed the woke goggles? I can show you the woke goggles. Hold on, we did a short. We have a short of the woke goggles, I think. If not, I need to upload it. Hold on. Where's my shorts? Hey, where's my shorts? Wait a minute. Oh, did it not get, it didn't get posted yet. Wait, what? What the hell? Wait a minute, I could have sworn it did. Hold on. Did it not get posted? Oh my God, we forgot to post it. It's okay, I can show you it. I can show you the live segment. Hold on. It was from the woke beer episode. Yeah, the beer apology meltdown. Hold on. You guys deserve to see this. It was good. And then we're gonna do some more React, and then we're gonna do Cooking Mama. Where's my beer? Here we go. Sponsors. My lovely, lovely imps. There has been a lot of hubbub lately about the woke mind virus, about liberal beers, about leftist beer companies. But I'm here to tell you today that there is not one, but 2 products, okay? 2 separate products that can help you avoid the leftist mind virus encroaching into your beer. Demon Mama is here to help you out. So before we do anything else, I need you guys to feast your eyes on the only, okay? I'm talking the only unwoke beer that we have ever seen in America. There has never been a less woke beer than what you... So that's the one, but here's the actual part. Then the 100% America First, Patriots' Rights, ultra-conservative beer dad beer goggles, woke preventing 100% free woke beer, anti-woke beer goggles. For the low, low price of just $6.50, you can purchase these beer goggles. No matter how much woke beer you have to drink. If you just can't afford $20 per case or per 6-pack of anti-woke beer, but you need to know that you're not getting any woke particles while you're getting drunk, if you can't stand a 4% weak, watery beer, well, then you need the ultra-conservative American First, dads, protect our children, keep our guns, liberals stay away, anti-woke mind virus beer goggles. These goggles will ensure that you stay just as drunk and disorderly as you always are, no matter how much woke beer you're forced to consume by the liberal cucks of America. Don't be an American liberal cuck, okay? Keep your American bald eagle, American flag, gun shooting in the air, SUVs, French fries, stuffed crust pizza, what else is American? A baseball, hot dogs, New York City, baby. Keep it all. No woke. All you got to do is wear these anti-woke goggles. That's it. That's all you got to do. It's that easy. You don't got to pay $20 per beer. There you have it. Also, this is the short version, which has editing. I have the product for you. Today's sponsor is none other than the 100% America First, Patriots' Rights, ultra-conservative beer dad beer goggles, woke beer, anti-woke beer goggles. You need to know that you're not getting any woke particles while you're getting drunk. You need the ultra-conservative American First Dads Protect Our Children, Keep Our Guns, Liberals Stay Away, anti-woke mind virus beer goggles. These goggles will ensure that you stay just as drunk and disorderly as you always are. Keep your American bald eagle, American flag, guns shooting in the air, SUVs, French fries, stuffed crust pizza, what else is American? A baseball, hot dogs, New York City, baby. All you gotta do is wear these anti-woke goggles. That's it. I have the... Yeah, that's Jazz Dog. Yeah, that's Jazz Dog. That's right. That's Jazz Dog. I gotta do more shorts and I gotta do more bits. I don't do enough bits. I haven't done bits lately because I've been too serious. Why have I been so... what's happened? You see, I've been robbed of my bits. I've been too serious lately. I gotta goof it up. We gotta gag it up some more. God, that's such a good short. Jazz Dog is such a god tier editor. I gotta do more stuff. I gotta get more stuff pitched up for Jazz Dog. Leaf said, "Mama, where's my goggles? I wish to be disorderly." They're in production. They'll be ready eventually. Thank you very much for the donation. Deeply appreciated. Diva Mama, where did you get that cool shirt? That is from Stay Cold Apparel. I absolutely love Stay Cold Apparel. I have like 7 Stay Cold Apparel shirts, and that's one of them. Please, if you are a fan of some of my style, you gotta check out Stay Cold. They sell my favorite shirt designs. This is not a Stay Cold. This one is Gene Mutation X Green Lion. It's a different company. I also like this one, but it's actually right here. I can show it to you. Hold on one second. Peep and Creep. Peep and Creep. See, Stay Cold. Oh, yeah, it's good. It's good. Stay cold. Like stay, like you're staying still, and cold as in it's cold outside. Stay cold. I love them. They're a German company. They commission tattoo artists to make awesome shirts. It's great. Yeah, they're really amazing. I really enjoy their clothing. I also have some of their socks, believe it or not, which is a little bit odd. Anyway, my lovely imps, are you ready? Get to the Chachanka says, right before Cooking Mama is the perfect time to react to this. Well, we actually have... Oh, can I watch this? Okay, we'll save this. Hold on, I'll save this for the Cooking Mama segment. We actually have another segment before Cooking Mama that we have to do first, which is... We need to react to a Keffals video. Last stream, I promised that I would react to Keffals' new video, but we didn't have time. So now, my lovely imps, we are going to react to Keffals' new video. As you all know, we have always provided support to Keffals. Keffals has been through a lot in the last year, and this community has a lot of overlap with Keffals. And also, I really care about Keffals doing and feeling better after all of the insane, deranged, demented nonsense that was thrown at Keffals. So I wanted to watch Keffals' new video and react to it on stream and share my thoughts. As you all know, I am personal friends with Keffals. but I also have had a lot of respect for Keffals for a long time. We definitely don't agree on everything, but Keffals has been through a lot, and I wanted to watch this video and react together. So without any further ado, we are going to react to Keffals' latest, well, second latest video now, but Keffals' video, I Almost Died. So please be with me today as we watch and react to Keffals' latest video. Let's do it!
I'm a little nervous. I've got a lot of serious stuff to talk about today, right? And it's really hard to talk about, but I want everyone to know like everything that has happened to me.
I love Keffals' new backdrop. Keffals' new backdrop is so cute. You've got a peepo in there. You've got this little blobby thing. You got a rainbow worm, a big train. This is such a cute new backdrop. I really love it. That's cool. That's
in the past little bit.
Is that Keffals' partner?
I want to talk about addiction. I want to talk about the stuff that I have been struggling with for a very long time. I never talked about it, at least on stream. I never wanted it to be a public thing because to the people who know me really well, I get attacked ruthlessly online.
This is absolutely and undeniably true. People have gone so goddamn hard against Keffals, it's actually ridiculous. It's really deranged how people have treated Keffals. Again, Keffals is beefed with people, that's one thing. But the way that the internet as a whole and the amount of communities that have fixated their insane harassment on Keffals is just, it's actually hard to believe that it even happened. It's actually demented.
Every single thing about me is just fodder in order to harass me. So I just never brought it up, but...
Yeah, I know how it is firsthand. Keffals and I both have had that experience, and interestingly, from some of the same communities. Yeah. It's not even just cancellation stuff either. The cancellation stuff is one thing, but Keffals has just had, I mean, me and Keffals both appeared in a manifest, we were both put in a manifesto together, like chapters, like a chapter after one another. It's really people are really fucking weird to trans streamers. They're really fucking weird to trans streamers. It's insane.
I want to be open about it now. It's something that has been a big struggle for me. I just turned 29. I spent my 29th birthday in rehab. I didn't even get a cake. Oh wait, I did. My friends took me out to Cheesecake Factory on my birthday in rehab. So I did get a cake, and it was very good. I have very cool friends. I want to go back to the beginning, like before rehab. In my early 20s, I dropped out of university because I started to develop chronic pain issues, and I had no idea where these issues were coming from. I started going like doctor to doctor because the pain was so bad I was bedridden. And while I was trying to figure out what exactly the issue was, my GP started prescribing me Percocet. Over time, I started to develop a tolerance to Percocet. I started doing more and more opiates. And then eventually, I started doing so much that I was running out of my prescription. I started to realize I was developing an addiction. And I went to my GP and I told my GP this. And he just said, don't tell anyone, because they won't prescribe you opiates anymore. So I just kept doing Percocets. And then eventually one of my friends, they were down on their luck. They just became homeless and they were trying to get clean off meth. So I let her stay at my house because I didn't want her living on the streets. She taught me how to shoot up. And I moved from doing Percocets to doing hydromorphone. I started doing that a lot. And then eventually what happened was that my ex found out that I was going to my dealer's house to buy heroin. And they got so mad, they punched a brick wall and broke their fist. And that was kind of a wake-up call for me. The people in my life were terrified of the path that I was going down. Instead of going cold turkey, and instead of doing heroin, I went to OATC, which is the Ontario Addiction Treatment Center. It's the government-funded methadone clinics. So every morning, I would get up, I'd walk to the methadone clinic, I'd pee in the cup, I'd get my methadone, and I'd go to work. I was able to taper myself down and get off drugs. But the problem is that the chronic pain issues I had didn't go away. And once I was off those, I couldn't work anymore and I had to quit my job. Eventually, after going to so many doctors, I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is a chronic pain condition that affects...
This is why people say that addiction is a medical issue. Yes, most people aren't just randomly addicted to drugs. People turn to drugs to solve problems that they have in their lives. And it's not just emotional problems, it's physical problems too. Like, help for chronic pain is really, really difficult to get. And keep in mind that, like, in a lot of places, until very recently, things that do help with chronic pain were also completely illegal. Like, for example, you couldn't get medical cannabis. They would literally prescribe you addictive painkillers before they would prescribe you something like cannabis. Also, of course, cannabis doesn't work for everyone anyway. The ability for people to get help with chronic pain is like, it is so difficult to get help with chronic pain in both the US and in Canada. And it's a serious, serious issue, a medical issue. And people want to act like addiction is always like this thing about like, oh, well, are you a good person or are you a bad person? When it's like, no, this is somebody, it's not about morality. It's not about anything like that. It's about somebody trying to take care of an issue that they're struggling with so frequently. It is so common that people start taking a prescription medication and then, because they have no support or because they're literally no longer allowed to get that medication, they turn to other options.
The nervous system. The symptoms include things like fibrofog, where you lose your train of thought. And when you know that about me, it becomes kind of obvious because I do have issues with my concentration. At the time that I got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, I got put on long-term disability because I couldn't work. I couldn't go to school and I couldn't work and I didn't know what to do with myself. I really wanted to feel like I had a sense of purpose in the world. And that's around the time that I started getting involved in politics. That's when I joined the Communist Party. In my mid-20s, I got a capsulectomy, which is, it's basically a surgery for getting rid of breast implants, because I got silicone implants put in when I was 18. When I got them out, a lot of my pain issues subsided. It was still there, but it wasn't as excruciating as it used to be. There's a thing called breast implant illness, and a lot of the symptoms mirror that of fibromyalgia, but it's something that doctors really unsure about right now. So I was clean from opiates from 2015 until 2018 when my father died. I was in the room when they pulled the plug on him. There's something they don't really tell you about that. I got to be there to witness him suffocate to death. And it's still something that I have nightmares about. I have like recurring nightmares about people suffocating to death. Just give me a sec.
It's really, really difficult.
So in the days following my dad dying, I was staying with my mom because I wanted to be there for her. It really affected her. She never really recovered from my father passing away. And when I was staying with her, I found out that my dad had like months of Percocets just lying around the house that he never took. So I grabbed them all, and I spent almost 100 days on Percocet from the day that he died until Christmas. And on Christmas holidays, when I was in Niagara Falls with my ex and with my family, I ran out. But I was too ashamed to tell them what happened. So I went cold turkey, and I told everyone I had the flu while I was puking my guts out in the hotel bathroom. But I've been clean from opiates ever since. Even in the stuff that led up to going to rehab, I didn't do opiates. And that's what I wanted to talk about. But I wanted to tell everyone before I talked about what happened before I went to rehab, the struggle that I've already had with addiction. I've dealt on and off with opiate addiction for almost a decade now. After all this stuff ended with Drop Kiwi Farms, I moved into an apartment on my own. I got out of a relationship and I just tried to continue going on like nothing happened. Like I just went back to streaming, even after dealing with all of the traumatic things that I dealt with in the last year. And my mental health started to spiral. Like it was really bad behind the scenes. And to be honest, I'm really grateful that I'm alive, because there's a chance that I wouldn't be here today to do this stream. And I've always been given the advice that when you're a live streamer, when you're a content creator, you're not supposed to talk about this kind of stuff. Like, you're not supposed to tell people when you're struggling. But I was struggling a lot. I didn't want to be alive. I had dealt with so much.
Keffals isn't lying at all, by the way. There is a lot of pressure, and it's not explicit. I just want to say this real quick. I want to add something to what Keffals is saying here, and then we'll get right back to the react. A lot of the pressure that Keffals is talking about isn't explicit. It isn't people like literally looking at you and saying, don't talk about X thing. It's the fact that when you're a streamer or a public figure, especially one that has a lot of negative attention from harassment communities already focused on you, anything you say will be dug into. Anything you say will be exploited and shoved in your face. Every single trauma that you have, every single weakness or insecurity, every single fear that you have, these communities, these mobs of harassers will dig into that and utilize that to try and get a leg up on you, to try and get clout off of you. And it always encourages you to be very careful with what you talk about on stream. As you guys know, as far as streamers go, I've always been pretty open about the stuff that I'm dealing with, or at least the stuff that I've dealt with. Many of you will know, like I talked about dealing with BPD, borderline personality disorder, which was something I was diagnosed with years and years ago, and that I have learned so much and do not struggle even close to the same amount as I used to in the past. I mentioned that on a stream once, and some weird freak who was a member of a community that was harassing me dug that old video up and used that to spread all over the place to say that I am like a permanently manipulative and bad person because I struggled with BPD. Many of you guys will remember that actually happening in real time. Like, it is people are really fucking weird about this shit. People are really bad. They treat content creators really badly. And that only gets worse when you are already like a marginalized person, already dealing with harassment and dogpiling and doxing, and in Keffals' case, swatting and all of these other things. Yeah, as Velvet says, knowing that you have BPD is literally like half the battle. People who are really bad about it often are living in denial. Yeah, literally just learning that changed my life and has permanently changed my life. It just let me realize, it let me contextualize certain things that were going on in my mind and gave me so much more control and perspective over my mood. So that, which was what I made the video originally to talk about. I made the video originally to talk about how valuable just knowing, just coming to an understanding that that is most likely what I was dealing with, and talking to my therapist at the time about it and learning how it functions completely changed my life and the way that I engaged with things. Anyway, the point is, people will exploit any of this shit, and it leads to a constant pressure to keep things away from everyone. And also, there's another problem, which is that, like I said, while people don't often directly tell you, don't talk about this stuff, or don't talk about struggles that you have as a content creator, the other part of it is that you can't always talk about it in private either with, you know, coworkers, or friends that you make in the space, because the truth is a lot of people are really bad gossips. A lot of people let this stuff leak out anyway, and because most streamers don't really know each other, there's huge trust issues between content creators, even content creators who become close to one another. So there's this problem, there's this like double layer of isolation that can happen when you're a content creator. I guess what I'm trying to say is I completely understand where Keffals is coming from here, and I sympathize and empathize with it very strongly. Yeah.
Much, and my life was so fucking hard. I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023. 8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth. I had a friend come over to help me detox, and I tried to just go back to my life like nothing ever happened, and I tried my best to make it so no one knew how bad things were. I really didn't want to let people down, especially because I know there's a lot of people in my audience that look up to me, and I don't want to let them down. I don't want to let any of the people who have regularly came into the chat to say that they came out because of me. I don't want to let them down. After the 8-day-long coke and meth bender and detoxing, I tried to go back to streaming. And then I got invited to this Twitter space where it was me and a few other trans activists, and we had to debate a whole bunch of far-right people on whether or not trans people deserved rights. I know a lot of people in the chat right now were around during that, and I was going through coke withdrawal while I was in that Twitter space. And I was so irritable that I just had to pause for a second, and I started calling them retards. And that kicked off so much shit. That kicked off like more shit than I have ever gotten from the left. And I don't want to rehash all of the stuff that happened. And honestly, I still don't think what I did was that big of a deal. No one was hurt because of that. The only person that was really hurt at that time was me. But after the fallout from all of that and all of the drama, I decided, fuck it. I figured out how to get drugs on the darknet, and I started making a plan to kill myself. I started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering heroin from the darknet to end my own life. And my friends found out about this plan, and after finding out, they convinced me to go to rehab. And I'm really glad that I had them in my life, and they were...
I'm really glad that Keffals had the courage to go to rehab, personally. That was a lot, and it's also extremely difficult when you're when you've been the target of insane bigotry, and unbelievably weird parasocial cancellations that are insanely invasive, and you're struggling with pre-existing addictions, and you're struggling with just having come off of other drugs. It is so hard to make the decision to go to rehab. It is so difficult, especially if you're feeling suicidal on top of all of that. And I'm just really fucking happy that Keffals decided to go to rehab in this particular instance. I'm super, super happy. And I'm so happy to see that Keffals is back and seems to be doing a lot better. Also, by the way, this is why it's super important to have a really strong social network, like a real social network, not just social media, real connections of people who actually care about you, because those people will save your life. When you get lost, they will guide you back. It is so important. Anyway, let's continue.
There for me, because if they weren't, I wouldn't be here. And I still have so much ahead of me. I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the Addiction Rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made, honestly. While I was there, I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. I didn't realize, I think because it was so normalized that I was dealing with a lot of trauma, and I had no idea what dealing with a lot of trauma does to people.
Let me just say, I'm gonna hop in here one more time just to add some of my own thoughts on this. You guys out there in the audience, the vast majority of you have no idea how stressful and unironically traumatic becoming the target of an insane harassment campaign online can be. How truly, never-endingly, unabatingly stressful it is when everywhere you would normally go to like have fun on the internet is full of deranged shit about you. And I've had a lot of shit thrown at me, especially when my channel was smaller. I've actually somehow, well, for this year at least, I guess there was that whole nonsense with Shoe on Heads community in December or whatever. But it really fucks with your head. Before I did this, I had never had any type of fame of any type whatsoever. Before I became a streamer, I knew a handful of people. I had my handful of friends. I had my partners. I had a couple of remaining family members and a handful of friends. And now, 3 years down the line, 400 to 500 people tune in to watch my shows. And at the peak of the harassment I was receiving, there were times when 1,000 people, many of them who were hostile to me, would tune into my show. And the amount of, just the sheer amount of deranged hate, like having hundreds, if not thousands of people angry at you who you don't know, who are telling you that like they want you to disappear and die, people who are sending you death threats, people who are threatening to dox you. It's a truly mind-bending experience. And another area where I can say that I empathize and sympathize very strongly with Keffals. And I just want you guys to understand, like, unless you've been there, it's really hard to understand just how intense it is. Most people would feel bad if one person was angry at them. I did not know, and I don't even know if I still know exactly how to cope about the fact that there are, or to deal with the fact that there are lots of people who actually believe, like, who believe that they have reason to hate me. There is there are groups of people online who are devoted to like going after every single thing that I do online, no matter how combative or not. And keep in mind, like, the most combative I've ever been is that I've called people names when I thought their idea was bad. I've never called for anybody to be doxxed. I've never called for anybody to be swatted. I've never threatened anybody on the internet. The most I've ever done is called somebody names, usually people who called me names first. That's about it. And you still get crazy stuff. The same goes for Keffals. Keffals had even more harassment than anything I've ever dealt with because of the whole Kiwi Farms situation that, you know, went so far out of control. And yeah, that will traumatize you, and it's very difficult. I had this problem, maybe, I don't know if Keffals has had this exact same thing, but I figure it's relevant to talk about here. I had this problem where I struggled to get help from my therapist because my therapist just by pure fact of life did not know how to tell me how to deal or help me deal with this very unique situation. I would go to therapy and I would talk to my therapist about, like, hey, like, the stress of this job is ridiculous. It never ends. There are thousands of people who are seemingly angry at me. Some of them make threats to me. Some of them are so off the chain, I don't even know how to deal with it. Some of them will pursue me across the internet at all hours of the day, message me randomly, message me from separate accounts. I don't know how to deal with this. And my therapist didn't know either. And that's a really, really tough thing to deal with when you're in like such a unique position that even the person that you would generally go to for help and advice can't really help you because they've never worked with anybody who's been in that situation and they've never been in that situation themselves. it's a really weird thing. It's really difficult. And I imagine that Keffals has dealt with a lot of the same. Anyway, I just wanted to add my thoughts on this as well. Let's continue with Keffals' story.
I didn't realize I was regularly having flashbacks. I didn't realize that I was lashing out at people because I was having so many flashbacks. I was like constantly in fight or flight for most of most of 2020. I was in fight or flight. Yeah. But now that I know this about myself, I'm actually able to get help. I'm really happy that I have a second chance at life because not everyone gets that chance. There's so many people who
about the fight or flight thing. There was a point, this was even before the harassment really started. This was when there was a point in my channel where I was covering protest stuff. I was doing like live protest coverage. And also in my area, there was an intense amount of protest activity and an intense police crackdown. And during that period of time, before I even noticed what was happening, I started having basically daily panic attacks. There were curfews just slammed down on us. Our house was getting buzzed by helicopters to try and reduce the amount of people that were going in to protest. And that was really severe. And that was before the harassment type of stuff even happened. So again, it's wild how much this type of work can seriously affect you.
Up doing coke or doing meth or doing any sort of illicit drug, and it's cut with fentanyl and they die, and that's the end of the story. But I avoided that. I was able to go to rehab. I was able to get clean. I was able to get help and do therapy, and I'm able to go back to doing what I love doing. I'm not done with rehab though. I'm still attending it online. I think it's going to be 2 weeks from now when I finally have my certificate, and I will be certified good at not doing drugs. Most people don't do drugs, but I will have actually been certified in not doing drugs, which means that I am better at not doing drugs than most people who do not do drugs. I think that's pretty based. So that's basically everything that's happened. Now that I'm back, I need to do things a lot differently, because one of the problems that I realized is that I was constantly exposing myself to things that trigger me, and I was sending myself into panic almost every day. It's not healthy to do that. I was exhausted all the time. I was constantly scared for my life, even in situations that posed absolutely no danger to me. So I've been working with my therapist and trying to figure out ways just to keep moving forward, because I love streaming. This has been the best job that I have ever had in my life. I don't want to stop, but I know that I can't do things like I used to do. I started seeking out help running my social media so I can just avoid seeing all of the vitriol that gets spewed at me, and that's been really helpful. I've been spending more time touching grass and spending more time with my friends. For instance, I'm back in Belfast, Northern Ireland, because I really like spending time with Ellen. I need to enjoy my life, both on and off stream, because for a really long time, my life was kind of a nightmare. I enjoyed streaming, but I was constantly making my life worse for myself, and I didn't realize I was doing it. Am I married to... No. We're just friends. I'm just visiting. Chat, she's married to the grind. That's absolutely true. The one thing that I wanted to say is that I'm going to be returning slowly. I'm back to streaming. After this stream, I'm going to be streaming once a week, every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to use the week to compile content and do things in a much more structured and planned out manner, because I don't want to expose myself accidentally to things that could trigger me and just make me go off the handle. I don't want to keep getting involved in drama. I don't want to keep fighting people, because it's not good for me. And honestly, it's not even good content. There's so much happening in the world, and I want to go back to doing political coverage. I want to go back to doing lore review, because that was really fun. Know that assholes will seek you out to trigger you? Oh yeah, my mods have done a great job banning people who have came into the chat trying to do that already. And as long as I'm not really looking at social media, they can't really get to me. So I'm gonna be fine. I have support around me. I have really good friends. I have a therapist. We are back. We are so back. We are more back than we have ever been back in the history of being back. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for the community. I have some really good ideas. I'm gonna keep them a surprise though, but I have some really good ideas.
Damn. Keffals, good on you. Seriously, good on you. It's fucking awesome to see Keffals doing better. That was a very, very tough video to make, I'm quite sure. You were very, very vulnerable. I imagine your fans appreciate it even more than my lovely, lovely imps. But let me tell you, the imps send all their love to you, and so do I. I truly hope that from here on out, it is nothing but fucking Keffals rising, okay? Seriously, I want to see fucking more awesome Keffals energy, and I am happy to see that Keffals is engaging with streaming in so much more of a happier way, because the truth is, Keffals has always been fucking funny as shit, and I've always been here for Keffals feeling great about streaming. It was unfortunate to see how much horrible nightmare shit Keffals had to deal with, and I've always rooted for Keffals through all of that, but it's awesome, really awesome, and really inspiring to see Keffals getting back to doing what she loves. And yeah, anyway, that was an awesome video, and really good to see that Keffals is back and alive and doing well. It is very difficult to make the decision to tackle addiction like that, and it's awesome to see that Keffals had the strength to do it and the friends to help her get through it all. And I just hope that that gets better. Everybody in chat is posting all the Keffals references we have. We do indeed have 2 separate Keffals chat references, which goes to show you that's pretty good. That's more than basically anybody else. I think we have a reference to Vosh's cats, which isn't really direct. We have a Vosh reference, but we have 2 Keffals references, which, you know, that's pretty good, I gotta say. That's pretty impressive, gotta say. Anyway, all my love to Keffals, all my strength to Keffals. The strength of the imps and the strengths of hell. Anyway, that was great. Go subscribe to Keffals, and if you're a Keffals fan, you can come hang out with us sometime if you want to, but I'm sure you already know that, so go give some love to Keffals now that Keffals is back. There you go. I've been raiding into her since back when she was a much smaller streamer. Oh yeah, I'm a OG Keffals fan, trust me. Video started sad and then got wholesome. Yeah, it did. As it turns out, there's hope out there, everybody. Don't fucking give up. Remember rule number 1, do not fucking die? Keffals followed rule number 1, do not fucking die, and that's awesome! Keffals is pretty good at do not fucking dying, as it turns out. Yeah, you hear the zoom out there? That was probably loud enough to get picked up on the mic. Somebody fucking blasted by the house. That car thought so too? Yeah, which summoned a fucking motorcycle. Yeah, exactly. Riding outside of my house. It was so loud. Anyway. She's gonna have a certificate confirming she's the best at not fucking dying. A certificate can't prove that you're not good at dying. Only not dying can prove that you're not good at not dying. Anyway, that's all for now, my lovely, lovely imps. All right, are you guys ready for the fun? Because guess what time it is? It's Cooking Mama time. That's right. That's right. It's Cooking Mama time. My lovely, lovely imps, it is time for the long-awaited Cooking Mama. It has been very long since we've done a Cooking Mama. If you've never watched a Cooking Mama, sit your ass down, because Cooking Mama is the best cooking react show you've ever seen. Well, I guess if you haven't seen it yet, you've never seen it yet, well, you'll see it now, and we're gonna have a great time. We have some bad cooking, we have some good cooking, we have some more bad cooking, and apparently, we have a haunting pizza ad. Wait a minute. This is an AI cooking ad. All right, let's see how the
Class
AI
is so
cooks.
boring.
Oh my God, loud. Let's see how the AI cooks. Let's see how the AI cooks. Let's see it.
I wish I could eat some pizza.
They'd never let us eat pizza in school.
Did someone say pizza?
No way.
Are you craving something cheesy and new? We've got the perfect snack for you. Pizza nuggets, they're the bomb. Chicken and pizza, all in one. Pizza nuggets, oh yeah. They're the snack that's here to stay. Pizza nuggets, so yummy and fun. Get them while they're hot, everyone.
You won't find these nuggets anywhere. Once you start, you won't wanna share. Bite-sized and covered in pizza.
Oh, God.
You'll keep on eating till you turn into a creature.
Pizza monsters, oh no, they're taking over the show. Pizza monsters, so gooey and gross. Eating pizza nuggets, we can't say no. Pizza monsters, we can't resist. They've taken over, we can't persist. Pizza nuggets, the perfect snack. But eat too many and you'll never come back.
Pizza nuggets, you'll never stop.
This fills me with a great sadness. The AI art fills me with great disgust. What's that? Hold on. I have to show this one. This is the one.
CG を見せてくれるそうです。
毎朝この頃会わないけど、身体障害の友人がいる。
Hold on. Here we go. This is Hayao Miyazaki reacting to an animation, a machine animation.
毎朝この頃会わないけど、身体障害の友人がいるんですよ。そのハイタッチするんだけど大変なんです。彼の筋肉がこわばってる手と僕の手でこうハイタッチする。でその彼のことを思い出してね、僕はこれ面白いと思って見ることできないんですよ。これを作る人たちは痛みとかそういうものについてね、何も考えないでやってるでしょ。極めて不愉快ですよね。
Whoever creates this stuff has no idea of pain whatsoever. I am utterly disgusted.
そんなに気持ち悪いものをやりたいなら勝手にやってればいいだけで、僕はこれを自分たちの仕事をつなげたいとは全然思いません。
I would never wish to incorporate this technology into my work at all.
極めて何か
I strongly feel that this is an insult to life itself.
対する侮辱を感じます。
これでもほとんど実験なので、
それは分かってます。
その世の中に見せてどうこうってそういうものじゃないんです。
それは本当によく分かってるつもりですけど、どこへたどり着きたいんですか。
間が描くのと同じように。
Well, we would like to build a machine that can draw pictures like humans do.
を作りたいんだ。はい。
I feel like we are nearing the end of times. We humans are losing our faith in ourselves. That's exactly how I feel whenever I see AI art. I feel like this is an insult to life itself. We are nearing the end. Humans have lost faith in themselves. At least the music was good and human made. That was good. Did you see the Radical Reviewer video on AI reviews? I have not. I should check that out. Anyway, let's watch some cooking videos, shall we? Let's watch some cooking videos. We have to visit our old friend, Dave's Cooking. That's right! We have not stopped in to check on Dave's Cooking in a very long time. Our old friend Dave has been up to tons and tons of cooking, and we need to check it out because, you know, Dave has been up to a lot of things lately. I don't know if you know this, but Dave has been back into the debate game recently. Dave has been debating a couple of different people, but mostly has been debating his longtime enemy, Actual Jake. Actual Jake and Dave have a rivalry that goes back a very long time. In fact, they once challenged each other to a cook-off. I'm not sure if it actually happened. But let me just say, his debate showings have been shocking, to say the least. So let's see, maybe while his debating skills have not improved at all, maybe his cooking skills have improved. We have a lot of ones. It's been a long time since we've watched. Wow, he has a lot of these scheduled. It's been a long time since we've watched one of his. Oh boy. Well, let's check out his Detroit style pizza. Let's do it. Let's see. I want to see him do a Detroit style pizza. Now, I personally am a very, very big fan of Detroit style pizza. So I'm going to be a little bit harsh on Dave. Yeah. I'm gonna be a little harsh on Dave, but we'll see. Maybe he'll please me. Maybe we'll please. Let's do it.
On this episode of
No! Acelaces says, oh, you Americans and your pizza variations. We have a lot of variations of pizza because there are a lot of ways to make pizza. Pizza is a beautiful world of diversity. There are so many different ways to make pizza. Don't you dare insult it. It's one of the few things we fucking have going for us over here. How dare you insult one of the few pieces of culture we actually have? We got cheeseburgers, and we got pizza, and we got national parks, and that's about fucking it, okay? That's about all we have going for us over here in America. We don't have much else. And our pizza varieties are great, okay? Detroit pizza, Chicago style, the stuffed crust, the thin Brooklyn style foldable pizza. What are you doing? What do you mean? Our pizza variations are wonderful. The difference between a Brooklyn pizza and a Detroit pizza, they're not even comparable. And yet they are both pizza. They are in the galaxy of pizza, and it just goes to show you just how much difference you can do with a fucking pizza. Can't believe you would fucking say that.
Dave's Cooking Show, we're going to be making a Detroit style.
Do not put it in the newspaper that I'm mad because people dissed the Detroit style pizza. Look at me, I'm American. Credit card, lawn, hospital parking fee, nacho cheese, high fructose corn syrup, inane culture war, floppy pizza. Yes, exactly. That you understand, and yet still you mock our pizzas? We have almost nothing. Our lives are culturally bereft, and you would mock the one thing that we've produced that's good? America's pizzas are good, okay? Seriously. You will get better pizza in America than basically anywhere. You will only get varieties of pizza in America. Everywhere else, they make these weird nonsense nightmares, okay? Italians in Italy don't know what a pizza actually is. They make it like some fucking, I don't know, like it's like I mean, no hate. I'm sure it's very good, okay? But the Italian style pizza is like, it's like a salad on bread, okay? It's not the same thing. My God. I'm sorry. I lost my shit. And we haven't even seen what's cooking. I hope Dave, if after all of this, Dave doesn't cook a decent Detroit style pizza, I'm gonna actually lose my mind. Let's continue.
Pizza. First thing we got to do is make the dough. As you can see there, I got a cup of water at about 105 degrees, a little bit of instant yeast, and a teaspoon of sugar. Just going to give that a little swirl to basically dissolve it and let it get activated for just a little bit. Like I said, it's instant yeast, so you don't got to typically dick around for the couple of minutes. All right, then we're gonna dump 2.5 cups of bread flour in the bowl. Also, don't forget to add a teaspoon of kosher salt and 3 teaspoons of olive oil.
Okay.
All right, and then get the dough hook attachment on your mixer working for you. And basically you just...
So I can see that he hasn't cleaned he hasn't cleaned his mixer since the last time we watched. I'm pretty sure the last time we watched, which was months ago, this stain was in the exact same position, which makes me very concerned about the health levels of this food.
Want to knead this dough until it's relatively smooth and everything is in
I'll never
one big
understand
ball.
that either. Like, there's such a thing as like an authentic cooking channel, but I feel like if you're going to film your cooking for someone else, you should clean your stuff. Like, you should clean your cookware and your surfaces if you're going to film yourself cooking for someone else. Like, just as a basic rule. Like, you should do that anyway, but especially if you're going to film it for the internet. Like, obviously, we've talked about food safety on this channel, on this particular segment, a million times, but holy fuck.
And then I'll show you what you do with that. This will take roughly about 7 minutes, something like that. Just keep an eye on it. All right, as you can see, our...
I'm in drama? Am I in drama? Uh-oh. 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 What drama am I in? Okay. Oh, no, don't worry about it. You're all good, Cherry. We'll check it out. We'll check it out in a minute. We'll see if I'm in any drama. What did I do? What did I do? It's certainly possible. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll mention that afterwards, Chariot. No, you're good. You didn't give me a heart attack. I'm unperturbed. I'm having a very good time right now. We do have to talk about that before the end of the stream, I guess. Anyway. This dough looks like a piece of chewed gum. Does this not just look like gum? Are we sure this is actually dough?
Our dough ball has come together, and time to knead this a little bit by hand because I want this just a little bit smoother than what it normally is. It needs to be worked just a little bit more.
Danny Fallen, I hate that I know. I I am a surgeon! I know exactly what you're talking about, unfortunately.
And once you've got a pretty much a perfectly formed ball, I'll show you what we're going to do next. All right, after you've gotten it into a ball, time to take a rolling pin and roll this out until it can fit into a 10 by 14 inch baking dish. Or a Detroit pizza pan, whichever you happen to have. Okay, I apologize for kind of the commando way I shot this. But basically, you just want to kind of grease your pan up with a little bit of olive oil and then place the pizza in there. And then you want to grab a towel, cover it, and let it rise for 1 hour. Just leave it on the table or on the counter.
Ew. Why? Look at this. Look at the can you guys see this? Can you guys? I can see it. I don't know if it carries through to the video. Can you see the stains on this fucking towel? That's disgusting. Use a clean towel, dude. There's like brown stains all over this towel. What the fuck? I'm so judging so hard. Dave has gotten worse and worse.
Make sure your oven's not on. You can also proof it in there. Okay, time to make a real simple pizza sauce, which involves 2 tablespoons of olive oil, a clove of garlic, a 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes, 6 ounces of
So it's a canned pizza sauce, dude. You're making a canned pizza sauce.
Tomato paste, a pinch of sugar, a teaspoon of basil, and a teaspoon of oregano, salt and pepper to taste.
Okay, I will say this is better than DSP's sauce, but I don't know that that's a great bar to cross. Definitely better than DSP's sauce.
And just a few little pieces of red pepper flake, just to lighten it up a little bit. Turn this on. Then
give it a little bit of a kick. You need to give it a little bit of a kick.
For a couple of minutes till everything is nice and incorporated. Now, there is a debate. Do you pre-cook pizza sauce or not? I personally am these days leaning to not cooking the sauce. I think it should be a virgin sauce. But hey, if you like your pizza sauce cooked, and sometimes that's my mood too, by all means, go ahead and cook it. But put it in a bowl and set it aside. Okay, once the dough is proof, the hour is passed. You kind of want to pick the dough up and just work it a little bit. You just want to make sure it can fit in the pan completely.
No, there was water still in the pan. Okay. This dough looks way too dry, personally. Now, I am not a baker. I do not have specialty in baking, so I'll acknowledge that. But most of the time, especially if you're trying to make like a dough that's gonna rise, which is really important. The dough is super, super, super important for a Detroit style pizza. This looks way too dry to start with.
Okie dokie. Lay the sauce in a generous amount. Again, this crust is pretty thick, so you want to kind of go a little bit heavier on the sauce. And plus, I don't know, I just like extra sauce on my pizza, so you just want to spread this around.
Wait a second.
And then you
hold
want
on
to
a second. No, this is wrong. No, this is wrong. Detroit style pizzas are supposed to have the sauce on the top. Isn't that the whole thing? Isn't that the whole thing of a Detroit pizza? Is that the sauce is on top, you put the toppings on the bottom, and then you put the sauce on last. Is that Chicago style? Am I mixing up Chicago? And hold on. Hold on. No, it says right here, on a Detroit-style pizza, the cheese is melded gloriously with the crust, which creates the signature texture. The deep dish order of operations is flipped for a reason. The sauce is on top to prevent the rest of the pie from burning during the lengthy cooking process. The style of a Detroit-style pizza from Wikipedia is referred to as a red top because the sauce is the final topping. Yes, Detroit pizza. Hold on. It's right here. It says in the article you sent me of the Detroit-style pizza, the style is often referred to as a red top because the sauce is the final topping. It's in all of the pictures. I am correct. I am literally so correct. Look, I'll even show you the Wikipedia article with the picture of it. Look, there it is with the sauce put on top. The whole reason that you do this is because the cheese melts into the dough. That's part of what makes a Detroit-style pizza so special. So this is just, he's just making a normal ass pizza in a box. Just because it's square doesn't mean that the Detroit...
Some Italian sausage. Again, you can do this however you like, but this is just what I decided to do with this. And if this is not traditional Detroit pizza, again, like I said, it's Detroit style. It's what I wanted to do.
Why call it Detroit style if it's not Detroit style?
Complain about this. All right, once you've got your sausage laid out, it's time to lay out our pepperonis in a nice, neat little row. Okay, time to add the shredded whole milk mozzarella. Do not get that part skim crap. Get whole milk mozzarella.
Credit, hey, credit where credit is due. True, Dave, true. He's right. Don't get that half skim crap. That stuff sucks. Get the real mozzarella. Credit where credit is due for Dave.
The good shit, the good old shit, and be generous as hell with it.
Pepperonis look like hell though, bro.
And at this point, you should be having the oven up to 525 degrees. And you're going to want to cook this for 15 minutes. But keep checking on it after the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, this looks like he bought 10 boxes of Lunchables and took the crappy pepperoni from the Lunchables and then put it onto his pizza. This pepperoni looks like shit.
Otherwise, well, you'll see.
He's literally got this completely messed up. On a Detroit-style pizza, the cheese is on the bottom, then the toppings, then the sauce is dolloped on top. That's the whole thing of a Detroit-style pizza. He's literally got this flipped. It needs to be literally inverted.
My mistake that I did with mine. It was still delicious, but I wish I'd have pulled it about a minute or two earlier. Again, when you're baking something, really good idea to set a timer. Yeah, it came out a little unfortunate.
Bro! You burnt. These edges are black. Dude, the bottom of this, you can see how burnt it is all over here. Black all around the edges. The bottom, this is a failure. Why would you post this? Dude, why would you ever post this? This is horrible. This is like one of the most nightmare. This is one of Dave's worst videos we've ever seen. Normally, he doesn't completely burn his food. This is pathetic. It's not a Detroit-style pizza. It's a burnt piece of fucking shit. The dough didn't even rise. Good point.
Like I said, this is what happens when you don't set a timer. You get distracted, and it's in the fucking oven for a minute.
So reshoot the video. Seriously, why the absolute fuck? Why the absolute fuck would you just post this video? Why would you not just make another pizza? It would only take you an hour to reshoot and make a new pizza that's not burnt. Every step was fucked up. This is, except for the cheese, at least he chose good cheese. My man, oh my dear God.
too long. All right, let's let this cool down, and then let's slice this son of a bitch up.
No!
All right, then, just grab your pizza cutter and cut this into squares.
What is that cut? Poor man cutting
All right, let's let this cool
technique
down,
too.
and then let's slice this son of a bitch up.
Watch this cut.
All right, then, just grab your pizza cutter and cut this into squares.
That is not a square, dude. Come on. You can't even cut the burnt pizza right. Oh, come on.
And that's really it. So,
It's
Detroit style
all over the
pizza.
place, dude.
Done.
Ah! What is this butchery? He butchered it. How did you? He's got to be fucking with us. He has to be fucking with us. This is one of the worst that he's ever done. It's burnt to shit. It's not a Detroit pizza. The crust didn't rise, and the bottom is burnt to hell. What the fuck is this butchery? This is a crime. Oh my god.
Oh, by the way, this pizza was absolutely delicious, and don't forget that pizza sauce we made. Any leftovers?
No, it wasn't, dude. Do not lie. This thing was burnt to shit. We can see all the burnt spots. There's no way this pizza was any good.
Makes a great dipping sauce.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Okay. I'm sorry. We have to do more. I need to see if that's what he's had going on recently. Oh my dear God. Oh. Oh no. I need to see this. That image right there, we got to see it. The Wolf Pit frozen pot roast all day breakfast bowls. Oh, here we go.
Okay, welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, I basically have my interpretation of a Wolf Pit video where he does a frozen breakfast thing, basically a steak and eggs with a nice creamy gravy, and this is my interpretation of it. All right, obviously you can see here I'm frying up the steak in a pan, adding some salt and pepper to it. I'm going to cook this steak about medium, I'm going to chop it up into bite-sized pieces. As you can see here, I've got about a pound of breakfast sausage that I am frying up.
What is this
Don't really
editing?
need to add any seasoning to this. And let's move on to the making of the gravy. Okay, now I'm going to make basically the base of the sausage gravy. I'll add the ingredients later. But what you want to do is...
Why is there crap already stuck to the side of this pot? What is this shit?
Have a third of a cup of flour, 3 to 4 cups of milk. I just decided to go with about 3.5 cups. Half a teaspoon of salt, 2 teaspoons to 3 teaspoons of freshly...
Oh, so he didn't use a different pot for the gravy. He's just cooking it in the oil of the sausage. Okay.
Ground black pepper.
That's gonna make it sloppy.
And basically, you want to add all this over a medium heat, medium low. And basically, you want to simmer it for 10 to 12 minutes. And that's it. That's it for the gravy. Okay, and then I cut up some red-skinned potatoes and just going to boil them in some salted water till they're fork tender. I think it took about 10-15 minutes. Okay, so we have our eggs. And that's 5 large...
I want you to note how fucking disgusting and filthy his working conditions are. There's literally mushy, weird pieces of brown meat over here, unidentifiable brown meat, every single time. Also, that is a ton of butter for eggs. That is a ton of butter for eggs.
Eggs, about a tablespoon of butter. Then you just want to grab a simple spatula and just keep stirring this. That's basically it for eggs. Well, at least the scrambled eggs. The biggest thing to remember with eggs, if you would like a good product, is don't add, when they're like this, do not add any salt or any pepper at all.
$20 says that this is salted butter that he just added in. Yes, it is true. You do not want to add salt early on to your eggs because it will fuck up how quickly they cook. It changes their internal chemistry, so they don't cook as well. You want to add salt at the end of your eggs. Never add salt early on. But I bet he added salted butter, which is going to fuck them up anyway.
If you add the salt and pepper now, it kind of starts to break the egg down. You end up with kind of a crappy, crummy, watery, flat pile of shit. So if you'd like, some nice, rich, creamy, fluffy fucking eggs, keep off the salt and the pepper until the eggs are about 99% cooked. Outside of that, generous heat, keep stirring them, takes a couple of minutes, and that's our scrambled egg. Okay, and now we're going to basically put everything together. The sausage gravy is thickened nicely, at least the way I like it. So got our steaks, our lovely,
we don't even get to see if the eggs look good.
The sausage.
He's just saying the eggs are fluffy. We didn't actually get to see them. We did not get to see them.
And you want to keep this over a medium-low heat. I mean, everything's cooked, so you don't want to run the risk of overcooking. And then add the potatoes, and then just give it a minute or two to incorporate all the flavors together. Okay, so we just add this to the...
This looks like a campfire meal. And I love me some campfire meals, but this looks very sloppy.
Bowl. I put a little drizzle of hot sauce on mine.
I feel like there needs to be a lot more eggs than there is. I feel like the egg count is lower. I believe they fed this to political prisoners in the USSR. I think you might be right.
All right, so that's the Wolf Pit's all-day breakfast. Done.
That looks putrid. But I don't think this is his most offensive one. It absolutely looks putrid. But, all right, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more Dave's cooking, and then we have one more video before I have to wrap for the night. Let's take a look. Let's pick one more Dave's one. The breakfast for dinner. Ooh, I'm tempted by the breakfast for dinner. Should we do the breakfast for dinner? Oh yeah, true. I have to mention the potential drama, I guess. I don't know if it's real drama, but I should mention it at least. Anyway, let's do this. Let's watch I want to see a breakfast for dinner. Now, I'm going to tell you the reason why the bologna burger. Where's the bologna burger? All right, fine. We'll do the bologna burger. All right, we're doing the bologna burger. Bologna burger, let's do it.
Okay, so I've decided to start giving myself a challenge.
Whoa, this is new. This is fucking new. What is this shit?
And this time I decided I'm not going to make a recipe. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to simply spin the wheel of fate and see what type of dish I can come up with. There's 3 of these.
Oh, boy.
This is the type of dish. this is the protein I have to use. And this is how much money I get to spend. All right, let's spin the wheel.
Sandwich.
Okay, so it's got to be a sandwich.
God, this guy's got the laziest stream setup.
Which really lends itself well to these. And...
beef.
I have to use beef. And let's see how much money I get to spend. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And 30 bucks. 30 bucks an hour. All right, well, hey, it was fate, and for a first challenge, I think I got off pretty easy.
Okay, so this is what I decided to buy. Got about 2 pounds of ground beef there.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. This is going to be a disaster. 30 bucks to be able to make this? Oh, God, no. This is going to be so bad.
Burger buns. I think you already know where we're going. Some baby arugula, jar of steak sauce, bologna, and of course American cheese. As you can tell, I'm going to be making a fried bologna burger. And just to keep everyone honest, there is the actual receipt, and I had about $1.30 left to spare. Now, in this challenge, I am also allowed a small staple pantry of staple ingredients. So that's what I
True, Silent.
All right, let's get into this. First thing we got to do is we got to make our steak sauce mayo. All right, first thing we do is we got to get about a cup of mayo.
Steak sauce mayo. Steak sauce mayo. Huh? Is that a thing? Do people do steak sauce mayo? I mean, I like mayo. I'm a mayo liker. I know there's a lot of mayo unlikers, but steak sauce and mayo seems like a weird mix to me. I've never had that combination.
In the bowl, I just eyeballed it.
I guess so, Silent.
Like I said, mayo's part of the pantry ingredients. Then we want about a tablespoon or two.
That's a lot of mayo.
Of the steak sauce.
I will say, this is a lot of mayo. I like mayo. I love mayo on sandwiches, but this is a fucking lot of mayo.
Okay, make it 3. Screw it.
It doesn't look good.
Then, of course, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Actually, a lot of pepper. And then just start stirring this. Realize.
Ooh. That looks lumpy as fuck. It is not mixing. That looks clumpy as fuck. Ooh, no. Maybe something in the steak sauce is making it curdle or clump. That is yucky. Clumpy mayo is cursed. It could be. I think he's curdling it. Maybe it's because there's a bunch of vinegar.
As the spoon ain't working exactly the greatest, grab a whisk, whisk it up, and then place it in the...
It still looks chunky. That still looks clumpy. There's still visible clumps in there. Ooh. Salt plus vinegar, and he's beating it too quickly. He is beating it very harshly. This is lumpy. That's a no from me. Lumpy mayo is an instant fail.
Fridge for at least an hour. All right, let's move on. All right, let's make the burger patties.
Why leave it in the fridge for at least an hour? That's another one that's confusing me. Wouldn't you want to use the mayo as soon as possible? You don't want mayo. Once mayo's out of the package, you don't want it to sit open to the air at all. Oh, he wants the mayo to be a solid? Why? Okay, all right.
What we have here is a 3-pound ball of 80/20. And people always ask me, how do I keep my burgers so damn thin on the grill? Or so damn even? Well, here's how you do it.
I'm sure everybody's
Put
always
that ball and smash it between 2 plates. Press down. And that's in between 2 pieces of parchment paper. Lift it up. Kind of work on the sides a little bit. And that's it. That's the secret to my burgers. I season them with salt and pepper and then grill them until they work.
Okay, everybody. He's going to cook this on the grill. Everybody get ready for the grill check. Every time we watch Dave's cooking channel, he has not scraped his grill, and the grill is covered in disgusting, putrefied meat. So let's get prepared. Prepare your stomachs for the grill check.
We're done to perfection.
Oh, and the bird shit.
Also
Don't forget the bird shit.
Some of that American cheese on top. All right, next step. Okay, and I figured while the burgers rest, take about a minute and fry up some bologna halves. This is going to kind of act as our bacon.
What?
All right, as you can see, got our nice.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not opposed to bologna, but bologna is not a replacement for bacon, my man. No, it isn't.
Did buns here.
Credit, those buns look nicely toasted. I'll give Dave credit. Those do look like nicely toasted buns. Gotta say, pretty good.
And gonna add some of that steak sauce mayo to the bottom bun.
Okay. It's a lot of mayo.
And then add some arugula.
Okay.
Then place our...
He didn't show us he didn't show us cooking it. It must have been filthy. The grill must be filthy if he didn't even show it. Oh man, this is a biohazard. If he fucking didn't show us the grill, it's gotta be bad. Or maybe he no longer shows the grill because we roasted him too hard.
Patty down with the nicely melted cheese. Then add some strips or
burnt
slices of bologna. I'm not really sure what they are.
I don't know what they are either.
All I know is fried bologna is delicious. Then you want to add a little bit of ketchup. Again, part of the...
Ketchup and steak sauce? Ketchup and steak sauce is too sweet. That's going to make this really sweet.
Small staple pantry I'm allowed to use in these challenges. I probably should actually finalize a list of what's in and out of that damn pantry. And then some yellow mustard. And that's really it. So the first...
This is a $30 burger, everybody. $30 right there. Would you pay $30 for this fucking burger?
Of Dave's challenges. A bologna burger. Done.
Oh God. All right. Now I need to do his breakfast for dinner. I'm sorry. I need to do his breakfast for dinner because I love breakfast for dinner and I need to judge his breakfast for dinner. Let's do it.
While
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we're doing Dave's breakfast for dinner, or at least a version of it. All right, first thing you want to do, we're going to make some French toast this time. And you want to crack, about 6 eggs into a bowl. Well, make it 7 eggs. Okay, 8 eggs.
Okay, that's
Jesus,
funny.
Dave, there's
Okay,
an
that's
egg
funny.
shortage. Conserve.
That was funny. That was funny. I got credit to Dave. That was funny. I laughed.
And then this is a mix of cinnamon and sugar. About 3 parts sugar to a part cinnamon.
Oh.
A drop of vanilla extract. And I really mean a drop. A little goes a long, long,
I know what he's
long
doing
way.
here. French toast. This is for French toast.
And then you just want to start whisking this up. And I might not have shown it, but add a little buttermilk to this mix too. About, for this recipe, about 1/4 cup to 1/2 cup. Okay, we got our griddle fairly hot over about medium-high heat.
Okay, okay.
And then you just want to take your pieces of French toast, dip them in the egg batter, and then griddle them. They'll take about 3 to 4 minutes aside.
Seems
That's
high.
a general guideline again.
3 to
Different
4 minutes per
locations,
side
different
seems a
cook
little
times
high.
for everything. And believe it or not, we're almost home. The only other thing to do is fry up some bacon, fry up some sausages, and maybe heat up some syrup. But outside of that, we're almost done. All right, let's give these a couple of minutes to cook up, and let's plate up. All right, let's start plating this sumbitch up. All right.
Okay.
Get a couple of
All right. Okay. Hold on a second. The French toast so far looking fair. That's okay. Those are fine.
Pieces of the French toast we made, a hash brown
That's an instant hash brown, cheater.
I baked in the oven.
Sausage is fucking toast, you bitch! The sausage is fucking charcoal! Fuck! Burnt!
Some breakfast sausages. Of course, bacon.
Overcooked bacon? This bacon is fucking overcooked? It's not burnt, but it's overcooked. It's like fucking... That's dry as fuck.
Strips. Because, again, if you don't have bacon, what the hell's the point?
Chariot says, this is like watching the first rebels do the Death Star trench run. Stay on target. Stay on target. Loosen up, Dave. Loosen up. That's what happened when the sausage reveal was when what's his name? What's that guy who, the first guy who dies? His name is like Chubbs or something. Fats? I can't remember. He's like, ah! And his name is literally like Fatso McGee. Porkins. It's even worse than I remembered. Porkins.
And of course, last but not least, now you can add butter to this, but I just decided, the hell with it. Drizzle of imitation maple syrup, and that's it.
Imitation?
Dave's.
Oh no. Is he using the anti-woke Aunt Jemima's imitation syrup? Why wouldn't you use real syrup? Is it because is it out of protest? Because the Aunt Jemima's thing doesn't exist anymore? Is that why? Fake syrup is disgusting. Real syrup is where it's at. Like fake syrup is legitimately gross. This is a fail.
Breakfast for dinner.
No, burnt sausages, instant fucking hash brown. He did not make this hash brown. That's cheating. Fucking overcooked bacon. The French toast looks fine, but he put fucking imitation syrup over it. Bullshit. Fail. Absolute motherfucking fail. Oh, God. Okay. All right, everybody. It's getting really late. So I have to talk about one thing before we wrap up. And we're gonna do Cooking Mama again, don't worry. Next stream, I promise we'll do Cooking Mama because I have Cooking Mama videos that we need to watch. Auntie Chef has released a second aspic video, which we are going to watch on the next stream, so don't forget to tune in. However, I have to talk about something, so don't tune out just yet. Let me talk about something real quick, okay? I'm just going to make a brief statement about this because I have literally zero desire to get involved in the latest drama. I was recently featured, clips of me were recently featured in a drama video that is now getting a lot of attention. This is a video mostly about Vosh and Vosh's conflict with Cat Black. If some of you are going, Vosh, Cat Black, well, that happened like over a year ago, I believe. It's an old, dried out drama. Now, the clip of me that is used is just me being correct. I pointed out that a bunch of people were running with misinformation. A claim was made that sexts, like, you know, sexual texts were leaked between Cat Black and Vosh, and that was not accurate. And in my video on the topic from like over a year ago, I said, stop spreading misinformation. There were no sexts that were leaked. That didn't happen. And a bunch of people were repeating the idea that sexts were leaked, even though that is not what happened. And I was very frustrated with the fact that a ton of people were accusing people of doing things that they didn't do. This was targeted mostly at Cat Black, which very much frustrated me at the time. My clip was used in this drama video, and in this drama video, it is used like offensively against somebody who I have no problems with whatsoever. This video mostly focuses on Vosh and Cat Black. However, it also calls out a content creator some of you may be familiar with by the name of Shark300. I'll show you Shark. Hold on, let me just bring up Shark's profile real quick so you all know who I'm talking about. Here we go, here's Shark. Shark is pretty fucking cool, at least by my opinion. I like Shark a lot. Here's his Twitter profile. And he's on Twitch. You can see him on Twitch over here. Here's Shark's profile on Twitch. He does a lot of stuff. He's had his channel's really popular. And I generally have gotten along really well with Shark. And so just so that people understand where I stand with Shark, I have literally no beef with Shark whatsoever. However, my clip was used in this video right here. Let me just show you the video, okay? It's called The White Leftist Industrial Complex. And I'm barely in the video at all. However, my clip is used to basically to target Shark, because apparently Shark was one of the people who was repeating the misinformation about sexts. Now, I don't know if Shark ever corrected this. I didn't call anybody else out by name because there were literally like dozens upon dozens of people, including large creators, who were repeating the idea that Cat Black leaked sex, which Cat Black did not do. And I was very frustrated by the fact that people were doing that at the time. However, this video proceeds to, after playing my clip, let's just say some very uncharitable things about Shark, including calling him a leftist this is a quote here, a leftist Candace Owens, a Uncle Ruckus Jr., and also a slur that people often call the C slur, that is used often by black people against other black people. I just have to say, I will not be covering this video. I don't care. It's a very old drama that I didn't like to begin with. I was pretty frustrated when the drama happened, and I made my statement about it pretty clearly and pretty swiftly. But I gotta say, I don't think that's a fair thing to use my clip for. I'm not gonna do any sort of like bullshit DMCA or anything like that. But I don't have any beef with Shark, and I wasn't just talking about Shark at that time, and I think it's pretty uncharitable to use that kind of language against Shark. I think it's pretty hyperbolic, pretty severely hyperbolic to say that Shark is a leftist Candace Owens. I think that is, in fact, quite inaccurate and uncharitable. Even if you don't like Shark, I think that's out of line. If Demon Mama is forced to react to it, I will not be reacting to it. It is not my interest. I have no interest in rehashing someone else's year-old drama. I get very frustrated. She called him more than that. Yes, I know, but I'm trying here I'm trying to make my statement clear, without engaging in the drama, because I have zero interest in this fucking drama whatsoever, okay? I am tired of getting roped into stupid age-old dramas. I am tired of not being represented clearly or being used as a sort of object in other people's conflicts. It kind of frustrates me. What I said in the video, the clip of me that is used in the video is just me simply being correct. I was literally just saying a bunch of people are spreading this misinformation and should stop. And they should have stopped, but also it was a year ago. So I don't really appreciate my clip being used in the way that it was used. I don't think it was charitable. I don't believe those things. However, in the video, the proximity of my clip to the statements made about Shark almost make it seem like I'm the one who's levying accusations against Shark, which I did not do. So I know a lot of people saw this video. A lot of people sent me this video and asked me to react to it. I'm not going to be reacting to it. The drama is, I am so done with that drama. I am so fucking done with that drama. Like, it is the drama that I am most done with and most never want to talk about ever again. I just figured that I would let people know, make my statement that I don't really think that my clip was used very fairly in this context, even though, as far as I can, like, it's not against me. The clip isn't insulting me or saying anything bad about me. I just think it's being used as part of an argument that I wouldn't make. And I don't have any beef with anyone involved. I don't even have beef involved with the person who made this video. I didn't watch the video except for the clip that I was in, and I don't really have an interest in watching the rest of the video. I only saw the part that I was in and the two clips that were referring to Shark in what I would consider to be quite hyperbolic and severe language. I was actually very critical of Vosh, certain aspects of the way that Vosh engaged. In fact, I got a lot of heat. People got very mad at me because I had critiques for Vosh in that whole situation. But of course, I am IRL friends with Vosh. And anyway, I'm rambling at this point. My point is, I didn't really appreciate the way that my clip was used. I didn't appreciate the fact that the way that the video was editing insinuated that I was agreeing with the statements that were made immediately afterwards, because I don't. I think it's perfectly fair to want to criticize Shark. I think it's perfectly fair to want to criticize me. I think it's perfectly fair to want to criticize Vosh. Yeah. Anyway, hope that makes sense. Hope that, I really hope that makes sense. Okay, let me take a look real quick. No way. That can't be real. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. It can't be real. No. Incredible. The only base take that Bad Empanada has ever had. The only one. Holy shit. Piftle Cakes with the unbelievably generous tier 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Named my new rescue pup after the World War II sniper lady sniper with over 300 Nazi kills. Here's Lyudmila Lulu. Oh my God, can we see her? Oh my God, she's beautiful. She's so beautiful. What an unbelievably beautiful puppy. She's amazing. Piftle Cakes, she's wonderful. Baby. Oh my God, what a beautiful pup. Oh my God. Holy moly. All right, everybody, I have to go rest. I just wanted to make sure I made that statement at the end of this stream. We had a lot of fun today. I had a lot of fun today. And don't worry, there's gonna be one more stream, at least one more stream this week before I go camping. So I will see you all very, very soon. Don't forget to like the stream. Don't forget to comment on the videos. For the love of God, the comments seriously help. Comment on the videos. You guys are awesome. And of course, do not fucking die. I will see you all very, very soon. Good night.